Okay, y'all gonna have to wait a second because my brain is gone. First of all, if y'all wondering what's taking me so long, I actually posted on Instagram explaining I was running late. I didn't want to do this live stream, but yeah, I'm trying to keep my word. There's so much stuff to talk about. I've actually recorded a ton of videos already. So yeah, I'm lazy, and for me, I'd rather talk in a live stream than do separate videos. And I know some of y'all like this too. So anyway, I have an entire list of stuff I want to talk about here. And yeah, I don't know where I want to start. Oh, and of course, I want to start off by saying if there's anything you want me to talk about or a question that you have, you can leave it inside of the chat here. But yeah. Oh, and lastly, I think you can see on your screen too, you have to be signed into your account because you have to be subscribed to me in order to participate in the live stream. So don't send me an email afterwards and be like, why couldn't I comment? Did you block me? It's because you're not subscribed to me. But anyway. The first thing that I want to actually talk about, and I'll make a video on that later on, is I had a really dumb debate with these two guys on Twitter, and it was about sex dolls. And I cannot believe the amount of men, not even like women, but men that believe that sex dolls are going to replace women. And don't get me wrong, I understand incel type men, like dudes that, don't get pussy, but for other reasons. But it's toys have been around forever. And even if you find a toy that feels really good, I mean, because come on, let's think about it from a girl's perspective. For women, if you've ever used a wand before, fuck, I own a wand. My wand has lasted longer than all of my relationships, and it's also consistently made me come more than any other man ever can or ever has. And with that said, I do not look at my wand and be like, oh well, I already have my own place. I make my own money. Well, I don't need a man anymore. And so it's for men, the same thing can be said for them. Toys are not new, escorts are not new, porn is not new. All of the stuff has existed forever. It doesn't matter how advanced it gets or how much better it can make you feel. You're never going to want to go out in public with a fucking robot, no pun intended. And then on top of that, it's let's say the society made toys acceptable where you could be married to one and nobody's gonna judge you. Oh my god, notifications, meet me. Yeah, nobody's gonna judge you, and it doesn't matter. It's a doll is not going to have human emotions. It cannot reproduce with you. It cannot cook you meals and comfort you and do things like a normal human being can. There's just so much to it. I'm not even going to go into that. But I'm going to make a video about that later on. I just had to get that off my chest because it made me so angry. I'm like, you're a man. You should know better than anybody. Because if that's the case, then men would be like, well, you know what? I got a fleshlight. I don't need bitches anymore. But, oh, thank you. I'm going to talk about the yakiniku. I'm going to talk about that. There's more to it. Yeah. I agree. Well, that's the thing. It's a doll is not a person, though. I understand, for your own, personal time. Because, of course, for me, it's F it. I'm tired of F boys. I'm a, plug in, vibey, and I'm a, come and go to sleep. I understand that. But it's nobody's going to say, let me rephrase that. Most people are not ever going to get to the point where they're like, oh, this is all I need. I don't need, a woman anymore, etc. And so, yeah, it's I hate that people fall for these little stupid clickbait articles and they believe everything is coming to the end of the world. Oh no, they have robots that, look and, can feel just like how a woman does, which I don't agree with that part either. But then again, I don't have a dick. So who am I to say? But it's more than just sex. If that were the case, then it's men would never even get married to begin with, because if you just want to sleep around people, you can do that. And so even although it seems like a lot of men don't get married or don't want to anymore, people are still getting married, honestly, in comparable rates to how it was back in the day. People are just waiting until they're older. And really, that's more so affecting the West. Because even here in Japan, well, I do believe that most people are still waiting until they get a little bit older. I still meet, especially when I was a teacher, a lot of people that are in their 20s that are married or early 30s, etc. So yeah. But, and then this is the part that I wanted to get into for this. I hate that men, and I'm sorry, men, I'm not trying to bash on any of you that might be here, or that watch this later. I feel there's so much of a heavy focus on women taking accountability and not men, because it's the reason why you can't get a girl, because like during that argument, they brought this up, like, oh, well, you speaking for yourself. And I'm like, I didn't say anything about myself. I'm not talking about because men approach me. I'm saying, in general. And then like they felt like I was making, I'm not explaining. Basically, I was saying that, there's a lot of insecure and lazy men. And for them, having a doll or a toy is the closest, because men desire and crave sex more than women do. That's factual. But women still like sex and still want marriage and relationships like how men do. So yeah, I was like, the problem isn't women having too many options, because they were saying, like, oh, women have too many options. And now the only choice that you have as an average man is, to get a toy, watch porn, etc. And it's like, hey, Pink Lotus, and hey, Ray, and how do you say, is your name Renee or Renee? I should know this by now. And so but y'all so mean to me. Like I literally, y'all don't follow me on Instagram, so now I know that. But Renee or Renee, if you're the same person, you're on Patreon. But yeah, my brain is gone. Oh yeah, they were talking about accountability. And so I was thinking like the accountability should be on the man's side of it. The problem isn't women having too many options. It's a matter of men being lazy and deciding that I don't want to do anything. Like men keep talking about how girls have it easy because we have infinite options because of online dating and things like that. And it's like, no, if anything, it's made it harder for us. Now you have all of this plastic surgery, you need lipo, you need a nose job, you need breast implants, you need, a Brazilian butt lift. Now we got all this makeup and contouring and stuff. If anything, things have become more competitive on the woman's side. Plus, there's more women than there are men in the world. So naturally, it's not even possible for every woman to get married to a man that's only been married to you. Like no divorce, no prior kids. That's not even humanly possible. But for men, it is. So as a woman, some of us are, if you want to get married, which not all women want to anyway, some of us are going to have to settle for the man that has, been inside of a previous relationship and got a divorce and or that has children. Men don't have to do that. They literally win in the circumstance. And so beyond that, it's like, why do men feel like they should be lazy, content with staying where they are, and a woman should, stoop down to their level and meet them where they are? So you're blaming the fact that women have an education, blaming the fact that women look good, make money, and can thus, have better options to choose from, instead of saying, how about I go and get an education? Like these men will be working bum ass jobs, working retail jobs like teenagers. And it's like, okay, what intelligent woman, when she has other options, will want to marry a man like that? Why would you choose that setup? That makes no sense. So instead of blaming yourself and being like, okay, let me, be more competitive. Let me become financially stable so I can get a wife. Instead, the blame is on women, like, oh, you're too picky, you're too choosy. Back in the day, women used to be satisfied. Yeah, because women couldn't work. We couldn't even get an education at some point. Like, what? Do you hear yourself? And so the dumb thing is, like, men act like women are not having to compete like how men are. We have to compete twice as hard because there's already naturally less women on this earth. And then secondly, now we have all of this new stuff that girls are getting done, which is completely changing the way that men expect for their girl to look. So now if you don't have a big butt, if you don't have big breasts, if you don't have full lips, if you don't have a thin nose, if you don't have perfect skin, now you're being compared to all of these other girls that are completely Photoshopped, made up, fake bodies, etc. And no hate and shade and bashing to them, but I'm just saying women are adapting and changing to make themselves more competitive for the men that they want to attract. So why do men feel like they don't have to do that? And then the dumb part to add on to that too is like, okay, well, for men, all you need is money, problem solved. As a woman, you can have all the money in the world. You still got to be attractive. Otherwise, all you're going to attract is, a man using you as a sugar mama or something. You're not going to get what you want. So it's just so irritating me. So whatever. I'll make a video about that later on. But what else I want to say? My dates. So Patreon already kind of knows because I talked about this stuff. And I really have videos. I've already scheduled my videos out all the way up until August for Patreon. So I have next month's videos decided and the month after that. That'll go into more detail. But I have been on so many dates recently. Why is it hiding your comment? You're a beautiful woman, but natural. Yeah, like exactly. In fact, that's the other funny thing too. I cannot tell you how many times I've been talking to men and they'll be like even in person, and they'll be like, oh my God, like you're so beautiful. You're so near your skin is so whatever. It's like, sorry, I'm wearing makeup. Like, do you think this is natural? Like, I have, like, not my contacts, because that can actually fool you, but I'm talking about, like, I have cat eye, my brows clearly have been filled in, I'm wearing a mascara, my skin, obviously, I don't have poreless skin, I have acne scars and everything. And so they be like, oh, your skin is so whatever. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I have on makeup. And they'll go on like a whole story about how they don't like girls that wear makeup, they like natural women and natural bodies, etc. But then, like, even for myself, the same men that, say, oh, like, I like women with natural bodies, natural whatever, there are always random exceptions to the rule. But generally speaking, realistically, I don't think I've ever seen a single person. You cannot have large breasts, a large butt without being fat. And don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about fat by like US standards where we consider thick people like myself, if you will. Oh, like, you're not fat, you're thick. No, I am fat. I am a fat ass. And that's fine. I accept that. But also recognize it's like, okay, you want my body to look a certain way, but it's not humanly possible for me to have those things without me having fat. And you want to know why? Because a part of having natural breasts and having a natural butt requires you to have body fat. And what body fat, where does it go? My arms, my stomach, my legs, etc. So yeah. And so everybody has the right to like whatever they want. But my problem is, like, men don't realize we have it harder, because for us, we can get all the plastic surgery in the world. We can do whatever we want to. Age is going to happen to us. And don't even get me started on giving birth to children, which I haven't even experienced that yet. But as a woman, I can just use common sense. I know what's going to happen to my body. For most women, your body is not going to go back to what it was like pre-pregnancy. It doesn't matter how much you work out, etc. Which, mind you, like, even the idea of women having to do that is hard, especially when you're the one taking care of the baby 99% of the time, to even find time to exercise and do crap like that while also having a social life, taking care of your child, taking care of your husband, etc. So it's just so much to it. Whereas for men, all you need is a career and education. And really just a career. Forget about the education part. By having a career, not only does it allow you to choose whatever girl you want to for the most part, but on top of that, even if you decide you never want a woman, it's your money, your job. Who doesn't want to be rich? It's for you. Whereas for me as a woman, I don't have plastic surgery, but if I were to get something like a nose job, or if I were to decide, I want a breast lift or something like that, I'm doing these painful procedures that are also really expensive for you. It's only for cosmetic purposes to please you as a man. This doesn't do me any good. And once I get to be in my 50s, 60s, even 40s, you ain't gonna pay me no mind. No matter how hard I work or how hard I try it on my body. Whereas for you as a man, money is infinite. Like, not infinite, but you know what I mean? It has no expiration date on it. You can use money to get women, to get married, whatever, for the duration of your life. Even if you choose not to, it benefits you and your children. Me getting work done on my body, it does nothing but give me better chances of getting a man. But then you'll get work done and it still won't be good enough, because then you got men, making jokes. Y'all seen it on, the shade room or any other comment section, people talking about how all they see is plastic and pollution, etc., making all those jokes. And this coming from a girl that doesn't have plastic surgery. But all I do is think to myself, these women got these surgeries and stuff done to please you. So they go and get all of this work done, and then you bash them and clown them for getting it done and claim that you like natural bodies. But then when you see a natural body, then you make fun of them. There was a tweet that I saw on Instagram just the other day showing this woman who had said Meg the Stallion or whatever. And it seemed like she was implying that she looked like her, which she honestly didn't. But it's like, okay, instead of just moving along or just complimenting her, oh, you're pretty, whatever, the comments are full of both men and women dragging her for her body and like, oh, yeah, like, you have large breasts, but you have a big butt, your hips are too small, your legs too thin, just this, that, and the other. And I think her body was natural. Her breasts might not have been. I don't know. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, okay, when you see a woman that does have a natural body, because her stomach was flat, I wish I had her abs, then you clown them, make fun of them, make them feel bad, and insult them. So which do you really want? Do you really want a natural body, or do you want a plastic one? So you don't mind fapping to plastic ones. But then when it comes to dating or judging or critiquing them, you'll turn right back around and talk trash on them. And it reminds me of the whole the whole BBW stuff too. Like, men will say so much stuff about, women having heart attacks or whatever, and how they're not healthy, this, that, and the other, which, I'm not going to get there. There's some truth to that. But it's like, okay, the reason why there's a whole category for that and porn to begin with is because you guys watch that. You get off to it. And sorry to break it to you, but when you say you like thick girls, you like fat girls. That's exactly what they are. If I go to my doctor's office, he's going to tell my fat ass I need to drop at least 15 or 20 pounds. And you want to know what? the same men would be like, literally, even here in Japan, we'll have inside their profiles, like, I don't like fat girls, I don't like chubby girls, whatever. They will slide right into my DMs and will proudly even date me in public, F me, everything. And it's like, okay, you are aware that even although I might not be as big as someone else, I'm still fat. So, what you say? So many demands from men, but they can't use. Yeah, exactly. That. Oh my god. And then like that's the other thing too. Men don't realize when they're like, oh well, I don't like, even when it comes to like bills and stuff. And don't get me wrong, I don't see anything wrong like with a man. Like I'm not married, obviously, but I don't see anything completely wrong. I'm not totally against the idea of helping my man out if I have a job and career. Like I don't think there's anything bad about that. But the expectation for a woman to like be splitting bills with you and doing all of that stuff, but then it's like y'all don't understand. Carrying babies is not an easy job to begin with. And plus, even when men say, oh, like, we'll split things 50-50, it never works that way. Ask any woman. In fact, I had the statistic, I said it inside of my video, in which I was replying back to that dude that got mad at me about dating Japanese men. There's actually a statistic saying that women who are, the breadwinners, or even that split things 50-50, it more than doubled the chances of them getting a divorce. I think it was like a 60 or something percent rate or whatever of women that do that end up in their marriage ends in divorce by doing that. So yeah, it's like, and why would you want your woman to be paying for half when she's probably not even making as much money as you are to begin with? So we're supposed to literally, like, everything works in your favor. You don't have to pay for bills. You don't have to pay for meals. You don't have to really do housework. You don't really have to do the child rearing part, because the reality is most men do not watch the kids. They don't. Like, even if you say, oh, I'm going to do things 50-50, even if you are, the stay-at-home dad, which that doesn't normally happen, your wife is probably going to come home and still end up doing the same work that in a normal relationship, normal, traditional is what I'm getting at, she would be doing that stuff, which means that you should be doing all of that by yourself. It shouldn't be when she gets home, then she has to relieve you of your duties and you get to just relax. Because in most circumstances, when your husband come home, like, he might help out a little bit, but he's not going like, all right, I'm taking a nap, bye. Like, it doesn't work that way. So, yeah. They really do. And so this is the only thing that I will say for men. Men have to, and y'all gonna kill me, I gotta say his name. And it's weird because this is my first video that I'm actually acknowledging Kevin Samuels died. But this is where he was kind of right, that women are literally born with their worth and their value, whereas men have to earn it. And to me, while it seems like women have the advantage because you're born with it, it comes with a price tag, though, because it also expires as well. And I'm not being sexist or telling you that you're worthless. I'm telling you how the world views us, just keeping it real. Like, even for myself, I know that, especially being here in Asia, people are going to start treating me like I'm a grandma in a few years, which is really stupid. But that's just how men work. I don't make the rules. I don't change them. I'm a woman myself, but I have to acknowledge that this is kind of the truth. I think men have it better because for them, it's like, I think my light is dying. I need to charge it. I have an LED light behind me. But yeah, it's like, what was I getting at, y'all? Yeah, like they're literally able to decide what kind of woman they get, not even based off of their looks. And that's even better. If you happen to be a handsome and or tall man and you choose to get an education, you can really get whatever you want to. But forget about being tall, forget about being handsome. Just by getting an education and bettering your own life, you significantly increase the options that you have. Like, I literally cannot feel sorry for you, because it's like you don't have to put in any effort. You don't have to try. You just get everything handed to you. Like, easy for you. Like, I think about for myself, I'm living inside of my own place. I live in a better place than 99% of the people that I'm dating. And I make more money than a lot of them too. And with that said, it's like, all right, well, from my perspective, no real change. Dating is easier for me because I'm viewed as attractive. It doesn't have shit to do where I'm living, with the money that I have, the degree that I have. It doesn't mean anything. But for a man, you can get whoever you want to based off of that. It don't matter how much money I have. There will always be a man that will look at me and be like, you the ugliest bitch I've ever seen. So, yeah, women aren't. Yeah, my light. Hold on. I might have to move to the other side. But where was I? Men are often face things as women. Like back in the day, women are neither gentlemen provide. Yeah, I completely agree. So it's like it's so much talk about like women don't do like what they used to, and the men's idea of providing, they want to think about the bare minimum level of providing. So it's like, well, I have a job, and they don't even know what the average salary is. They'll be thinking that they're making an average salary, and I'm like, sir, you're making $25,000, $30,000 a year. That is not average. Also, you're comparing things to how they were back in the day. Your average salary was average back in the 60s and 70s. That's not average anymore. It's 2022. So, they don't expect sex. Yeah, like it's all these new. Let me move because I think my light is gonna die on me. But yeah, it's like it's all this new stuff, and then don't even get me started with that because then you got the whole body count argument too. Because it's like, how are we supposed to? How are we supposed to do all of that? Like you want us, my water. You want us to have literally like a 0 body count, but then we're supposed to have sex with you on the first date. And if we don't do it, then we're being unfair and we're playing mind games with you and just everything else. And it's like, all right, well, you're not accounting for so-called modern men. Like you're not thinking about all the changes that men have gone through. So, because men don't expect the same things they used to back in the day. Beyond just not paying for a date, they expect for you to sleep with them. And if you don't, then it immediately makes them lose interest in you for starts. So, and then it amazes me, sorry, I'm moving my table. Light. It amazes me that they still have the exact same, I can explain it. Men don't realize what they're asking for contradicts what they want in a sense, because it's like in order for you to have girls that are willing to casually sleep around with you, you need women that are so-called holes, people that don't value themselves or whatever you want to call it. I'm always right here, Miss. You need women that are willing to sleep around, willing to do the stuff in order to get what you want, which is casual sex, no strings attached. But then the same women that do this stuff, you will turn around and talk trash about them for doing it. So you want girls that have experience. It's like the catch-22 that type of thing with a job. You want girls that have experience, but at the same time, you don't want to marry one that has experience, but you want to, play games with one. And then the other problem that I have too is that men act like, oh, well, that's her fault. She chose to do that. No, for a lot of girls, like we go into a relationship, I can speak for myself, and we do those things because we think it's going to secure a relationship, or forget about securing one because men will lie to you and tell you like, oh, like, I want to be, your boyfriend. I want to marry you, etc. So you let your guard down. You do stuff that you normally wouldn't have done. So I made a video on that too already, but I need my notes. That's what I forgot. Stephen Ghost. My light is still on, so maybe I should stay here until it dies. Too old to be moving back and forth. Okay, we're gonna stay here for a minute until it dies because I'm tired of moving. And then I come here and then it acts like it's flickering. Why? Okay. Off of that, what I was gonna say. Yeah. Oh my God, that's perfect about the that's exactly what happened to me. Like even recently, let me tell that story. I'm sorry, patrons, but then again, y'all should be kind of happy because I'll go into more detail on Patreon. But I literally had a situation that's exactly what you said. So, oh, thank you. But I dated a guy literally just, I think it was last month. Yeah, last month. And did I share any pictures? Oh, do y'all remember the post that I had on Instagram with the parfait? I shared it on Snapchat too. That date, y'all, it was so messy. Let me tell you about what happened. So I started talking to this guy on Pairs, and mind you, like he was not my type. He wasn't cute, but he was a nice guy, and he was bilingual. And so I was talking to him, and I think if I recall, I read inside of his profile that he was divorced. Or did it say he was divorced? No, it said that he was single, but I didn't notice. Now it dies. Okay. But I didn't notice that, what was I saying? I didn't notice that it said that he was single and had been divorced. I thought that he was just single. So yeah, he asked me to call him. And normally I always turn down calls because it's always a waste of time to me. It always ends up being somebody creepy or whatever. And so like I convinced myself, I was like, you know what? take a chance. Let me try to lift this because it feels low. I was like, take a chance. He's begging you to talk to him. It's not going to kill you. It's the worst that can happen type thing. But it was late at night, might I add, when he was asking me to do this. And so I'm thinking to myself, I mean, like, it was late. Like, it was like after 1 a.m. type of late. Why you want to sit? Okay. Let's hope that it stays. All right. Yeah, so like it was like maybe 1 a.m. or something like that, or like around midnight. And it was during the weekend. So it was like Friday night or something like that. And so I was talking to him on Paris, like the eHarmony of Japan, basically, serious dating app. And he asked me if he could call me. And so we were planning to have a date. And so I initially told him, I was like, I don't like talking on the phone. He's like, oh, please, just for a minute. I just want to hear your voice. And so I normally try to, do this because I understand from the guy's perspective, there are a ton of scams, especially here in Japan. And I talked about this a little bit in my video about men like having that double standard where they don't, with that girl who they exposed her name. And it made me so mad that not only did the Japanese media do it, but Japan Today did. And I know Japan Today is a Japanese media outlet, but a lot of their staff is American and other, Westerners, foreigners. So I would think that they would know better than to write an article like that because they really, they did her bogus. I don't care if she was a gold digger. Why are we highlighting the fact that she stole the money instead of the fact this old ass man was grooming a high school girl? Because if they had known each other for 3 years, that put that girl at like 17 or 16 years old. And that's just what he's willing to admit. We have no idea how long they've been around each other. And it reminded me of another, I can't even say that word, but yes, agreed. And so, it reminded me of another story that I think I talked about a little bit, or at least I saw, where there was a Japanese couple where they were picking up this high school girl to have like threesomes and stuff with her on a regular basis. I think she was like 14, 15 years old. And the wife got jealous at some point and asked for her husband to end that girl's life. And he did it for her. And I think this happened in Osaka last year. And so I'm just thinking like, why are we highlighting the fact that this girl was willingly going out with them and having threesomes instead of thinking to ourselves, why is an old ass man in his fucking 50s or however old he was and his wife luring an underage girl, and they're probably bribing her with money more than likely, picking her up from, imagine how the parents must have felt when they found out their daughter was dead, because they probably had no idea that their daughter was doing that type of mess. And it reminded me of myself, but thankfully I never got into that situation. But what was I going to say? I'm old, y'all. Oh, I was talking about Paris. So yeah, I agreed to talk to him on the phone, and we were talking, and like, I was asking him about his, history, his personal life, because obviously I want to get to know him before I have a, actual date with him. He seemed nice. We had a good conversation. And so then I asked him, just to verify if he was single. And he told me that he was. And so then I asked him, something told me, was like, ask him if he's been divorced before. It's like, have you been divorced before? Or do you have children? And so he kind of hesitated, and he was like, yes, I'm divorced, but I don't have any kids. So he gave me like a whole, like, long ass story and explained, of course, like all Japanese men, it was the woman's fault. He was totally innocent. He didn't do anything wrong, of course. And so he told me that they married when they were young. I think he said they were like 23 or something like that. Young. And so he said it only lasted for a few months, and that he had met her through a mutual friend. They both were friends with the same, group of people, whatever. And that's how he met her. And that according to him, what did they say? He said that she was cheating on him. And so after just a few months, ended up getting a divorce. You sure it wasn't you? So I bought his story, and I felt kind of bad for him. I'm like, oh, like, really? Like, whatever. And so I'm not going to lie. I don't care why you got divorced. to me, anytime that a man tells me that he's divorced, I'm sorry, I got to keep it real. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I instantly become biased, and I'm going to side with the woman. Because I'm thinking to myself, why did you really? Because men don't tell the truth about it. And don't get me wrong, women can lie too. I'm not a supporter. Girls are going to hate me for it. I'm keeping it real. I'm not a supporter of believing people because of their race or because of their gender. I'm not going to not believe you because of those things. But that becomes a fallacious argument, my favorite word, because anybody can lie. I can lie to you. You shouldn't believe me just because I'm Black and or I'm a woman. And in this case, I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, seems a little bit sketchy. I don't know you yet, so I'm not going to say that you're lying. I'm just kind of like, there's a possibility. I want to hear the other side, basically. especially since whenever you ask men, they never tell the other side. They just paint themselves as being this victim, like, oh, my wife was such a whore, she cheated on me. But they don't have anything bad to say about themselves. They'll give no critique on what they could have done wrong in the relationship. It never happens. So anyway, didn't really care about that. He was like, oh, like, I want to, go out for yakiniku. And so I made it clear to him that and my profile says it too, but I made it clear to him, like, I'm not looking to, sleep around. I'm not, having sex with you. He's like, oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. I really want to get to know you. I want to be your boyfriend, etc. So I'm like, okay. And so sure enough, as the conversation carries on, it's like 3 a.m. now. He starts talking to me about sex. And I'm like, this is my red flag. Let's end this conversation. And she's like, no. I was just asking you what you like. I'm not trying to have sex with you. And I'm like, you're clearly in your horny hour. I don't want to meet you anymore. I'm going to do you a favor because I'm not going to fuck you. So then I stupidly accepted his apology, let it go. We eventually got off the phone and the date went as planned. Supposed to meet him like the next day. So I go to Shinjuku Station. And was it at Shinjuku Station? I got to try to think back to this. Man, that's so long ago. I can't remember because I've literally been on so many dates for barbecue. I can't remember anymore. Was it Shinjuku? Yes, it was. I remember now because we walked. Did we? Yes, we walked. I met him at Shinjuku Station and ended up being late. I have no idea. Oh, now I remember. It was during Golden Week. It was so busy at Shinjuku Station for the first time. I didn't even know this was possible. There were so many people there. My phone lost signal, so I couldn't contact him. And I was trying to tell him, like, look, I'm here, but my phone, like, the message just isn't going through. And so eventually I was able to meet up with him. And of course, as always, yeah, this whole stuff's like, oh my God, you're so cute, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I heard this like a million times. So I'm trying to be phony. I'm like, eh. And I'm not going to lie, when I met him, I was thinking, like, wish I could say the same thing about you. I was hot. Not hot as in my looks, talking about physically, like I'm hot. I get hot very, very easily. Like I actually have my AC like on 16 degrees right now, Celsius for my Americans, because I am, I literally sweat all the time. And that's what I hate. Because like, see this jacket, for example, this is too sexy for Japan, even though it's just my arm and the top part of my back out. And of course this can be zipped up, but it's a fucking hoodie. But this is like whole attire. So I still wear it outside anyway. But what was I going to say? Yeah. So I was thinking to myself, like, I'm not going to lie. I already know that I don't want to be serious with you at this point. But I'm not going to go home. And plus, like, he might be a nice guy. I might change my mind. Because, like, even for actually both of the men that I was engaged to before, I didn't like either of them when I first met them. I felt the same way. I was like, oh, my God, I feel catfished. But I ended up liking them. And I obviously wanted to marry them. So I was trying to give them a chance. But I was thinking, like, it's too much going on. He's a little fat. He's short. And his salary was good. Like he made 100,000. But like here in Tokyo, like 100,000 ain't not, like 100,000 here is like 100,000 in like New York or even Chicago, but especially like New York. Like it doesn't hold that same weight. Like 100,000 is a lot when you live in the South or like in Nowheresville, Indiana or something. But like you live in a major city, like 100,000. I mean, it's more than what I'm making. Like I ain't trying to hate. I'm just saying like it ain't all that special. But shoot, I'm gonna be on my way there. I haven't worked a normal job in a few months. We're gonna talk about that stuff later. So anyway, yeah, we meet up and he has no idea where he wants to go. And it kind of pissed me off. And this was my learning lesson. I changed the way that I date after this date, might I also add. We ended up walking around and he wanted to go to a place in Kabukicho. And I normally don't accept dates there. I always say no. And I did it this day too, because I know that trick. Anytime, and this includes where I live too, because see, people normally want to date me in Shibuya because they know I live in Shibuya City. And so they think that I'm stupid because if they date me near where I live, there's two choices. One, Shibuya, what is it called? Shibuya Hills or whatever. They literally have the largest area, allegedly, of love hotels. It's a whole area of the worst love hotels in all of Japan, might I also add. They are all dirty, roach infested, full of drunkards, escorts, as well as sex trafficking, which somebody wants to talk about that stuff. I shouldn't be saying this. They're about to demonetize my video, but whatever, I said it. There we go. I don't like going there. I've had no good experiences there back in my day. In fact, I haven't even been to a love hotel. Have I? No, I went that one time, but that wasn't a love hotel. That was a normal hotel, wasn't it? No, I think that was a love hotel, but I ain't fuck nobody in there. Okay, damn. So anyway, I know what they're trying to do. They think that either we're going to go to a hotel or I'm going to be like, oh, you can come back to my place and blow my back out. But that's not going to happen. So I always say, nope, I don't want to meet here. And then I just thought, it's like, why would I want you to know where I live? If I meet you near where I live, you're going to see me walk my black ass back to my home. And let's just keep it real. How many times do you see a black girl in the middle of Japan? Not very often. You could be 10 miles away from me and spot me out in the crowd. I stand out. And so I'm like, why would I want you to know where I live exactly? So whatever. I always tell people that should share my business. I always tell people I want to meet them in Shinjuku, always, because it's not too far away from me. And it's such a big place with so many train lines, I can trip you up. And I've done that before. I've literally gone on dates with people and the date didn't go good. And I literally will take a different train than what I normally take and purposefully go in the wrong direction to throw you off. I've had people walk me to the wrong train gate so that they will think that, oh, the date went fine. And then I'm going back to my home. And I'm like, you just know where I live at. And as soon as they, leave and I can't see them anymore, I go back to the ticket agent. Oh, I'm sorry. I went to the wrong gate. I needed to go to Fukutoshi line. I leave. I do the same thing. But anyway, yeah. So we're walking around and he finds this dirty ass place in a red light district, Kabukicho, which FYI, that's where all of the love hotels are. And that's where all the host clubs are. And so if you're walking around there, people immediately think that you're an escort for starts. And secondly, they know, especially when they see a foreigner there with a Japanese person, oh, y'all finna, get it in. And so everybody's just staring at you. And so this is during the daytime, okay? So it made me a little bit more trusting, but men will still pay for love hotels in the daytime. Don't think because you're having a lunch date that it's not going to turn into anything. And this also made me stop accepting lunch dates too. And so to get into that quickly, lunch dates are the cheapest dates you can do here in Japan, like even more cheap than they are in the US. So for example, a yakiniku restaurant will charge somewhere between about $15, it can be even as low as $12. So I'll just say on average, about $15 to about $30 max. But if you go out for yakiniku for dinner, and especially at a nice place, you're looking at a minimum of about $100 to $200 per person. So obviously, why would I choose the lunch date? Not to mention they normally serve you like a lower quality of meat, and they give you like a large portion of rice and a old nasty salad. It just doesn't taste good. And if you're wondering, oh, like, why do you care? I talked about this before. Men will spend money on what they want. And if you're not willing to take me out to a decent restaurant, it ain't got to be $200 for, the meal. Why would I want to date you when I have literally tons of other options of men? I literally have men that are still replying to my old story that I gave on Instagram. I pinned it as a highlight, telling people that if they want to date me, they need to send me their resume. I literally had 2 guys just yesterday send me their resume. Like, they sent me a picture of themselves, sent me their age, their height, what they have a degree in, everything. Like, why would I go on a date with you? Like, just think about it. I'm not going to beg you for that. I'm not even going to tell you what I want. I have listed what I want inside my profile. If you play dumb with me and be like, oh, like, where do you want to go? Or is this I'm not going to waste my time and explain, oh, I want you to take me to this super expensive place. Like, for example, the date that I just showed on Instagram, that is the most expensive one I've ever been on. That man dropped over $300 on me. I didn't even ask to go there. In fact, the message was actually kind of cute. He started off the conversation and he immediately went into going into, having a date. In fact, he just messaged me before this live stream started, asking me what I wanted to do. And he asked me that a few days ago. And then I tried to ask him back, what did he want to do? And then he messaged me and he was like, nope, we ain't having that. I want you to tell me what you want to do. He's like, oh, I want to go anywhere with a beautiful woman. I'm not even capping. I'm going to share the screenshot on Instagram later. But what was I about to say? Yeah, so I'm like, why would I waste my time doing that? Plus, when it comes out of my mouth, I sound more like a gold digger or a bitch if I say, oh, I want to go to this 5-star restaurant, spend $500 on me. That sounds bad. I'd rather just put inside my profile, and it's mixed in with other stuff so it don't look too bad. But the ones who are serious, which most people have now gotten the hint, they will immediately start off the conversation talking about yakiniku. So literally on my Tinder profile, I have listed that, I want to go on a date. And I don't say, take me out to yakiniku. I just list that yakiniku is my favorite food. And it's the only food that I have listed. And so now that that's done, I don't have it that way on pairs though, but I do, talk about how that is my favorite food within my communities. Now people know immediately. There's no, oh, do you want to go out for sushi or ramen? Which that sounds great as an American. But in Japan, that's ugly whole food. And I've been the ugly hoe, okay? Like, I'm speaking from personal experience. When you have guys that ask you like to go out for sushi, they're trying to save money because it's only like $1 to $2 per plate. And you can't eat that much sushi. It's filling. So for them, it's a quick, easy meal. If they decide they don't like you or don't want to F you, they can easily dip. And on top of that, even if they have to pay the whole bill, that bill is not going to exceed $40 because there's no way you can eat that much, sushi. I can't eat that. I love to eat. Love to eat. I can eat more than 4 grown men. And with that said, I don't think I've ever eaten more than 10 plates. And that might even be more than what I've actually had. You literally have to force yourself to eat that food. It's very filling. And so same thing goes with ramen. I used to not be able to finish a bowl of ramen when I first came to Japan. It was too much pasta. I'm not used to eating that much, noodles. And same thing goes with, rice, etc. Now I can. But even now, you literally walk out there feeling like a glutton. It's way too much food. And so for the men, it's the best of both worlds because they like ramen, they like sushi, and it's cheap food. So, yeah, why? It's so weird the comments they choose to hide. Like, you just put emojis and they hit it. But, but yeah, what was I going to say? Damn, where was I? So, yeah, we get there and I'm like, no, I don't want to go there. And I didn't explain why. But I was kind of pissed off because I'm like, it's hot. You didn't even have a place in mind. And you knew we were going to have this date for a whole fucking week. And then I got mad at myself. Excuse me, y'all. I got mad at myself because I'm like, this is why I wanted to ask you where we're going. And I normally don't like asking that. I just accept, when they say, oh, let's go on a date. Can you meet at this place? Let's have whatever meal. I never try to see what's the exact restaurant because we're not going to meet at the exact restaurant. We're going to meet at the train station. And FYI, ladies, never meet him at the restaurant. Always meet at the train station because if you choose to change your mind, it's less awkward, weird, and embarrassing. And on top of that, you can get a better feel of the guy. And you don't have to worry about looking stupid and being stood up. Should you go inside the restaurant and be sitting there all dumb and waiting for a man to come that never shows up, or you could show up and be like, oh, never mind. I had that happen to a friend of mine. But, well, he showed up and decided he didn't like her. And he actually left her with a bill. I was like, wow, we ain't gonna get into that. And really, I should say associate, because she wasn't really my friend, but a friend of a friend. But I would never. I would be so humiliated and embarrassed. I felt firsthand embarrassment when I lived in Osaka. I went on a date with a guy, made a video on that, where he tried to have me pay for the change at an already cheap restaurant. And I had the audacity to ask me to F him afterwards. And I'm thinking to myself, you threw me off just for the fact that you asked me to come up with the change for it. I didn't even choose anything. You ordered everything on your own. And it wasn't even filling. The food tasted like shit. You got the nerve to ask me. And that's their way of just trying to make it feel. They want to feel like they didn't get cheated and played. No matter how little the money is, they don't like the idea of, I got this girl a free meal and I got nothing in return for it. And even for the ones that are going to get something in return, they'll pretend like they don't have enough money. I don't have change. They'll make up any type of crap excuse. So anyway, back to this guy. We end up walking around more. And so every place that we find, it's dirty. It looks sketchy. And this is my rule of thumb. And you really want to use this here in Japan. I hate to say this because I know Japan has this image of being all clean and whatnot. But trust me, I've been here for nearly 6 years. I speak from personal experience. If a restaurant is located in the cut, and you don't see a lot of people there, you are being served old ass food. You are not getting food from a clean environment. And the taste is probably garbage too. And even if it tastes good, you should be concerned. How old is this food? Do they have roaches and rats? Because there's a high chance that they do. I've also worked retail here in Japan. I worked in a kitchen before, twice. I speak from experience. They have roaches. They have rats. And in Japan, it's not like how it is in the US where you think, okay, well, I can report them, leave a comment, and it's going to get them shut down. No, roaches are like ants here. In fact, speaking of which, while thankfully I haven't had one in my house, there is a gigantic, huge Snickers candy bar size roach on my balcony right now. And I'm living in a luxury apartment. I don't even know how it got there. It's dead. It was already dead when I saw it. And it scared the shit out of me because all I could think to myself is, when I lived in Osaka, I was living in a place that was a luxury apartment too, but it was on a lower floor. I was 6 floors under where I am right now. Never saw a bug anywhere near my balcony. I don't know where it came from. And these are not the little itty bitty roaches that we have in the US. They are huge roaches, giant. And the scary part is, why is it already dead? Where the fuck did it come from? So I'm too scared to remove it though. I almost feel like letting a man come to my house just so he can remove that bug for me. Because like my phobia is so bad, I can't even remove dead bugs. I literally stained my wall in my kitchen because I let a spider in from outside when I picked up my food from Uber Eats, being a fat ass. And I couldn't like just kill the spider. And spiders in Japan jump. They don't just like crawl like how they do in the US. They jump around. That spider, it scared the shit out of me. Because for starters, I had never had a bug inside of my house. And I was so dumb because I saw it outside. But I told myself, I was like, that couldn't have been a spider. It must just be dirt. Because when I grabbed my food, I saw there was a little like black dot on my like doorway entrance. And I was like, that can't be a bug. And so I just shut my door. Well, little did I know that spider got in while I was grabbing my food. And when I came out from the bathroom, because I washed my hands, all I saw was this black dot on my wall. And I'm like, is that dirt? And I have OCD, people. So like my place does get a little bit messy because I ain't gonna lie to you. I had to clean my house yesterday before I did this live stream. But I never let my place get like super messy, and it doesn't stay that way for a long time. I lived inside of a house with a hoarder, which is part of why I have the problem that I do right now, because I fear conditions like that. But I literally had to like weasel my way around because, you know, my hallways, they're thin. I live in Japan. And figure out how am I going to kill this? Because I don't want to use my shoes to kill it. And then I was like, oh my God, I want it to splat in the wall. Because I stayed at a share house when I first came back to Tokyo. And I talked about this on Patreon, I think. But I've never seen this until I came to Japan. I never thought about it, but bugs have blood. I killed a bug inside of my share house room, and it left blood on the wall. And I was like, oh my God, like, it just freaked me out so much. I was like, I want my dad. So anyway, I was like, all right, I don't want to smash it. I just want to like drown it and kill it with something. So I got my like multi-purpose like lemon spray. But when I went to go spray it, it had like legitimate like spider reflexes. It jumped backwards onto my toaster oven. And I almost had a heart attack because all I could do was think to myself, what if it had jumped on me? I freaked out, and I wasted like the whole damn bottle on my oven. And I looked and I'm like, where did it go? I don't see it. I looked all over the side of my oven, my fridge, everywhere, and it was gone. I had to shut my like door here to like close off my kitchen space. I stuffed a towel under my door because it was late at night. And I'm like, I want to go to bed, but I'm afraid it's gonna like crawl on me in my sleep. I sleep on a futon. And so I was like just freaking out, like, please do not come inside my room. I'm afraid of like breathing it in or something. So anyway, I I got lucky, and the next day I found it. It was on the side of my refrigerator, and so I was able to spray it just in time. But then it was still alive, so I had to spray it down on the floor more. And then like after it died, I was too afraid to like even pick up the dead body. So like I took all of my fat ass napkins from Uber Eats and I dumped them on the floor to cover the bug. And I literally up until yesterday, even although I had picked up the bug, like I think a day or two after I had killed it, it wasn't until yesterday that I finally like got the courage to mop that spot on the floor, because I literally was avoiding stepping in that spot on the floor. Like, you know how kids play like the floor is lava? I was playing the floor is lava with a dirty lemon spot on my floor from that lemon spray cleaner. I was literally like consciously making sure that I stepped over that area, even although the bug was gone, even although I, picked up the tissue. I got a store bag. I used a plastic store bag, and I used it to pick up the napkins, and I threw it away. And I was wearing gloves too. Like, I'm that crazy, y'all. And then it was hard for me, but I had to take out the trash. And like, it just made me feel so grossed out, like being inside the elevator with the dead body. Like, ew. I know, like, dead body. Like, for me, it was a dead body, okay? But anyway, yeah, my point was I did all of that. And the spray that I used to try to get it on the wall, because I waited so long, my wall like now has a permanent yellow stain spot. So now when I move out, I'm going to have to pay for that shit, which sucks, because in Japan, they use like these, even with this expensive, overpriced apartment, this wall has like, I can't really explain. It's almost like a popcorn stitch type of wallpaper crap. And all they're going to do is tear this crap off and put new ones on. But they're going to use it as an excuse to deduct my, I forgot what you can call the little fee thing that you pay, your deposit. So yeah. Anyway, long story short, this is the reason why I need a husband, because I cannot handle bugs. And this is why I'm willing to pay more money in rent. It's not to show off and be like, oh, I got a nice place. I can't handle insects. I can't. And if you follow me on Snapchat, I showed y'all, there was a bug like the size of my hand that was tap dancing on my, my door right here. And it was not going to move. It was windy outside, and I think that it was finding it easy to hold on to like the screen door there. So yeah, like it just scared me so much. And so I've dealt with having roaches here in Japan in my first apartment, and I could have made a horror movie, y'all, like a Japanese horror movie, because at that time I was on the verge of being homeless. I was at like my lowest point ever in Japan. I literally barely had an apartment to call like my own place. I had like a huge infestation of roaches. I had no electricity. There was no water, no gas. I had no washing machine. This is disgusting and y'all are gonna kill me for it, but I'm gonna keep it real. It was so bad, and I was so afraid to go in certain parts of my house. I shouldn't be sharing this. I'm sorry. I wasn't using my toilet anymore. And so when I wasn't able to like go to like McDonald's or the mall, I used a plastic bag to pee in. I'm not kidding. I literally was using my living space and I just squat and peed inside of trash bags. It was that bad. And I had no lights. So I'm doing this in the dark. This is not even funny, but it's the truth. And there's enough time behind me where I can laugh about this. But yeah, like I am terrified of bugs, like really, really terrified. I had my landlord at my place in Kobe remove a dead bug for me, because after I had moved out of that place in Osaka and I moved to Kobe, I ended up transporting either that or a roach got inside my place. I didn't know how. I ended up transporting somehow a dead roach inside of one of my notebooks. And it was a big dead roach that had apparently been smashed inside of there. And I literally had to like call my landlord and ask him if he could remove it. And he laughed at me. He came over. He was really nice. I was friends with him. He came over. He was like, this little bug. And he literally, oh my God, I'm like thinking about it. He picked it up by the antennas. He picked it up by the antennas and just threw it out the window. And I was like, why would you do that? Oh my gosh, gross. I see nasty situations like this make me feel like this is why I need a vibrator, and I don't want no man fingering me or touching me in any type of way, because you don't know where their hands been. You got men drinking piss out of girls' pussies and whatnot and playing with bugs. I don't even know what's worse, that situation, or I had another embarrassing moment where there was a beetle. Oh, it was in Ikebukuro. I used to hang out there all the time. I'm probably going to go there today. I shouldn't be telling y'all that. But yeah, I used to hang out there, and I was just sitting down minding my business, and I felt something like stick to my face. I felt like I got slapped, and I thought that somebody threw something at me. And so I was trying to play it off and pretend like I didn't notice, because I didn't know what it was or where it came from. But I was wondering, like, why does my face still like feel like there's something on it? Like it hurts almost. And then like I saw like something moving towards me, like towards my eye. And I'm like, there's a bug on me. I freaked out so much. I'm surprised I didn't scream. But that's because like that's my social anxiety coming into play. Because while I want to scream, I don't do it because I don't want the attention of screaming. But at the same time, I'm screaming mentally on the inside. I feel sorry for anybody that saw me, because all you saw was this black girl in the middle of the night. And this is in a very busy place. If you live in Tokyo, you know what I'm talking about. Ikebukuro is one of the busiest stations in the world. I think it's second to Shinjuku Station. It's somewhere up there. But anyway, all you saw was me smacking my face to get whatever that was off of me. I had no mirror. I couldn't see what I was hitting. And then all I saw was this big thing on the ground. And beetles in Japan are huge. They're these huge black beetles. In fact, they're actually worth money if you could find ones that are large enough in size. And it actually pissed me off. That's how I learned that. A guy that I was dating at the time, this is before Shogo, when I told him that story, he died laughing. He was like, oh, like my father actually collects them. Like you should have, traded it in or whatever. They'll give you money for it, which they do. If it's a beetle of a certain size or something like that, they'll actually you can get a lot of money from trading in these beetles. But I have a fear of bugs. I don't care if it's worth $1 million. So, and he mentioned it to me also. Oh, that's why he was telling me the story. I was going to his place, and there was a huge beetle outside of his door. He was like shooing it away from me because, I was afraid of bugs. And then I told him that was the same type of bug that got on my face. He was like, on your face? I was like, yeah. But that got me all sidetracked. Anyway, like I was saying, I don't tell people where I live at. You can know what city I live in because Shibuya is big. Like, you don't know where in Shibuya I live. I mean, if you live in Japan, you do. But you get what I'm saying. I'm not going to tell somebody from these apps and these sites, they don't know where I live. And I stopped putting my Instagram and my Tinder account in pairs. So now I can be a hoe in secret. You ain't going to know how many people I went on a date with. It's none of your business. Not y'all, but the guys. So yeah, we were walking around and I was getting irritated because, I'm hot and I'm black. I'm going to keep it real. Black people don't do good in the heat. I don't know if it's because of slavery and the white in me got, diluted my tolerance for heat, but I can't handle heat. Heat makes me angry. So much so that I have a little like pocket fan I told you guys about before. My ex gave that to me because he knew I had anger problems when it got hot. If it got hot, I turned into like a spoiled kid and I got angry. And like everything would be irritating to me. So like for example, we were like walking and we were going to like Sun Tower or whatever in Osaka, and I got so mad at him because it was closed. And I almost stabbed him, y'all. I was like, we walked all the way here. And then like he was like, oh, like, do you want to get something to drink? And then I got mad because the line for Starbucks was too long, like just everything. And then like after like he bought me the fan, I was like, man, I am kind of a bitch, ain't I? I wasn't trying to be okay. I was hot. They're used to dealing with this, all right? I know I'm black and you would think like, you're black. Like, are you built for the heat? I don't know what happened to me. I'm not anymore. I hate the heat. I sweat in the wintertime here. I can wear this in the wintertime and I will be just fine. Like that does not work for me. But yeah, like I don't know why. Like it just happens. Like even when I try my best to like calm down, I feel like it's a mixture of things because I know that by me sweating, I'm ruining my makeup, I'm ruining my hair, and then you just feel nasty. And then like you get sweat stains, so you like it just stops from feeling like feminine. It ruins my mood entirely. I would rather be shaking and freezing cold because at least I look cute than be all hot and sweaty and nasty. Because it just brings out the anger in me, especially when you're hot and sweaty and the person next to you, my ex, isn't hot and they're just completely calm. So, but yeah, I was a bitch for that, and I feel bad for that. And I did apologize to him, but yeah, at least I'm being honest. I'm owning it. But anyway, we walked around for a bit, and so he even said himself, he was like, oh, like, is this place too dirty? And I was like, well, I don't want to say it, but you said it, because I was trying not to be rude, because Japanese people, they take so much pride in their country to the point where it's unnecessary. I literally had a guy decide that he didn't want to go on a second date with me because I offended him by talking about how the place that we went at had roaches, and I was grossed out by it. He got upset and literally had like an America versus Japan argument. And I'm thinking to myself, like, first of all, you're lying to yourself because in restaurants like that exist in the US, if they get reported, they get shut down, at least until they fix it. He gave me a whole story about how, well, I stayed in New York before and they have roaches in restaurants. It's like, I did too. And you want to know what? Like how I just said, nobody is going to sit in a fucking family restaurant like Denny's in New York and say, oh, it's just a roach and continue eating their food. We don't pick roaches out of our food and keep eating. I've literally gone to bars here. I've gone to family restaurants. And at this place, it was one of my favorite cheap restaurants. How do you say it? Otsuyo or whatever? One of the most well-known cheap Japanese style family restaurants. And I didn't know that they had roaches. I love the food. It was my first time actually having, I think it was like their little sardine or whatever thing, their charcoal sardine, whatever fish. It's so good. And I was happy with the meal. And when we left the restaurant, I forgot what was wrong. I think I like slipped on the rug or something a little bit. And he went to go like fix the rug for the store. And all you saw was literally a whole household full of roaches come swarming from underneath the rug. And I got so grossed out. I was angry. I was like, we ate there? And he didn't seem fazed by it. Mind you, this was during my first year in Japan. I hadn't even been here for a year yet, so I didn't know that this was normal. I'm grossed out. I'm thinking like, we need to report this shit. And he was super offended at my reaction to it. And he went in and talked about, well, America has this problem. And I hate people to try to deflect stuff. And I'm like, I'm not insulting your country. I'm insulting the restaurant and not even the chain. Just the fact that it's dirty. There's plenty of dirty places in Chicago. I'm not going to sit over there and defend it, but I'll also be real with you. If it ever gets out that a place has bugs or whatever, they will get shut down. And unlike here in Japan, when places do have bugs, rats, or whatever, it's hidden. You know a restaurant is dirty, coming from somebody who used to work in a restaurant, when they don't even bother to make it look clean to people on the outside. Because if they're not worried about what the customers think about the place, why the fuck do they care about what's going on in the kitchen? You're not going to see what's happening back there. This ain't Starbucks. Even Starbucks. When I worked at Starbucks, I was a barista. When I was like, was I 17 years old? My coworkers who are my age now, when they were working with me, if they got mad at a customer, they would serve your food and drink using dirty materials. They would use expired whipped cream, little petty crap like that. Now I understand it. But like, you see what I'm saying? So don't think that because you see what's going on, retail workers ain't going to screw you over. Like, you make people upset, they'll do some pretty messed up stuff to your food. I ain't one of them because I believe you reap what you sow, and I don't want you messing with me. But people need to be careful how they talk. So like, I wasn't gonna go in there and like storm off on them and be like, how dare y'all serve me fried roaches? I wasn't gonna say that. But I'm just thinking like, can you like call them and let them know like y'all got an infestation? Sorry, I mean, that's the entrance of the place has roaches. I have no idea what was inside the restaurant. And mind you, these family restaurants, of course, they're always dimly lit, so you can't really see. Went on a date with this guy to a bar, and mind you, there was no other customers in there. Now you know why. It was inside of a train station, y'all. We are sitting and eating cheap garbage yakitori. In fact, that guy who I went on a date with, he's actually simping for me on Instagram. He's been following me for years, and he stupidly reached out to me and told me that he's single now. And I'm like, you missed your chance, and I was insecure and dumb enough to date a fucking comedian that doesn't even have a fucking full-time job. You're ugly, and you're short, and you stupidly turned me down. Now you realize, oh, I made a really big mistake. I don't want your goofy ass. But anyway, I went on a date with him, and what happened? Yeah, we were sitting and eating our food at the table, and suddenly a roach just came and crawling by, and I freaked out. And so he was like, do you want to move? So he asked the waiter if we could move, and the waiter seemed irritated. And I'm like, it's a bar. This is not a family sit-down restaurant where you got to like, bust tables and shit like that. You're going to pick up one plate and one fucking drink. That's it. And there's no customers in here. Why are you irritable? And then, of course, as soon as we were done eating, another thing that doesn't normally happen in the U.S., have to get used to here in Japan, it's actually pretty common for restaurants to kick you out. You can't just sit around and enjoy the ambience, even if there's no customers. So don't get me wrong. I understand in the U.S., like if a place is busy, nobody wants people just sitting at the tables wasting space. But in Japan, there's no tip system. So it doesn't matter if somebody's sitting at a table. It's not stopping you from making money. And two, you don't have any other customers because your shit sucks. And with that said, you should be glad that we're seat fillers for your restaurant so that other unsuspecting people can be victims of your nasty food too, instead of you trying to kick everybody out. But whatever. Anyway, what was I going to say? So we walk around for a bit, and then like we finally find a place, and I only agreed to it because it was in the Koreatown area, and it was, yakiniku is Korean food. It's Japan's take on it. But anyway, we went to this Korean style yakiniku restaurant. So it was literally like a K-pop theme going on inside there. The place was like dimly lit. It was a blacked out place, which kind of didn't make me feel comfortable. And they had like big screen TVs, just excuse me, playing K-pop music. And the only reason why, oh my God, my voice. Sorry, yeah. The only reason why I was okay with it was because when I went there was a line, and that's always a good sign. When there's a line, the food is normally going to be good, or at least the place is not going to be serving you old and expired stuff because they have so many customers. They can't even keep old inventory. They're running out of food. So there was a bunch of salarymen, fine-ass salarymen lined up, and I was thinking to myself, like, man, why can't I be on a date with one of these men? But anyway, yeah, was it on a weekday when I had that date? No, it was on a Saturday, but I guess these people just worked on Saturday or whatever. Some guys do. So yeah, we went there, and when we got inside, I saw, I was like, okay, like it's not as nice as I thought it was going to be, but it's whatever. The food was mediocre. Like it wasn't good food. It was cheap, but I've definitely had cheaper. And so we were talking just as usual and normal conversation, pretend like he was interested in me and act like he wanted to spend the whole day with me. Oh, y'all, that's the part that I forgot about the story. Patreon is going to get all of that detail. I'm not going to go into all of that. Long story short, the reason why we had that date to begin with was because he lied to me and told me that he had to work that day. And he told me that his plans had been canceled, that he was able to rearrange his work schedule in order to see me because he really wanted to see me. Because I think he initially wanted to see me for a short period of time earlier in the day. And I told him, no, because I'm not stupid. If you're trying to see me for a few hours in the early evening, but you have to go by like 5 or 6, that means you have another date with another girl that you more than likely like more than me. I'm not giving you the best of both worlds. No, you want to date me? You make your whole day for just me. Or I at least get your evening. That's the best time slot. You're not going to have the cheap lunch meal with me and then go out with somebody else for $100 meal. If you want to do that, that's cool. But I would do you the favor, and I'm not going to be your plan B. So I'll do you the honor. I'm going to back out of it, and you can date whoever you want to. Because to be honest, just like me, whoever else dating you, she more than likely only with you because you got money. Because I certainly was. At least I'm being honest. Back on subject. So yeah, I was kind of disappointed because I'm like, I don't know why. I think it's because I'm Black. I always attract people from Osaka. I hate Osaka people. If you Japanese and watch this, I'm sorry. I don't like Osaka people, and that includes you. They are literally the Floridians of Japan. They are ghetto. They are loud. They're annoying. And foreigners love them, especially Black foreigners. They love Osaka people, but I don't. I don't like people with that type of personality. I don't like people that don't understand like their tone of voice, their volume. Like even when I would hang out with my own friends that were American, they used to piss me off too. It's like, do y'all not realize that you're talking like how I'm talking right now? Like your voice is super loud and you're on a public train. Nobody else is talking. We could be in a restaurant, it'd be completely quiet, and they'll start talking about everything from, small dicks to, just whatever. And it's like, this is not the place for that conversation, y'all. As funny as it sounds, you're embarrassing me. So they were like, really? I'm loud? In a loud voice, of course. Just everything. I remember I got on the train one time because one of my friends, the Black girl I was talking about that, I'll just say her name, Capra, that I worked with at abroad, she lived next door to me, literally. She was my next door neighbor because we were living in company housing. So she was about 4 doors down from me. And we just so happened to have left out the door around the same time, which was because I was leaving out late for once. I'm normally early. She's always late. CPT time, people. So we got in the train and she answers a phone call. And I'm like, girl, it's rush hour. It's 7 a.m. We're on a packed train. And she just talking as loud as she can. She got her headphone in. Hello? Uh-huh. All right, okay. And I'm like, damn. And I can literally see the look of annoyance and disgust on Japanese people's faces around me. So don't get me wrong. It's a double standard because they do it too. And Japanese people are crickets. You'll never hear them tell one of them to shut up. They don't roll eyes. They don't even look. Everybody will mind their own business. But let a foreigner get on that train and you could just whisper in English. You could be like, hey, are you okay? And everybody look and be all angry and shit. But if a Japanese person does it, mind their business. I've seen people making out in the train. I've seen drunk people grinding on the doors. People be sitting on the floor. Oh my God, the JR line. The JR line, especially going towards Shibuya, is the most ghetto train line in all of Japan. It is full of low-life Japanese people and teenagers. And I have never seen a Japanese person get mad in that train at anybody. But God forbid a foreigner. Don't let them, do anything on that train. They don't like hearing any other language on that train. Everything aggravates them. They're very, very sensitive to it. And they might not even confront you, but they'll be whispering and talking shit about you. So, but if a Japanese person does the same thing, crickets. Japanese girl can get in the train wearing a crop top, nobody looks. I get on a train wearing this, the guy across from me, look at that whore. Look, she doesn't care about her body being exposed. Americans are sluts. I literally have people like doing crap like that. So anyway, back to the subject. Yeah, we're eating the food, and he was talking about how he wanted to go somewhere else afterwards, and was asking where he wanted to go. And then he started getting all weird. After we were done eating, he moved across the table to sit next to me and wanted to hold my hand. And I was like, no. In fact, he wanted to hold my hand before we even got to the restaurant, and I declined it too because I'm like, I'm flattered that you like me enough to want to do that because I don't know about you, but for me, if you ugly, for any men watching this is your test to see if I'm using you or not. If you're ugly, I'm not holding your hand out in public. I'm not doing that shit. Like you could walk next to me, but we ain't holding hands. So anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, when we were on our way out, like we were done eating the food. He's sitting and talking to me, and what happened? Yeah, so my brain. Oh yeah, he wanted to hold my hand, and so I told him no, and so he was asking where I wanted to go, and so I kind of got annoyed because I'm like, I hate whenever men like try to like have you do all the choosing and everything. It's like, you're older than me. You're in your 30s. Like you've been on more dates more than likely than I have. Never mind. No, you haven't. But you know what I mean? Like you have a lot of experience. Okay. You're not new to dating. You've been married before. I'm pretty sure you have a list of places that are good to go to. You're also Japanese. You know more places than I do. You choose. And so he was like, oh, is there anything you want to do? Like, do you want to go out for dessert? And I was like, dessert. I thought about the most expensive dessert that I could think of. And it was that parfait place that I got introduced to, Sukana, Takana fruits or whatever. I learned about it from the doctor that I dated last summer. And so I was like, this dude is a fuckboy. I can feel it because he's too close. Why are you sitting next to me? You keep trying to hold my hand. You keep acting like you don't know what you want to do. And then he even suggested going to a hotel. And then like he apologized when I got upset about it. And that's when I went forward with the fruits. I was like, yeah, we're going to go get that parfait. So when we go there, before we go there, he tried to discourage me from wanting to go. He's like, oh, it's really far away. It's about, 12-minute walk. 12 minutes? I'm about almost 12 minutes walk from my train station. Like, I'm fine. My train station 8 minutes away. Okay. Like, the fuck? And so I was like, oh yeah, you're definitely an F-boy. So I go ahead with it. And when we're on our way walking there, I forgot what he said to me. He mentioned something about sex to me again. Like, not having sex, but just asking me about it. Like, what do I like? What position? Or something weird like that. I can't remember his words. I recorded the video after it happened. So Patreon, y'all know what exactly took place, because my memory is a little bit foggy. I've been on so many dates since then. But yeah, so we literally stop. And that is where, if you look at my Instagram, I shared a picture of Gigo, that Sega place. I wasn't planning to stop and take that picture. We just so happened to have stopped there because after he brought up sex, I told him I was going to go home. I was like, you know what? You seem to not be looking for the same thing as me. I'm going to do you a favor and I'll go home. And he begged me while I was standing there. I was like, you know what? While we're here, I might as well take a picture. I finally see the first place I've noticed where they actually went through with the name change. Sega is now Gigo because of the new owner. But anyway, yeah, that was that day. That was that location. And so it wasn't that day. I think I shared the photo maybe a day or two after I actually went on that date. But y'all get what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, like he like begged me. He's like, no, it's not the case. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, whatever. And so I'm like, I'm not stupid. Okay, well, go ahead. If you're that dumb, I tried to give you a chance to save your money. Let's go ahead and have, this expensive ass dessert. So we go there, and he stupidly couldn't figure out where it was. He ended up going inside the sports store or whatever. And so I don't know if he was playing it off on purpose. He probably was. And trying to purposefully, act like he couldn't find the place. But then he eventually asked staff inside the store how to get to, Takano Fruits, because it did look like it was in that location. But we needed to take a different... Japan is weird like this. We're at the same store, but you have to use a completely different escalator system. So even although we were in the basement of a building that connects, you're not allowed to use that elevator or escalator to get to that cafe. So they want you to go out and use a different one, and not even one that's designated for that place. They just don't want you to use that one for whatever reason. So whatever. Anyway, long story short, we go there and there's a wait. And so he's like, oh, there's a 30-minute wait. Like, are you sure you're still? Yeah, of course I want them. Why would I say no? I'm not paying for this shit. And parfait is like $30 a piece. So anyway, and plus I know, because again, I've worked in a restaurant before. We lied to you. In case you don't know this, maybe you've never worked retail. Whenever you go to a restaurant or even like a place like Disney World and like you're waiting for a line for a ride, they always overestimate the time. So for example, if it's really just a 15-minute wait, they're going to tell you it's a 30-minute wait or at least a 20-minute wait, because they'd rather you feel happy and be like, oh, wow, that line moved really fast, than for you to be looking at your, watch or whatever, like a Karen, and be like, I've been waiting 19 minutes or whatever. You said 15 minutes, or, it gets to exactly 20 minutes. And then, your angry ass is getting up in line and say, hey, what's taking so long? You told me 20 minutes. That's why they do that. Because it psychologically works. Even on me, even although I know the trick, because I worked retail and I worked in a restaurant, it still works for me. Because for me, it's like, oh, wow, they said 30 minutes and we're in 10 minutes. That's literally what happened. I don't even think we waited for 10 minutes. We literally sat down for like 2 seconds. And before we knew it, we were next to line to have a seat. And when we got there, it was so funny, y'all. It literally, I felt like I was like the villain inside of like some type of movie or something. I felt like the fuck boy. I felt bad. I literally saw the life in him drain. I saw him just like completely lose interest. Like his body language didn't change, but like I could just see something in him. And so I stupidly gave him another chance. I was like, what do you want to do after this? Like, you don't have to stay here if you don't want to. Like, if you want to go home, it's fine. And so I sent him a message because he's being quiet. He speaks English. And so he said to me, he read my message and he said to me, he was like, oh, well, actually, I need to go in about, I think it's like 30 minutes or whatever, because I have to do, some meeting online or whatever. The same crap excuse he gave for why he couldn't have the date with me later in the day. And so I'm thinking to myself, you told me that it was canceled. And that's the reason why you can see me today. So now suddenly you have it. I'm not dumb. And so I knew why he was saying it. He called himself upset because he knew he wasn't going to get sex out of me. And he felt like he was just wasting money. Because I forgot to mention this part. I talk about it on Patreon. But he talked about how the girls that he had been dating prior to me, how they were using him. And this is the reason why, ladies, listen up. It ain't just me being a gold digging ass whore or anything like that. Japanese girls are the biggest gold diggers you will ever meet. This is coming from another Japanese man himself. He told me himself that the girls he had previously met were using him for food. This girl, her game was next level. And she made me reconsider my plans, like I was saying. He told me that he had dated a girl who she would plan the dates herself. So she would contact him and be like, are you available on this day? And if he would say yes, she would make the reservation for him, and it would be an expensive restaurant, and he would be the one paying for it. And after she was done eating her food, she would go home. And so he said that she did this like 3 times. And then he finally asked her after, after they had the restaurant date or whatever, had their food, he asked her, can we go to a bar, just talk or whatever? And she agreed to it. And on their way there, she ghosted him and just left. And I'm like, damn, I could never do something like that. I could not sleep with myself at night. But I was thinking to myself, like, the way that y'all F-boys move, why haven't I done this? That's what I should do. I was just getting ideas. And I'm thinking, like, you kind of oversharing with me, my nigga. Like, what if I do this to you? Like, you don't know me yet. So I'm thinking in my mind, like, in one sense, I felt like I was becoming more trusting towards him, because I'm thinking, like, if you're willing to tell me about how you've been used before, etc., I would think this is a nice, honest, trusting person. Maybe he's not going to be bad to me. But nope, I was wrong. By him doing that, he was just trying to, you know what I mean? He's trying to earn your trust. It's like a scammer or something, trying to use like religion or something to make you drop your guard. And I've had that happen before recently too. I talked about it on Patreon. Well, now not recently, almost a year ago. But Bible Bay, as I called him, tried to use the fact that he was religious, because I am too. And it did make me drop my guard. And sure enough, went to a cheap ass cafe, literally had a $3, without exaggeration, y'all, $3 coffee. $3 coffee, a $3 iced coffee. And he acts like he's trying to find somewhere else to go. He said he just wants to go for a walk. And he leads me to a love hotel. And then when I told him that I didn't want to do that, he got mad at me, gaslit me, and accused me of being misleading, misleading, my voice is gone, misleading, rude, offensive, etc., and tried to make it sound like I was the crazy one. And I'm like, then it got even worse. He tried to use the excuse. He was like, you're an American girl, and I thought that Americans were whatever, and I've dated an American girl, and I have a friend that's an American, and I'm like, you're just digging a deeper and deeper hole for yourself. And it made me really angry, because I would think that he would know better than anyone to not stereotype, because he's half Korean and half Japanese. And in case you're not aware of this, there is a lot of beef in Japan between Chinese and Korean people here. And I don't even know who gets more hate. But being mixed race here, they treat you like you are whatever, the one that they don't like. So with that said, if you are half Black and half Japanese, you actually get treated a lot better than somebody like that. But you get what I'm saying? If somebody is racist, they are not going to like the fact that you are Black. That's going to be their issue. But that doesn't really happen so much, despite the fact what you see in the media, Naomi Osaka, that's not a thing, I promise you, because people normally think that I'm even mixed race. And with that said, people care more about your nationality. So when you say that you are half Korean or half Chinese or whatever, they will treat you like a Korean and or a Chinese person. They'll just use as an excuse to be racist and hateful. So obviously I'm not. I don't have anything against those people. One of my best friends, my first best friend that I had here in Japan, she was Chinese. She's from Beijing. But back on subject, yeah, I was thinking like, okay, you know about stereotypes because you were born and raised here. And you claim to be a Christian. I think you probably legitimately was. And now you're literally telling me to justify you trying to manipulate and trick me and coerce me into sleeping with you by pretending I just want to take a break and rest here. I just want to talk. There's nowhere to sit and talk in Shinjuku. Then maybe you should pay for a restaurant then, bitch. It made me so angry because I had trusted him. But back on subject. So yeah, when he said that, I was thinking like, you know what? I'm going to order the most expensive thing on this menu. And so I asked him, what did he want? And he chose the cheapest thing he could find. He chose this little tray of like mixed fruit to eat. And he told me, he was like, you don't have to rush. I'm going to pay for it. So, don't worry about it. I'm thinking like, I know I don't have to rush. I ain't going to pay for shit. I don't care if you try to dip right now. You are the one who placed the order. You came into this restaurant with me. And their cameras are going to see that. I have your line. I'm not worried about you trying to dip on a date with me. So just to be safe, I did still eat my food fast. And I ordered the second most expensive thing. Because the other most expensive thing was like a Mother's Day parfait. And it had like melons and crap inside of it that I don't like. I like strawberry. And I was like, why would I want to get that when I can get strawberries, chocolate, and caramel? So I went with, the parfait that I got inside my photo. But yeah. He literally was almost silent for like the duration of the time of me eating that. And so it was so funny because like he tried to play it off like he was okay. But then even after we had left the place, he was like, before we left the place, he was like, yeah, like, I'm really sorry that I have to go soon. Are you mad at me? Do you hate me? I'm like, no, look, it's fine. I understand. And so I told him I was going to stay in the area. And so he was like, can you come back and meet me afterward? And so I knew he was lying. That was his Japanese way of trying to ghost me and let me down easy. And I'm like, you're not hurting my feelings. I'm out of your league, my nigga. Like, I'm literally on this date for my pictures and my free fucking meal. Thank you. Mission accomplished. I got a story time out of you and a $30 parfait I would never buy myself. I don't think I've ever spent more than $20 on dessert. And the only time I spent $20 is because I went to Hard Rock Cafe and I got a nasty ass, it was really nasty, but it was not worth no $20. I got a $20 cheesecake from there back in Osaka, back when it used to be available on Uber Eats. But yeah, I'm like, I'm gonna pay no $30 for no Japanese parfait because I'm sorry, they look pretty, but Japan makes the worst dessert in the world. It is not good. It's always like, it tastes like freezer burn. So whatever. Anyway, what was I gonna say to y'all? So yeah, we got to the train station. He like walked me back, and so he acted like he was really sad, like he was trying to arrange meeting me later. And so I told him like, it's fine. And so I told him I was just gonna go home after I was done shopping around. And so I literally just walked around for a little bit and then I went home. And of course, he didn't message me when he said he was going to. I knew he wasn't going to. He messaged me late at night. Yes, freezer rain. He messaged me late at night. I think it was like, not like midnight, but like 10 or something. He said he was going to do it like a few hours ago. He messaged me telling me that he was really sorry and that the meeting went longer than he thought. How dumb do you think I am? And so I'm just buying into what he's saying. When I say buying into it, I'm just reading it. And I didn't reply back to it. And so I deleted the chat. And normally I leave it there to like have them guessing, what is she thinking? Is she angry at me? Does she hate me? And then eventually he messages me back the next day. Good morning, how are you? I delete that chat too. Day after that, he messaged me again. Are you mad at me? Can I see you again? And I just told him, I was like, I normally wouldn't waste your time telling you all of this, but I'm not stupid. I know you went on a date with somebody else. You told me you didn't have work and now you suddenly have work. And so I just let him know. I was like, I just used you for a free meal, just like the girl you were talking about. And he ain't said nothing else back to that. And so he actually stayed inside the chat. So I just deleted it myself. But that's that story. So long story short, all I got to say is I find it really funny that like guys, they will even tell you their own sob stories about being used. He told me another story about how he had dated a girl when we were on the phone. He was talking to me about how he had dated a girl, another Japanese girl, who was telling him what she wanted. Mind this man, he made good money. He's making $100,000 a year. And he doesn't live in Tokyo, might I also add, but he visits here frequently. I think he like lived in Ibaraki or something like that. So 100,000 is good money there. But anyway, yeah, he was telling me how this girl was like sending him pictures and like taking him to stores, telling him what she wanted. And she wanted an expensive handbag. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I mean, I don't do that. I'm not going to lie. Like, why would I not want a nice gift? And plus, I'm thinking, like, you don't share this with somebody that you're not really dating officially yet, because we're just talking on the phone right now. You're letting me know that you're a cheapskate for starts. This would be the equivalent to me having a phone conversation with you and telling you, yeah, like, I don't understand why men like sex so much. I mean, shouldn't it be enough to just look at me? I'm pretty. I mean, sure, he might like the fact that he finds me attractive, but men like sex. And part of their motivation for even wanting a relationship is because they expect that to be a part of it. So while, yes, he should respect you to not only be with you for that reason, you know what I mean? Like, it's just not in good taste, not a good idea to say that, in my opinion. Like, it should be self-explanatory and understood. You don't need to say that. Just keep that to yourself. Even if you want him to know that, just keep it to yourself because you're ruining your chances of getting to play this nigga. So anyway, back on subject. I was just listening to him. So I did like tell him, I was like, well, there's nothing wrong with, buying somebody a gift. Like, I think that's fine in a relationship. But of course, I think early on, obviously that's too much. I've never asked a man to buy me no expensive bag. The most expensive thing that I've ever gotten was something I didn't even ask for, that handbag. But I didn't ask him for it. My ex did that on his own. So yeah. It amazed me how bold these girls are. And it's so funny because as a foreign girl, if I were to do that to another foreign man here, they would lose their crap and they'd be like, Japanese girls are better. They're not X, Y, and Z. They're docile. They're submissive, whatever. And I'm not trying to make this an Asian versus, whatever type thing. And mind you, when I say Asian, I'm specifically talking about people that are, born and raised here in the mainland, not people that are living in the U.S., Asian Americans or Asian Europeans or anything else. But yeah, it's like, they say all of that crap, and it's like you're busy thinking that because somebody's pretending to be submissive for you that these girls are done. Asian women are some of the smartest women you ever meet. They're not stupid. They know how to play their cards. They know how to get what they want, and they will dip when they are out. And everybody's not like that, don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying this in a gold-digging sense, but I'm saying that they're not going to let you play them. So if you think that, you could just smash on these girls and do whatever you want to and live out your little yellow fever dreams or whatever, they will play you right back. So you having a fetish will not work in your favor. And now I'm doing the same thing, being here in Japan. It's like, okay, now that I'm here in Asia, I get treated more like how an Asian girl does in the US. the cards are in my favor. But even back in the US, because still dealing with white people, I don't have any problem dating outside my race, to be honest. But yeah, it's like when people try to talk to me, they think they can play me. And they think, even like with white men, they think that I'm going to be desperate and thirsty for their dick, like how a lot of the girls here are. And it's like, it doesn't work that way. I know my worth and my value. I'm sorry, but while you might find somebody that wants the free English lesson and will take a cafe date with you, why would I go out? And they're not even going to go to Starbucks. It'll be some cheap, generic, no-name, watered-down, bitter coffee shop that they'll take you to. Or they'll take you to some super cheap, sleazy bar with roaches floating in the beer. And after 2 drinks, or after every drink, I should say, they'll ask you, are you drunk yet? Are you feeling tipsy? And be rubbing their hands on your thigh and shit. And I'm sadly not exaggerating. I've had that happen before. So yes, some messed up stuff that goes on here. And so my point is, they don't realize when they're being played by Japanese girls, because they do it all softly and sweet. And they're like, oh, can you buy me whatever? And so for them, they're like, oh, these girls, they're perfect. They're wonderful. And these are the same people that you see inside the forums that be bitching and complaining about how their Japanese wife ran off with their kids, or how they have a sexless marriage now. It's so many sad stories. And I'm like, I can't even feel sorry for you, because most of these men that are like crying online now, you look back at their history, and I promise you can find them talking trash about white girls, talking trash about black women, like just anything. But then when their marriage doesn't work out, now all of a sudden you understand. So not trying to pit races against other races. I'm just saying. So in this case, it's like, I can play your game too, even easier, because I'm the foreigner here. I'm the exotic person. So if you think that you can date me to get sex out of me, you ain't finna get sex. You finna get your credit card swiped. I'm gonna scam your ass right in your face. You want a pretty girl to F? You think that because I'm an American, you can say whatever you want to me. You can do whatever you want to me. I shared a post on Patreon. A dude literally just explicitly asked me. He tried to combine the best of both worlds. He said to me, he was like, I want to go out for a yakiniku with you, whatever, and then have sex. And so normally I would just unmatch and get angry. But I was like, you know what? Let's play this game. I have a date planned with him for later, but I don't know what day I'm going to choose. He asked if I could see him next week on Saturday, but I want to save Saturday for somebody more important. But yeah, I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm about to play. Yeah, I'll go out to eat with you. And after we're done eating, I'm going to tell you, oh, my stomach's cramping. I'm on my period. Or I'm going to tell you I'm pregnant. I'm going to tell you that, my boss called me in. My husband's on his way home. I got deported. I got to leave Japan. Immigration wanted me. I'm going to tell you something, but I'm not going to fuck your ass. You play it yourself. And you might be thinking, oh, you shouldn't be on these apps or whatever. As I said before, Tinder is not made for having casual sex. Men turned it into that. And as always, women decided to go along with it and be like, oh, well, because men want to misuse the app, I guess we have to accept that's what this app is for now. It don't matter what app you use. You can use Hinge, Bumble, OkCupid, Tinder, Pairs, eHarmony. As long as there are men on that app, you are going to deal with a vast majority of the people on there trying to casually sleep with you. So, yeah, it's like, I don't even feel bad. It's like, I get my free food. Yeah, get deported. Because, like, what are you going to say to it? And you're going to be looking so mad and stupid. Because, like, that guy that asked me to pay for the change, even although I did stupidly contribute a little bit of change to it because I was younger and dumber back then, I knew better than to go to a hotel with him. I turned that down. I was like, no. And he got so mad. He wouldn't even walk me home. After I told him that I wouldn't go to the hotel with him, after he begged, he was walking with me and acted like we were going together to the train station. And then he suddenly stopped and told me that he was going to go to a bar. And he specifically said that he wanted to go drinking alone. And I was thinking like, wow. So that's how it is. If I'm not willing, and this is on the second date, mind you. So for some girls, you might have caved in and been like, okay, you already had one date with each other, which was also another cheap date. I forgot what we did for the first one. And now you've had a second one. So why not? He was tall. He was a handsome man. But I had to think to myself, why are you so pushy with the idea of sleeping with me immediately? You haven't even taken me to a nice restaurant. And so I told him after the first, I was like, maybe later. And that's why he planned a second date. And so for him, 2 dates is enough. He probably spent no more than maybe $20 on me over the course of both of those dates. And out of both of them, I didn't even eat a full meal. He literally bought like just hors d'oeuvres. It was literally like, I can't even explain it. Like, what do you call that? I can't think of the word. Appetizers, if you will. But not American style. We're talking about Japanese style. It was like literally like one piece of chicken. I'm Black. I can eat a whole bucket of chicken, okay? Like, that's not enough for me. So I'm not paying for it, so I'm not going to bitch and complain about it. And back then, This is what I'm saying for the men like, oh, you a gold digger, you a bitch. No, I've experienced being the nice girl on the other end that was modest and humble, that thought she was ugly and fat, and was like, I don't want to ask for anything. I'm just grateful that you're going to go on a date with me. You want to go to McDonald's? Okay, yes, that's fine. I wouldn't say shit. You could take me out and we don't even get food or drink. I went on a date to the park with a man, a ugly, broke, short man. Park. Went for a 10-minute walk and he asked to go to a hotel with me. The disrespect. If you're going to waste my time, I'm finna get fed. That's all I got to say. Men don't feel guilty about lying and saying they want to be your boyfriend and just trying to F you and dipping. But I should feel bad because I got a free meal out of it. You should be grateful that you had a bad bitch sitting at your table making the other hoes jealous. That's all I got to say to that. I don't feel guilty. In fact, the crazy thing is, if you weren't busy being an F-boy, you would have gotten to have sex with me too. And that's what I don't get about men. I said this in my last live stream, I think, as well. But it's like, if you just play your part and pretend like you're not a fuckboy, you can literally get the most attractive women to buy you stuff, to have the best sex with you. But if you immediately decide, I'm going to trick this girl, use her, play her, and then dump her to the side and move on to the next one, for starters, you're going to run out of girls to play that game with. And secondly, men always complain about not having access, a lack of sex. But when y'all have the opportunity to have women that would do anything for you, including die for you, you treat them like trash, play them, don't want to commit to them, and you want to have sex with 50 other different girls. Why? I literally just cannot understand that. And then it's okay for you to use me. You can use me for sex in a hotel. I don't get an orgasm out of that. I might not even be in the mood to have sex. Your dick might not even be big enough to, I don't even know, get past my first lip. I literally do not understand the logic in that. Because for us, having casual sex feels good. Don't get me wrong. Love sex. But we don't get the same crap out of it that men do. Because as I said before, the likelihood of you even having an orgasm is pretty much none. Then on top of that, you're with somebody that doesn't know you, doesn't really care that much about you. So the likelihood of him even trying to get you off is going to be slim to none. He's probably going to last for 2.5 seconds. He's probably not going to go down on you afterwards. He's probably going to be done with the date as soon as he busts his nut. After he's done having an orgasm, he's ready to go to bed and fuck his real wife after he's done with you because you don't even know this man. Why would I want to do that with you? And then even men that have no money and nothing to offer, you didn't even buy me a meal. So I really get nothing out of it. Like at least for the men that are going to take you out for a real restaurant date, at least I can say, okay, I'm getting something out of this. But when I don't get an orgasm, I don't get a date, I don't get gifts, and then these men will even have inside their profile, I don't do papa activities, which means sugar daddy in Japanese, basically, no papa activities, whatever. They say if they don't do that stuff, but then they'll have inside their profile that they want a woman that, likes sex, has this high sex drive, etc. And I'm like, this is only going to benefit you because we know how that goes. Not to mention, as a woman, even although I love sex probably more than a man does, I don't want to be with a man that has that in his profile because I'm going to be wondering, how many girls have you been with and done this stuff with? I've literally had guys message me and be like, oh, you look like your shoulders might be stiff. Can I massage your hips? What do my hips have to do with me having stiff shoulders? Which actually my shoulders are stiff. I could use a massage, but no. And girls, don't do that. Let me also remind you, you are aware that those little porn videos that you watch with the little secret cameras, a lot of that stuff is real. There's people here that literally have setups like shops, or even their own house, where they'll invite girls over and you can very much indeed find yourself secretly inside of a porno that you never know about. So don't go to some dude's house and get in some secret massage. I know it sounds good, but don't do that. Trust me. And it's tempting. But wait for your boyfriend to do it. Do not do it with some random dude you just met. Don't go to some, alleged masseuse's house or anything like that. It's really, really risky, dangerous, and scary. Do not do that. Because I've almost thought about it before. I dated a chiropractor twice. Oh, the jokes to be made. But yeah, I've been recorded like 3 or 4 different times without knowing. In fact, those are only the cases that I knew of. So yeah. I don't even want to think about other situations with things that could have possibly taken place. So at least I'm being honest with you. You can call me a whore or whatever else, but hey, at least I'm keeping it real. I'm telling you personal experience. And I cried afterwards. And I have no idea why at the time. I didn't think to file a police report. I was too shy and embarrassed. And of course, he claimed he was going to delete it. But I was thinking to myself, the fact that this dude, he didn't even hide it. He was like mid-stroke fucking me with his little pecker and pulled out a fucking camera. And I lost my shit. I pushed him off of me so fast. And I'm thinking, like, did you lose your mind? So just the audacity, and they would never do that to a Japanese girl. So we ain't gonna go there. Long story short. Yeah. The fact that even after he decided to end the date to date somebody else, or because he was angry and wanted me to sleep with him immediately right away, he still tried to message me back later. And I hate whenever I see girls, because if you live in Japan, you know what I'm talking about. There's literally forums and groups here for girls that are living in Japan for dating. And I hate whenever girls do this. There are so many girls that are sabotaging other women here by not giving them real, straightforward, and honest advice. So like they'll tell them, like, oh, like, you know, you should go on another date with him. Maybe he'll change his mind. Or maybe he just likes sex. Or don't you like sex too? And that's the problem. Like I said, I like sex. I love it. But I don't want to have sex with somebody that's only sleeping with me because they think I'm easy. Do you hear yourself? I was talking to a guy the other day on Tinder too, just last month. And he literally said to me, after he asked me, he's like, are you American? And I was like, yeah, I'm American. And then he was like, oh, that's great. Because then that means you're going to ask me for a lot of sex. He literally said those exact words. I'm not capping to you. I recorded it for a video on my YouTube membership and I just went off. And I got so angry. I was thinking to myself, if it's not bad enough that you're thinking that, they're so ignorant. They're not even aware that what they're saying is racist and rude. Like, how would you feel if I said that to you as a Japanese man? Oh, you're Japanese? Okay, great. So I know that you're not going to like sex. I know that your dick is going to be too small to... Like, do you hear yourself? That's exactly what you're saying to me. Ignorant. It just amazed me. So again, even if your intention was to use the app to casually have sex, no shade towards you, why would you want to sleep with somebody who's directly telling you, hey, or even indirectly telling you? Because when you see those profiles that are like, I like foreigners, I get along with foreigners. No. They're saying that because they believe you're easier. And it seems like it because unlike Japanese people, we're pretty straightforward when we do want to have casual sex. We don't lie and make up stuff. The Japanese girls in the app, they lie to everybody. Their profiles say stuff like, oh, it's my first time. I've never used this app before. So please teach me how to use it. Literally, almost every profile says, I'm new to the app. I don't know what I'm doing. Please teach me. It literally says that in Japanese. I'm not even exaggerating. And it's so funny because I came across a man's profile who was a comedian. And he said that he's tired of reading profiles that says that. And he said that if you need somebody to teach you how to use Tinder, I worry about your level of intelligence because it's a pretty easy app to use. And so I literally only liked him because his profile said that. Because like, oh my God, finally a Japanese person acknowledges this. Like, am I crazy? Is it just a cultural difference? But no, it really is just a white lie that they tell. And men do it too. They like pretending like they're virgins. And so it works because what happens? A guy asks you, oh, like, how many guys have you met in the app? And when they're asking how many guys you've met, they're associating any man that you've gone on a date with, you fuck them. So for example, for me, I'm a popular user on the app. So it's going to suggest that you give me a super like. So what happens? When people message me, one of the first questions they ask is, how many guys have you met in the app? Have you been doing this for a long time? When was your last relationship? You gonna check my pussy and see if you can find semen in there or something? Like, are you I don't know, archaeologist or some shit? The fuck? Pussyologist? What? When was my last boy? The first question you have to ask after I tell you that I don't have a boyfriend? And at first it seemed innocent because I would want to know that too. When did your last relationship break up? Because I don't want to be your rebound. But that's not why they're asking. They're trying to see if you're an easy person or not. It's literally meant to stereotype you. And at first I used to answer that question. I didn't mind answering it. And then I realized, oh, you think I'm a whore. Well, you're right. But you know what I'm saying? What was I going to say? Damn, something else to it. Yeah, because I'm like, well, I can give any answer I want to. So what did I start doing? I start lying. When I talk to people now, they be like, where are you from? New York? People ask me, can you speak English? No, I speak French. I'm using a translation app. Like, why am I answering real questions for you? We're not going to meet anyway. If we go on a date, all you're going to do is reveal that you want to be a fuck boy and I'm wasting my time. Why am I telling you the truth? If you want to find me, be smart. Take a screenshot of my profile, do reverse image search, and be like, oh, damn, this bitch got the whole game figured out. She got a whole YouTube channel about us. Yep. So I'm not answering that question. So I used to pull him a TI. Yeah, that's the perfect way to describe it too. Because at first I didn't think anything of it. Because then normally after you answer that question, they'll ask you if you like a lot of sex, or they'll associate the fact that you've dated a lot of people with the fact that you've had a lot of sex. So for them, they think two different things. Either one, they will decide not to meet you because then it's like, oh, your body count is too high. Or number two, the more likely scenario, they'll decide, oh, good, she has a high body count. That means she's a whore. I can easily get this bitch to suck my dick. Crazy. So it just amazes me how it doesn't cross their mind that those questions are rude to ask. And then it's even dumber because it's like, who would be honest about this? So the girls on the app, everybody claims they've had no boyfriend X amount of time. And they'll be like, really? But you're so pretty. Nobody said, nope, I've never been on a date. You're the first Japanese guy I've ever. That's what I start saying. I'm like, nope, I've never been on a date before. I'm new to the app. How long have you been in Japan? 3 months. My pussy renewed its vows. It ain't none of your damn business. If we get into a serious relationship or I trust you, then fine, I'll go into more detail with you. But otherwise, it's like, I'm not gonna fuck you. And I know the reason why you're asking me this is because you're trying to see if I'm easy or not. So why am I being real with you? Plus, I know how Japanese girls' profiles are set up. And when you message them, they're not going to honestly tell you that they've dated a million people. What they're going to say is, they're going to be like, oh, I had one boyfriend. Why y'all break up? Oh, because he moved to Taiwan. When really, she was a gold digger. She got caught. He ended it with her. She cheated on him. It's a whole lot of garbage and crap. But because she's being all nice and innocent, oh, I've never seen a pink dick before. Big black cock. What's that? And these guys buy it. They really fall for it. And they think they're getting this little simple, modest, humble girl. Japanese girls cheat on these apps just like how foreign women do, Japanese men do, everybody else. And so it amazes me how dumb men are. Like, even for myself, like, I wonder why people, like, why does it matter? If anything, you should be happy with the fact that out of all the people that I've had to date, all of the matches that I have, I chose to contact and reply back quickly, because I'm a fast replier to you. And some of them will thank me for that. But then they'll be like, so how many people are you talking to? And then just kills the whole thing. And I'm like, you should be grateful that I replied to you. Don't worry about that. Then it gets even worse, because even if you answer all of those little questions and whatnot, then they try to figure out, okay, well, since you're a foreigner, how much do you have to invest before I get to fuck you is what the next question comes down to. And they find little sneaky ways to get into that. So like I was saying, they'll be like, oh, like, you know, oh, that guy, that's how that conversation happened where we stopped at the Giggle place. He asked me, how long do I have to date somebody before I'd be willing to have sex with them? And that's what made me stop. And that's why we stopped out there for a good minute. And I was like, you know what? We're not looking for the same thing. You can go home. Your goofy ass decided you want to drop $60 on parfaits for us. That was your fault. If I were you, I would have gone home. I tried to be, be nice and do the right thing because I felt a little bit bad. I can't be a successful fuckboy. I can't do it. Because even though I joke about it and talk about it, I got limitations. If I realize that I'm using you at this point, I'm like, damn, I should stop. Let me just let him be a fuckboy and leave him alone. But then it's like, you know what? I'm tired of y'all taking advantage of me. I'm going to do the same thing back. I have never in my life ever spent more than 30 of my own dollars on yakiniku. And that was for all you can eat. That man that I just went on a date with, that I showed on Instagram, I don't know his intentions or not yet. I have mixed feelings towards him. I talked about that a little bit on Patreon. But like, even for that man, it's like, he took me to a place where the yakiniku was not, buffet style where you pay one price and get whatever you want to. They charged for each individual dish. And the only option that they had for a course meal, it started at $75. He spent more money to get me the food that I wanted instead of paying for the course. These men are literally calculating what's the cheapest way to get as much pussy as possible. They have pussy calculators for us girls. And girls are too busy trying to worry about trying not to look like a gold digger, trying to be innocent and modest and humble and whatnot. Whereas for men, they don't give two shits. For them, it's like, oh man, so many bad bitches on this app. All right, well, if I only spend $3 here and I take her to Starbucks because she had to be a difficult hoe, or I thought it'd be $7. All right, they can literally date like 5 girls for the price of one. And all of y'all are beautiful. It's like that Lil Wayne song, fuck every girl in the world or whatever type thing. Like, that's literally the life that they're living. And it'd be the most ugly, basic ass dudes. Short, ugly, fat, like that dude. The only thing that even gave him the option to have more women than the average man on that app, which was still less matches than what I have, was the fact that he had a high salary. And I'm thinking to myself, now here I am, I'm being nice to you. I'm not asking you for gifts and handbags. I didn't say I want to go to a 4-star yakiniku restaurant. And you try to play me just like how you complain about a girl playing you, whether that story is true or not. The fact that you even bothered to come up with that story. And then you try to reverse it on me. So you don't want a girl to use you for food, but you want a girl to be okay with you using her for sex. All right. Makes a lot of sense, right? And so that's where I got my title from to begin with. Because see, men, they always get on people like Lori Harvey, for example. And they're like, oh, and I made a video about that already, might I add. So that'll be uploaded later on when I edit that. But they get so mad when people do crap like that. But it's like, you are aware that the same game, I wouldn't even call it game. You don't know why she broke up with them. And come on, Future, everybody should break up with him. And Michael, I'm pretty sure Michael B. Jordan was a player. I mean, look at his lifestyle before he got with Lori to begin with. And I saw an interesting video that was talking about how it could have been a PR relationship. And I kind of wonder if it was, because he was getting a lot of flack because people are mad at him for dating, white girls or whatever, which I think that's stupid too. But we ain't gonna get into that. Long story short, I find it really funny that men are so triggered at the idea of a woman both having a high body count and or dating a lot, because that's the problem too. Men don't understand that we don't think like how you do. I can date a guy and not fuck him. I've said this before on my channel, but I've dated so many men, I can't remember you. So literally a guy could walk up to me and say, I dated you before. And I would need to think back, like, did I date you? I had to look through my photos. Like, I don't fucking know. Did I have sex with you? No, the fuck we didn't. But did I date you? I don't know. And the reason why I don't know, I'm not going to turn down a date. If you seem like a nice guy, you take me to a real restaurant, it's an automatic yes. As long as you're not married. However, I'm not going to fuck you. That has to be earned. And even in the times where I've had sex earlier than I should have, there's still requirements and standards. Otherwise, I would have a lot more bodies than I already do. So yeah, it's just so crazy to me that men immediately judge you based off of the dates that you've had. So then it requires you to lie, which is dumb because like I was saying, these men are not pussyologists. You're not going to see or know when or if I had sex with somebody or if I did not. Even here on YouTube, y'all are just taking my word. I could be lying to you and I might not get no dick. There might not be a single Japanese man willing to date me. I could be lying about all of this stuff and have one friend or be using somebody else's photos. You are literally just believing whatever the F I say. Aren't you? None of y'all know me. None of you have met me in real life, have you? No. You can only trust my own word. Okay, it's the same thing for the men that I date. Why does it matter? Because anything I tell you, it's just going to be my word against nobody's. You don't know me. If I tell you that I've had one body, you can challenge it and be like, oh, I don't believe you. It's whatever I want it to be. I can say anything. So, and then I hate that too, because again, it's a double standard. Not even a double standard. It shows how evil a lot of, I won't say all, because this is not supposed to be this isn't a bash men channel, don't get me wrong. But a lot of men are really evil when you see the way that they work. They want to use women. And then after they're done using you, then they'll shit on you and talk about how they want this perfect angelic girl that, has only been with one man before him or nobody else, that has no kids, no divorce, no baggage, perfect body, this, that, and the other. And forget about the bodies and whatnot. Well, not bodies. When I say body, like body image. Let's just talk about sexual, like how many bodies you have under your belt. They want a girl that is basically a virgin. But they don't want to be virgins themselves. And forget about, they're men, they're different, just like how women expect men to have money. I've heard that argument too. But then get this. Why are you messing up other women's chances of being these perfect virgins for their future men when you know you don't want them? So now you're admitting that you're purposefully going around and disrespecting people. Because what you're doing is you're putting a girl, if she were to be honest about her body count, you're putting her in a worse position moving forward from you. Because you already know you don't want to be with that girl long term. And that same girl who you added to her body count, you're going to laugh at her, tease her, talk shit about her, even though you busted your nut inside of her too. Interesting. And don't even get me started on the whole, argument of women being blamed for if they become a single mother, but there's no responsibility on men. The woman is just irresponsible for keeping the baby. but you're not irresponsible for busting your nut. And if anything, hats off to you. That takes a lot of courage and bravery to be willing to raise a baby as a single mother to begin with. All these men think that, women are becoming multimillionaires from being on child support. And I literally watched a video that was talking about that. It was funny, I'm not gonna lie. It was a very ignorant video from a Black man, of course. And he was talking about how child support is stupid and how women don't need, $30,000, $40,000 a month. And I would have agreed with that back in the day, but it's like the purpose of child support, well, of course, the woman can use the money too. It benefits your kid, though. If you're a filthy rich man, why would you want your kids to be living like average kids by only giving a minimal amount for child support that they need to live off of? Do you hear how stupid you sound? Secondly, if you're worried about child support, how about fix your relationship with your wife? Because let's keep it real. Most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, when you end up getting divorced or you end up breaking up, it's because you as the man, you cheated, you weren't providing, you were abusive. It's not because she just got up and wanted a new man. Whereas for women, that is what happens to us. Men will literally get up and decide, I'm tired of you. Your pussy is stretched out. I want a new girl. And get up and leave you with the kids and then have the audacity to get mad at you for wanting child support. And I had to put my family business out there, but I think about my own mom. I shouldn't be saying this. But the reason why I say this is my mom, the reason why I'm even in existence, she was married. My mom got married. She was like 19 years old. And my mom had my 3 older half sisters from that marriage. And after my mom had those 3 girls, and after suffering a miscarriage that he inflicted on her from being abusive towards her, I think he pushed her down the stairs or something like that. She didn't miscarriage. I would have had 2 older brothers, but that's another story. So back on subject. Yeah. Actually, I've never been to his gravesite before. He was born, but he didn't make it, but that's another story. But what was I going to say? Damn, I forgot I was getting it. After that, he tried to persuade my mom to get her tubes tied and told her to look for a new house because he was going to be finishing school and he wanted to upgrade to, oh, thank you. Thank you for the, I forgot what you call it. God, I'm old, the super chat. What do you call it, people? I'm old. Not man bashing, just stating scientific facts. Yeah. And so what was I going to say? Oh, God, I don't need money. I'm about to buy some food. But, damn, my brain. I feel like I'm pregnant. I can't remember anything. What was I saying, y'all? I was saying something about, I was talking about mom. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, he asked her to get her tubes tied. And so my mom wasn't going to do it. But of course, that's her husband. She's kind of thinking about, okay, we do have 3 daughters. He was acting like he wanted to upgrade their house because he was going to be graduating from university. And mind you, at this point, my mom was the one basically, bringing in all the money. And I don't think he was graduating. He was doing something, either with school or with business. He was doing something. My mom was the one that was in school. So she was studying to become a registered nurse. And she had babies, young kids. All of her kids were under the age of 5 at this time, if I recall. He randomly came to her with divorce papers after she had been looking for a new place to move into, after he tried to coerce and persuade her to get her tubes tied. And why? To move on with an ugly, bald-headed bitch. And I was just like, wow. And she never told me this as a child. I learned this as an adult from talking to my mom since I've been here in Japan, actually. But yeah, during that conversation, everything started to make sense. You know how that is? There's a meme I saw with Mr. Krabs, and it was showing him dazed out, where you become an adult and you're old enough to learn about adult conversation and you start learning all the family secrets. That was me. Because I was like, oh my God, now everything makes sense. Her husband, that man, James, he was such a dumbass. He got married to that woman, or at least they were dating and about to get married. And he was arguing with the judge and, child support court or whatever about why he should have to pay child support because my mom is a nurse and she makes enough money. And, just giving all these excuses and talking about how if he pays child support, he won't have enough money for his car note. Just all of this dumb stuff. Things you're not helping your case. And of course, he dug himself a grave. His lawyer wasn't smart enough to tell him, you don't want to talk about unnecessary car notes and things that you don't need to satisfy a stupid lifestyle. Sir, you have 3 young daughters under the age of 5. You're worried about an unnecessary luxury car note? Seriously? And how evil for you to tell somebody to get their tubes tied and pretend like you're going to be paying for a new house for them. When what you're really saying is, get the fuck out of my house. We're done, bitch. Wow. So anyway, my point is this. Men do bogus, crazy stuff that to you, and then they still don't want to pay child support. And then the argument is, well, you make more money. And my own dad is like that too. So I ain't dealing with that drama and crap. But I feel sorry for people that do, and I hate that men don't understand that, because like the child support should reflect what you have. Because if you were to be a good parent and buying the stuff on your own, you wouldn't need to pay child support. But the problem is most men don't. They need to be held accountable by having the existence of it. And plus, when you think, oh, she wasting money getting her nails, whatever done, etc., she needs that money in order for your kids to have gas to be picked up from daycare, in order to go to daycare, in order to have food, electricity, etc. Those utilities and that gas is for them too. It's not just for her. And plus, as a decent man, why would you not want your baby's mother to be taken care of? Because if she's struggling, your kids are going to be struggling too, obviously. And most men only want custody of the kids to avoid paying child support, and not because they really want the kids. Because when money isn't involved, they're not involved. And for a lot of them, when they are put on child support, that's their excuse for not being involved. It's like, well, I'm already paying child support. You're hurting your own children. You're hurting. You might think you're hurting her. You might be hurting her pride, her little broken heart. But she could find a new man. Your kids don't get a new dad. They can get a stepdad, but it's not their biological father. You're hurting your own children more than you're hurting her by not being her boyfriend or husband or whatever. So we ain't finna get into that. All I gotta say is, yeah, like I don't feel bad because to me, it's like guys do worse to me. Look, in this case, I'm getting a free expensive ass barbecue meal. You get to eat too. You get to eat food. You can look at me and look at how pretty I am. You can look at all the bitches at the restaurant like, oh my God, look at that black girl. You have the waiter saying, oh, like, kawaii and crap. You can deal with all of that stuff. You get to feel like you're important by being with me. Whereas for you, when you use me, you add to my body count. I risk STDs. I risk pregnancy. I end up with a broken heart. I feel stupid. And you lie and manipulate your way into my pants. I didn't manipulate and lie to you to get food. I just told you what I like. You chose to take me there. And I wasn't using you for the meal. But because I saw, oh, okay, you're trying to fuck me. Well, now I am using you for the meal. See, if you wanted to play nicely and do things the right way, you could have had the best of both worlds. We could have eaten a nice meal together, and I could have fucked you for the rest of your life. But that's not what you wanted to do. You were too busy trying to play me. And then it's only when you get played back, then you're upset. Then you feel used. Now you see what it's like to be a girl. And this is how you feel after a fucking meal, which is hilarious. I love it when the guys get mad, when they like send me messages. They'll hit me up on Instagram and be in my DMs like, oh, look, you're a black bitch. I hate you, you whore, this and the other. And it's like I want us to care. Oh, so now your feelings are hurt. Or now recently, because like I told you guys, I don't have Instagram hooked up to Tinder. So now like they'll message me online and tell me like how they felt misled or, whatever. And it's like, my profile even says, so I do you a favor. I tell you that I'm not willing to go to a hotel with you, sleep with you, whatever. I don't do that type of stuff. Not for play purposes. You stupidly tried to trick me by saying, okay, she says she won't fuck me, but she's an American. So if I buy her food, she has to fuck me afterwards, right? You played yourself. I did you a favor because the real me, I'm going to do this next time. I should make you pay for the hotel too. And then once we get there, I'll take my shower, my fake shower, and tell you, yep, I saw some red. I really don't feel good. Out the door. And now you really got played because now you didn't drop $100 on a meal minimum. And you just paid for a $100 hotel. Now that's getting played. Like, at least I didn't do that to you. So, yeah, but anyway, ladies, choose an expensive place. Japanese people like using, I don't know how to say it. Is it Tablog or Tablelog or however you say that? Use that app and search by price. I don't accept yakiniku restaurants that have a starting price of under $8,000 for lunch. If the lunch is under $8,000, make it a no. And the reason being is it's cheap food. They know we're gonna, if it's some in-between price like $60, fine. But I don't do those little like $10, $12 meals because you'll have guys go, oh, I like yakiniku too. And then they want to meet you for a lunch date. And then you look at the price on the website and I'm like, $15. Like I'm afraid of what they're serving me for $15 for all you can eat. I already went most of my life not having health insurance. My insides are already fucked up. I'm not trying to mess things up even more. So yeah, they have no problem with taking advantage of you. They'll use you. They'll use you for free sex, but you can't use him for a free meal. You should be okay with being used for sex and feel like you got something out of it because we both had sex, didn't we? Yeah, we both ate, didn't we? We both ate food. If anything, I lost because I had to sit across the table from an ugly ass man. And now all the Japanese people in the restaurant, both the staff and the girls across from me are giggling and laughing at me because they know that you my sugar daddy. I got to pretend like I'm interested in you. You're fat, you're ugly. If you're cute, I know you want to be cheap, but you're trying to pretend like you're not because you think that by acting like you have money, you're going to score at me later on. It's a lose situation for me. I can have a cute guy take me out for a meal. Like, why would I choose you? And then some of these dudes, I haven't been out with one like this in a long time, but they won't even have profile pictures. What's the app called again? Oh, Paris. Pairs. Paris. So, and the thing is, that's the problem. This app that I met that guy on, that pretended like he was busy at work or whatever, that app is for marriage. So it's not even Tinder. People can give the crap excuse like, oh, Tinder's for hooking up, which is not supposed to be used for that. Because also, as I said before, Tinder has the strictest rules of probably any dating app, especially nowadays. They will ban you for doing things like that. So if you say like, oh, let's have sex, I want to fuck you. If you say anything sexual on Tinder and somebody reports you enough, they terminate your account. And it's tied to your IP, your email address, your Facebook, your phone number, everything. So you can't just make a new Facebook account anymore. That doesn't work. You will be permanently banned, which FYI, if somebody says something racist or rude to you, never engage back with saying racist and nasty things back to them. Because if they report you first, your account will be banned. I learned that the hard way. So, and then you got to get a new phone, new computer, everything. Don't do that to yourself. Don't bother with it. So, yeah, it makes me so angry because like at first I was thinking, okay, maybe it's my fault because people can see my Instagram account. I have sexy pictures there. Or maybe people are, thinking it's about me because my clothes, maybe it's a little bit too sexy for Japan. And then my pictures on my Paris account are like this level stuff with no sleeves, like this type of stuff. And people will still message me and be like, oh, pie and crap like that. And I'm like, you can't even see my breasts. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so it just goes to show you that it has nothing to do with that. They've already stereotyped and decided in their mind that you are a whore because you are a foreign woman. And secondly, not just the foreign woman part, they know that their purpose on the app is to manipulate and trick girls. Like you'll see guys, I've had men message me telling me how they wanted to marry me right away, how they wanted to have a baby with me right away. And I'm not going to lie, for the crazy, almost 30-year-old me, it activates my ovaries. And I'm like, oh, damn, I do want to have a baby. But then I think to myself, hold on, this dude's moving too fast. I haven't even met you yet. What? And then, of course, what they're getting at is, I want to have babies, which means I want to bust a nut inside of you. I want to fuck you. So they'll pretend I want to get married to you. I'm serious about you. But they're not. The guys asked to go on a drive date, same difference. Now I do accept them. If you have a luxury car, or if you're going to take me to a really far distance, like that guy that took me to the beach the other day, yeah, I'll go driving with you. Dumbass rented a whole vehicle. So yeah, I'll accept those type of things. But no, like don't, as a normal date, you shouldn't do that. Not because of a worry of being kidnapped, which that's a possibility too. But my reasoning for saying it is, it's a cheap way of meeting pretty girls. If you already have your own car, or if you're willing to rent a car, schedule several dates for the exact same day. Meet all the girls, don't spend a dime, and then you can decide which girl I like the most after meeting them in person. And then I plan date number 2. It's a cheap way. And I understand why guys do it. Don't get me wrong. But again, it's like, why am I trying to benefit and help these men? They don't give 2 fucks about me and trying to help them benefit me. I'm not even allowed to tell a guy I don't want to fuck him on the first date. After I say that, we're done. He's not going to see me again. But for you, you can tell me I'm not going to buy you a meal on the first date. I had a guy just say that the other day on Tinder too. I had a man who had messaged me and was asking if he could talk to me on the phone. I said no. He asked if we can go to a cafe. And I was like, no, thanks. I'm fine. He's like, oh, where you want to go? And I was like, if you want to meet me, you can plan a date at a restaurant, a formal date. He's like, I don't do formal dates for the first date. That's second date. Okay, bye. And I'm like, all right. So you're okay with having sex with me at a hotel. You're not going to say no to that. But me wanting to ask for a meal is too much, which is crazy too, because love hotels, especially in Tokyo, they're even more than they are in Osaka. So you'll drop anywhere from $50 to $100 for a room, not even for a day. These love hotels, if you don't know this, they are rented out either by the hour or overnight. So you're paying anywhere from about $50 for 2 hours, or $100 for 3 hours, or $150 for overnight. You'll pay that much money to sleep with me, which is a great deal because an escort will run you $400 or $500 for an hour. Not even including the room. But what? You can't pay $20 for a meal? And don't get me wrong, I'm just talking about any meal. I personally would not accept this type of meal anymore. But even back in my day when I would, there were people who would still want to go to a cheap bar, cheap cafe, and buy you 1 or 2 drinks, and not for the purpose of enjoying it. Their goal is to decide, do I want to fuck you or not? So for example, the Bible Bay guy with the cafe, he literally just wanted to drink coffee so he can pretend like he's a nice guy, win my trust over with his Jesus, I love Jesus badge. And then after we leave the restaurant, now that my guard is down low and I've stupidly expressed my dealings with F-boys, now you can be an F-boy by pretending like, oh, I don't want to fuck you. It's just Shinjuku is so crowded. We need somewhere alone. What? How dumb do you think I am? Then they try to turn it on me by talking about how, I'm an American, so you thought it was okay. So, and the way the police responded. Yeah, I don't want to think about those type of date situations. So yeah, when you end up inside of situations where you do end up inside of trouble, like even the police, like they side with them too. So they feel like how the men do. So, because they are those men. They're the same guys. Like, for example, this was the exact jacket that I was wearing when I had that guy touch me on the train. And I swear to God, it wasn't just in my mind. I felt like the police were holding back laughter. Like, it's funny thinking about it now, but it's actually sad. I felt like they were literally trying to hold in, wanting to laugh. Because in their mind, it's like, if you don't want somebody to touch you, then why would you wear that? My breasts aren't even exposed. I'm wearing a fucking athletic hoodie. Sure, my shoulders and the upper portion of my back, not even the entire part. So you're not seeing my bra straps, even though it can be mistaken for it. You can see the strap of my tank top, depending on the bra that I'm wearing. But I do have other sports bras. This is a sports bra, but I have other ones, that go the racer back type thing, etc. Why does that matter? So based off of how I'm dressed, it's one thing for me to say that, which I agree with this, dressing modestly for the most part can cut down on cases of people touching you. But forget about that. It happened. Why is the blame being put on me instead of the man for touching me? And they didn't blame me. But they might as well had. Because, they literally wanted to laugh. They were just thinking like, okay, why would you dress like that? So, yeah. And then back on what I was saying, like, I'm just so, how can I say? I feel bad, but I find it funny at the same time that men are so bothered by girls dating. Like, I shouldn't use the fact that I'm pretty to date men. I should find one guy, let him use me for a week or month, and then maybe move on to the next one. But dating more than one man at the same time, even when you don't have a boyfriend yet, absolutely not. How sinful. What a whore. And the reason why I do it isn't for the same reason that men do. Because see, men will date a lot of girls for the purpose of having a lot of sex and a lot of options. When girls do it, at least in my case, and for a lot of women like me, you do it for the purpose of trying to find a legitimate boyfriend because you'll date a guy and it'll be like, oh, I want to put a label in a relationship. You could be with a man for 3 months, 6 months, 7 months, etc. Well, you more than a friend, but I can't be your boyfriend. I ain't ready for that. Like, what? So you can have sex with me, risk getting a disease from me, risk getting me pregnant, having a baby that'll be tied to you forever, or herpes, something that's incurable. But the idea of having a fictitious, imaginary label saying that you're my boyfriend is too much. That's an insult to me. You might as well say, look, bitch, like you too ugly for me to be seen out in public with, okay? Like, I ain't putting a label on this shit. That's what you might as well have just said to me. And the crazy thing is, it's not the reason why. It's not even just about looks. It don't matter how cute you are. There will always be women that run circles around me. I'm not the best looking girl. I'm not full of myself to that extent. I understand that. But I'm saying, like, you'll literally be dealing with men that are like way beneath you, like all of these guys I'm talking about. Because I'm not going to cap to you. Out of all of the men that I've dated recently, only one of them would have been viewed as attractive by other Japanese girls. The rest of the men here, they were average or ugly, but I didn't really care because how I saw it was I only went to that date with you because one, you won me over with your personality. You passed all my little tests that I do before I even give you my line account. And two, you had money. I'm not dating a broke man anymore. I'm not doing that struggle love stuff. I watched my parents do it. It just ain't for me. I don't care for it. If you want to do that, that's cool. I know I want to have a family. I know I want to travel. And I do not want my husband to be like, well, if we just, spend $5 on this day, or we can go to Disney World, but we're going to be camping at, the wilderness resort, and we're going to be eating, ham sandwiches and peanut butter and jelly. Why even travel if that's how you're going to travel? There's people here that come to Japan and do that. And I get it. You do what you got to do. But for me, it's like, if I'm going to travel, I want money to do what I want to do. I do not want to travel and be like, counting pennies and scooping together change. I've done that my whole life. And even now, I have my times where I have trouble with money, etc. too. I'm not rich or something. But why would you purposefully want to be with somebody who can't provide? And beyond just providing, like a lot of these dudes, they don't even, in Japan, it's different. I will say for most people that you talk to, they will have an education. So that's the difference here in Japan. But for a lot of men, like in general, they won't even have an education. And so, okay, so you have no college education, you have no career, and then you're complaining about it not being a fair playing ground and that women have too many options. Maybe you would have more options as a man if you were willing to, I don't know, go back to school, learn some new skills to get a better job. And then men feel like the whole world owes them when they get money. Oh, nobody liked me when I was broke. Okay, well, nobody liked me when I was fat and ugly. Like, join the club. It works the same way. And unlike you have it easy. Anybody can go to school. Anybody can get money. I grew up dirt poor. I'm still not rich. I could have never imagined living where I am right now. I was so desperate to come to Japan. I told you all honestly, which I shouldn't have said, but I was being real. I considered a sham marriage several different times. More times than I like to admit, okay? I wanted to be here desperately. Worked my ass off to get here. Went to school before I came here. I wanted to be here and I knew I wanted to make that happen. If I got mine, why can't you get yours? Especially when you're older than me. I'll be talking to men because FYI, I don't even date men that are in their 20s anymore. I don't date men that are under the age of 30. And I prefer that if you're somewhere between like the age of 31 to about 36 years old. That's my preferred age. If I were to put one number on it, I like guys that are about 34, 35 is my favorite. So I say 35-ish guys is my favorite age. Perfect. You're about 9-10 years older than me. It's good. Why, after all this time, you couldn't forget about just going to school? You couldn't find another job that pays you more money? But then you want the most attractive women with no baggage. You don't deserve that. As a woman, the same thing for me. Before I came to Japan, I was even fatter than I am right now. I was obese. I weighed almost 300 pounds before I came here. And while I did still get attention because I had a pretty face, dudes weren't lining up to date me or something. That wasn't my experience. I literally went on a date with somebody before in America, and this is the most embarrassing date that I ever tried to arrange and go on. After that, I literally stopped and became depressed. So I know what rejection feels like. I went on a date with a guy to Starbucks, and when we went there, he didn't even buy me the drink. He bought himself a drink. I had to buy myself a drink. He sat and pretended like he was interested in me, and literally 30 minutes later, he claimed that he had to go into work. And mind you, he worked at Panda Express and he was a cook. I got rejected by a broke, short, ugly nigga. But I was in my, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. I don't care about his job. I don't care about money. As long as you talk to me, you're nice to me, you love me, etc. That's all I really cared about. So I'm irritated with that. So anyway, long story short, I don't feel bad. My goal is not to purposely play you or use you, but if you decide that you want to start using me, then I'm going to start using you in the middle of the date. So if I see that your behavior changes, because men are so obvious, you can read them so simply. If I see that you start leaning towards having sex and you want to fuck me, then I start leaning towards I want to play you for money. Because now I'm like, you know what? I was going to pretend like I'm full, but dessert sounds pretty good right now. How about brownies? So you've been in good taste recently. You all in there. Actually, yes. The one on Instagram actually was. In fact, both of them technically. But I have mixed feelings towards them, so I can't really say that they're good yet. I have to share that on Patreon when things get updated. But that was the guy that I'm afraid to move my computer because of my ghetto setup, but we're gonna do it anyway because I want to read my message exactly. But shit, my suck. Hold on. The guy that I was talking about that was my computer dying? I forgot. Oh, the battery's actually good. All right, anyway. The guy that I was talking about that had took me to that expensive meal, whatever, I wrote inside of a post on Patreon. And I talked about how he was playing fuckboy games with me, which made me not trust him anymore. Because he had said to me, he asked me what I wanted to do. And when I messaged him back, he ignored my message for days. And he literally just read my message last night when I was sleeping. So I gotta hope my computer doesn't fall. But Yeah, I literally read it like right before this live stream. I didn't have time to reply back to it, but I'm gonna show y'all. I liked him a lot. He was really, really nice. But I won't lie, now I kind of feel a little bit, I'm starting to wonder if he's married or something. He claims that he's not, but I'm no dummy. I ain't no spring chicken, people. I'm old. I've been around, okay? He waited literally like 5 days to reply back to my message. Like even after he read it, he ignored it. And I'm not dumb, like I said before. We all use our smartphones every single damn day. We use it all throughout the day. And Japanese men do the same thing. So I know that he saw my message. He just chose to ignore it. And what do? Instead of being like the old 20 and 21-year-old me, I don't sit around and be like, oh my God, like, why would he message me? And asking questions in forums and freaking out and whatnot. I'm not stupid. I know that after I message you, you have 24 hours. In fact, even less than that, you have 12 hours. Because you go and touch your phone within those 12 hours. And really, I make my mental window shorter than that. If you can send me a message and then disappear for days on end, you're not serious about me. So what I do is I just talk to other people at the same time. That's why I'm not worried about you, thinking about you, crying over you, etc. I did really like him at first, but now like I can't even trust you anymore. But let me show you what he like messaged me. Okay. Yeah, so he messaged me and asked me on, what was that, Tuesday? No, Monday. No, it was Tuesday. It was, was it Monday? Yes, it was Monday. So Monday, the day after the date, he messaged me and asked me, are there any places that you want to go to? And so that was after, let me just read the whole thing. So he messaged me telling me I was more beautiful, than my pictures or whatever. If you don't follow me on Instagram, you should, because I shared the screenshot of that chat. But he said, I was relieved that you returned safely, no problem, because I told him I'm sorry for my late reply. And then he asked me, are there any places that you want to go to? And I was like, oh, I was actually shocked because, to be honest, while he was nice to me, and of course, like he paid for me to take a taxi home and everything, like that was nice, I couldn't tell if he really liked me or not, because he had like a really good poker face. Like he was being nice to me, but I be feeling like I'm Fiona, like from Shrek, when I go on dates with people. Because I swear, like whenever I need to be classy, I just do like the most sloppy shit in the world. I'm sorry. This is the only reason why I like hanging out with girls. Because like at least when I go out with girls, I ain't gotta worry about shit. I can lick my fingers. I can order, thirds and seconds and whatnot. I can get dessert. I can, let my gut hang out. I can be all bloated and whatnot and just be like, ah. When I'm with a man, I gotta be like, oh, have two little teaspoons of salad and be like, oh, I'm so full. I have like some miso soup. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to act like, greedy and whatnot. But then the real me deep down inside, I'm like, I want to try the $100 steak. But anyway, back on subject. Yeah, so I couldn't tell. But the problem I had during the date was like when I was trying to eat, and I'm really good at using chopsticks, everything was just like super slippery for some reason. Like I couldn't cut stuff. And then like the meat was like so expensive. It was like huge cuts of meat. I was trying to figure out like, okay, like how can I pick this up and eat this? Like, do I eat it in one bite? Do I take a bite of it and leave it on the plate? And then like, there's some foods in Japan like where you're supposed to eat it all in one bite, but then like it's more than what you're used to eating, or maybe your mouth can't fit the entire piece out your mouth. So like you kind of want to just take a bite and leave it on the chopsticks and like put it on your plate. But then like that you can't just rip it because the meat is too tough. And so by you trying to rip it, you're gonna like fling it in the meat across the room. And so like my brain is like just freaking out. I'm like, don't throw your food, don't make a mess. Everybody's already looking at me because like this girl got a sugar daddy, because the restaurant was expensive and everybody in there, was a little bit uppity. And so I was really kind of pissed off because there was like these two girls next to me and they were clearly talking about me and my date. They were like whispering to each other. And all I heard them say was American something. And then they referred to my date as being an old man. And I'm thinking like, he's 35 years old. You don't even know how old I am. So, but maybe I misheard. But that's what I got from it. And beyond that, like just the fact that they, keep looking over. And then even like my waitress and whatnot, like she was acting a little bit like, oh, like she was acting like she knew me or something. But anyway, I hated that because I'm like, the one time that I need to impress you, like, why am I being all sloppy and I got sauce dripping on me and whatnot? But I had on an apron, so it was fine. But still, like, it just made me, no, it wasn't apron. They had napkins at this place, which made it worse. And so I was like trying to like think back to like all of the like fancy living stuff I learned, like SpongeBob style. And I was thinking like, okay, like, what else to do with the napkin? Like, because they had no like regular napkins. And so I was trying to tap the corner of my mouth. But I'm like, the food is saucy and greasy. Like, I can't help it. It tastes good. And so He was so like, I mean, his budget is beyond me. I was happy to be eating expensive food. We were eating the my favorite food here is beef tongue. I like beef tongue and steak, however you say that. Those are my two favorite things. So I was like a gyutan and harami are my favorite. And so he ordered those for me. But I didn't know that there were levels to this shit. I didn't realize how poor I was. So when he ordered it, he didn't like it. He was like, "Do you like this?" And so I was like, "Yeah, it's good." And so he was like, "Do you want a thicker cut?" And I was like, "Thicker cut? Hell yeah, like, yeah, of course." I wasn't complaining about it. And so he asked her if they had, any other kind. So like she brought back the menu and he looked through it and he ordered more beef tongue for us. And so it was these really like thick cuts. Like it literally looked like the actual tongue almost. It wasn't like the whole huge thing like you see on Instagram nowadays, but it was a small piece, but bigger than usual. And so that was one of the pieces that were kind of messy to eat, but it was so delicious. And so he really like was worried about me liking the food or not. And when we were eating, it was like he was trying to like he seemed like one of those like serial killers or something. They're trying to like fatten up their victims. It reminded me of that like Courage the Cowardly Dog episode where I forgot who it was. It was like that pig family, and they were like trying to fatten up Muriel, and I think was it Eustace too, like trying to make them really fat so they can like cook them or whatever. I felt like that because like normally when I go on a date, and nobody says this, but I always feel the need to act like I'm not full. It's just an unwritten rule for girls. Like I can't explain it. So anyway, it just seems classless. He was trying to like feed me everything. So like anytime food would come, I didn't notice it at first. And then I started realizing he's not really eating. And mind you, he's paying for himself too. So I'm like, I'm literally eating your food and mine. Like, dude, you just dropped $300. You need to eat too. So I literally had to start cooking the food for him and tell him like, no, like you please have it. You eat. And that hurt me because my fat broke ass. I was like, damn, that was a good piece of steak. I just wasted on your bitch ass. You can buy this any day. But yeah, like, what I'm talking about? Like from that episode where like the cow family, whatever, or were they pigs? I think they were pigs. But yeah, that's what I feel like. It's like, why are you trying to make me eat so damn much? So, I mean, I was still hungry. I was still eating. And so I'm like, be honest, this is expensive food. So we got lucky because we went out so late that it was last order. And so I was like, okay, this will end the date then. But I was surprised. He didn't ask me to go to the hotel, nothing nasty. He complimented me, but like he wasn't being weird. He wasn't acting funky. And he kept wanting to order more food. He wanted to order more drinks, more everything. I was really impressed. But I'm not gonna lie to y'all, this is the part that like made me feel bad. When I met him, and like once we actually got inside the restaurant, took off his mask, y'all. I swear I'm not saying this to be racist. I mean, I can't be racist in this way because I'm talking about myself. He looked like Michael Jackson. I'm not kidding you. Like I felt like I was at a table. I felt like I was at a table with the Michael Jackson. Like as soon as he took off his mask, I tried not to laugh because I was like, oh my God, like he's actually kind of cute, but he looked like Michael Jackson. And so I was thinking like, it looked, I don't know if he ever had plastic surgery or not, but he looked almost Korean. He was Japanese stuff. He had really nice hair. He was dressed so nice. His man bag was worth probably more than my apartment. He had a really nice handbag. He was dressed in a really nice suit and tie. And here my bummy ass is, I came just dressed wearing casual clothes, similar to what I have on right now, because I didn't think to dress up. I'm thinking like I'm meeting this man late at night. But that was my fault, might I also add. I told him that I wanted to go to that restaurant. And the day that I told him that I wanted to go was Sunday. But all of their, which was true, I checked it for myself, they had no reservations available for the evening. Like you could only have a lunch date, or they had their last, couple of hours before. So we had our date at like 9:00 on that day. And so first thing, like I shouldn't do this, was like, you know what, F it. I get a free meal and I get to go straight back home. I don't care. And that's exactly what happened. He didn't act like an asshole. He wasn't rude. He didn't bring up sex, didn't ask me about sex. He didn't ask any stereotypical questions, didn't make any dumb. He didn't even compliment me on my chopstick skills. But then again, it's probably because I was eating sloppy. I was holding my food good. The only problem was when I had to like bite food, because it's steak. And depending on how big the piece is, if it's a big piece, I'm not going to shove that shit in my mouth and have, drool and crap coming out of me. The most embarrassing thing that ever had happened was with another F-boy where I accidentally spilled some of my drink on me. But that's another story, so yeah. Anyway, that one's up in the air. I don't know. Let me finish the text message. So then he just messaged me today after waiting how many days, y'all? 6 days. Just got back to me. Like, come on, that's too long. And technically I can say 5 days because I think it was like Tuesday. He said to me at almost midnight yesterday, it was at 11:46. He said, "Good evening, beautiful. I would like to go to the place there is a beautiful woman." At first I had to reread that. I was like, are you saying you're trying to have a threesome with me? But no, he was talking about me. And he said, "And you so beautiful. Therefore, wherever, okay, if you are in." Obviously, English is second language. He's telling me, anywhere you want to go, it doesn't matter. If you like it, I'm just happy to be with you, basically. And so then he said, "Do you have a schedule on June 18th? And I think, is that a Sunday? That's the other thing, too. See, I started lying to F-boys. I don't give them my prime real estate, Saturday and Sunday. So now what I do, if you're like on my golden F-boy list, you get Sunday. Because, see, Sunday is the day where people get ready for work. People don't want to hang out and be sloppy drunk and wasted on Sunday because you got work the next day. Only young, unemployed people and Yakuza and street Japanese people. So normally I tell people that, oh, I can only see you on Sunday. That's my only available day. Saturday is for hot people. So if you're not cute, I'm not dating you on a Saturday. And with that said, you also notice that men do that to you too. When men want you, they will want a Saturday date. If he's telling you he wants to see you on like a Tuesday or Monday or Sunday, you should be asking yourself, who is he seeing on Saturday? So let me see what day that is. Might be a Saturday, actually, was it? But I didn't tell this dude that I'm only available on Sundays. He's just trying to probably match because I told him I was available on Sunday last time. Yeah, Sunday is, the 18th is on a Saturday next week. So I can't make him out yet because he reminds me of Chiba Bay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, he reminded me of the white Michael Jackson after he got plastic surgery done. And FYI, for anybody gets upset, I'm not being politically correct here. We all know what we're talking about here. That's what I'm talking about. He literally had like his skin complexion and his nose, and he had a similar face shape. And it made me die of laughter because he also had, his eyes aren't really big, but like I have big eyes in Japan. His eyes look similar to how mine do. So it really made me laugh. But I was like, just have a date. He's a nice guy. Enjoy yourself. But I was just down on the inside because that's what I was thinking the whole time. And then like, what was I gonna say? So yeah, I don't know about that guy yet. He's on my F-boy watch list, but I'm not gonna turn down a free meal. So I don't know what I want to do though. Y'all gotta give me some ideas. Where should I go? Because he said I could choose anywhere. So I don't know how much money this man makes. He said he's an engineer, but I don't know what type of engineer he is. So but what was I gonna say? Yeah, like my brain, like anytime that I meet a guy, like if I don't like them, especially like for this dude, I'm not gonna lie, he's not really my type. He's nice. I like his personality, but looks wise, he's an okay guy. But he's not like somebody I'm like, oh my God, he's so handsome. Because this is how you should know. If I don't feel shy with you on a date, I don't find you attractive. That just means that you're either average or ugly looking. For him, he's close to the average side. I wouldn't call him ugly. But yeah. That was the only like legitimately good date I could say that I had. But then like I thought about that too. Like I thought about even like going to Disney or Hello Kitty Land or whatever, something like that. But for Disney, I think you have to have reservations, and I imagine Hello Kitty might be the same. And I'm terrified of heights, so I don't even know if I could do a roller coaster. Oh my God, why do y'all keep trying to make me go to Okinawa? Somebody else mentioned Okinawa to me on Patreon. I know I'm Black, but I can't stand heat. I hate hot weather. I hate Okinawa. I'm sorry. I want to go there someday. He probably not going to go that far. He probably talking about more local though. But I feel like if I were to go there, it would literally be just to say that I went there. I have zero interest in that. And you wonder like, why are you living in Japan? I don't know why either. I had no choice. But yeah. And when I say I had no choice, I mean, I wanted to come here. I couldn't control the weather. I like Japanese culture. But yeah, I got to figure something out. But it's got to be expensive though in Aquarius. Yeah, I haven't been to one here in Tokyo. I only went in Osaka. So yeah, that actually sounds like a good idea. But that's not expensive. But then again, we could do expensive stuff there. So yeah, maybe. All right, that'll be a one-time thing to do. But he's so nice. I wish he was, because if he was serious, I ain't gonna lie, I'd marry him. He's the perfect age. He's 35 years old. He dresses nice. He has a good job. He's caring, but the communication is shit. So it makes me think that he's like how the guy that I dated before, I called him Chiba Bay. I think he's one of those dudes just like he wants to be a sugar daddy with no sugar. Because that's exactly what the guy that, Chiba Bay, that's what he was like. I promise to God, y'all will never believe me. But just like with this dude, Chiba Bay, I never held his hand. I never kissed him. I never gave him a dime. I never bought him anything. I never talked to him about anything like that. I don't know why he was so generous to me, besides what he said himself, that he had nothing else to do with his money besides spend it on a beautiful woman like me. And I'm like, I'm gonna be real with myself. I ain't that damn attractive in comparison to other girls that I've seen. I'd spend it on somebody else if I were you. But with that said, I ain't finna argue with him. Fine, you wanna waste money on me? Sure. So I liked him. I wasn't trying to use him and play him. That was his idea. But with this dude, I'm like, you're doing the exact same thing as what it looks like. Because he hasn't talked to me about, becoming a fish or anything like that. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's dating other girls. I can use my brain and assume that he is, which is why he didn't get back to me, which is also why he's not available this weekend. But it's just so weird. It's like, why would you want to waste your money, time, and resources on somebody like me? I'm not calling myself ugly. I'm just saying, like, to not get anything out of it. Why not go for somebody that will give you exactly what you want? Why are you wasting your time on me? I am not worth it. Because even although you might think I'm cute, you can find another girl that is cuter than I am that will fuck you on the first date. So you already didn't get what you want then. And now I tried to be nice and modest because I did like how my mom would my mom would say for me to do. I tried to ask him, what did he want to do? And he didn't even get back to me. And so I'm like, I'm not dumb. I know that your reason for not getting back is either because you're married and you couldn't answer your phone, or two, you're playing F-boy games trying to figure out, do I have plans for this weekend first before you answer my question? Because now I do that too. And the part that makes me angry, like how I said, I have more options than any man, no matter how rich you are. I will always have more options. Why? Because I am the owner of a vagina, and it gets renewed every single year. A 2022 vagina. And because I have a pussy, I will always have more dating options than you will as a man. No matter how much better looking you are, you could be way out of my league and a freaking millionaire. I can literally walk outside with a shirt that says, I want your dick. And I will have a line of men asking to have sex with me, asking to date me. I never have to try to get sex. Even a relationship, if I were to lower my standards, I would have a boyfriend right now. I'd probably even be married too. So, but there's too much less. These men behaving like CEO of Tesla and finding time. Thing park's too repetitive. Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Well, both of those statements. But I didn't even think about a theme park though. It didn't cross my mind. But yeah, I hate that. Like trying to act like they're really so busy. And that's the problem too. Because like even for myself, if I get a message, as long as it's not inside like my spam folder, I will see that you message me. I just might realize I don't have time to get back to this, or I don't want to talk to this person, or I know that they're going to ask me for something. I don't feel like giving them anything for free, etc. But I probably am more, I know I'm busier than you are, especially, back in the day. I'm working as a teacher full time. I'm running the blog, have a YouTube channel, Patreon. Now I got OnlyFans. I got all this different stuff going on, messages from all these different platforms, emails on a regular basis from multiple accounts. I have personal work, YouTube. If I can find time to get back to you during my day, I know you can. You work a regular 9-to-5 job. And you're not a slave like how these YouTube videos be having you think Japanese men are these poor men that work these long, horrible hours or whatever. Most men don't have that sort of environment. For most men, overtime means you stay at work an hour or two late. And what happens? They play in the bathroom. I'm not even kidding y'all. They use their phone. They talk to each other. They go out for drinks and food. Is it what you want to do? No. Do you have to do it? In most cases, no. They choose to do it because they want to get a promotion and look good and be in favor of their boss. It's not going to cost them their job. They choose to do that. And even then, it's like you're not even really working. Japanese culture is really big on looking busy. Like, you know how it is when you work retail? I used to work at Walmart and Walgreens. I worked everywhere, y'all. And when I worked at both of those places, they wanted you to look busy. So especially Walgreens, if there were no customers, you needed to look busy. And so you got trained, you learned, okay, because nobody would tell you this, but you learned. The faster you finish your work, the more work they give you and the angrier they get. You might think to be a goody-goody two-shoes like my dumb ass and think, okay, well, if I organize everything quickly, I clean off everything, I dust everything, my boss is going to love me, right? I'm going to be promoted to assistant manager. No. They get angry because like, how dare you finish your work early? Don't just stand there. We're paying you. Walk around and look busy. And it's like, okay, so I should pretend like I need 3 hours of my 6-hour shift to zone a fucking candy bar aisle, which it doesn't take that long. instead of finishing everything and making your store look nice for your potential customers. What? It makes no sense to me. I just don't get it. 2023 vagina. But I don't know, y'all. Basically, I'm probably gonna be dating for the rest of my life, but at least I get free food out of it. I'm hungry. I need a bathroom break, people. But I can while I take my bathroom break, I can show you guys the spider stain that I got on the wall, because I know you guys have been. I can show you guys the roach too. Let me do that first. I know y'all have been dying to see it. I don't know if this signal whatever is gonna go out, because I'm also using my Wi-Fi, and it gets patchy if I step outside. But don't mind my laundry rack. It's so windy because of how high up I am. It just keeps falling down. So I was lazy and I've literally left it there for a month. Plus, because I was ghetto and I didn't feel like washing it, I let the rain clean it. But it looks much smaller now because it's dead. It's like all shriveled up. But the roach I was talking about is literally like just out there cooking. It's been through rain, sun. It even snowed on it, y'all. It snowed. And it's still there. And I got so angry because for the first time, Japan period has a lot of pigeons. It literally, a pigeon landed on my balcony for the first time in my life. And I literally prayed to God, like those people be praying for rain and stuff. And I was like, please, let me close so y'all can hear me. I was thinking like, please, pigeon, please pick up that roach, please. I just knew it was a sign from God, because I've never had a bird land on the balcony here. And it just stayed there. And like, they have those like red creepy eyes, like just staring at the side of its eye. And it didn't pick it up. And I was like, no. I don't know. My feelings were so hurt. I wish I killed that pigeon. I was like, should have knocked you out with the laundry pole thing. Like, your dirty ass, get your rabies or whatever type of diseases they got on my balcony. But now all I gotta do is hope that I don't drop my laptop on anybody and end up murdering someone. I'm always afraid of dropping my phone or computer whenever I take pictures out here. But okay, I don't know if y'all can see it. Can you all even see it? The bug thing on the ground. I'm not sure. It just looks so nasty. And now you know why it's always so loud whenever I'm making videos, because like there's so much traffic. And that's the closest I've ever got since that bug has been there, because I normally don't walk over there because like I'm afraid of it. It doesn't look as worse as it used to though, like back when it was newly dead or whatever. Like I don't even know where it came from. That's the creepy part. I don't know how it got there, because I've never had a roach inside of my house, because if I ever do, I will be out. In fact, to be honest, after seeing that made me remember why I don't want to stay here. Because, sorry, I'm fixing my sock. Because I was thinking to myself, like, yes. I was about to say, I was thinking to myself, like, there's no reason for me to leave here. Like, I like my place. I have a good location. I have all of these international stores near me. I'm fixing my socks, sorry, people. And so I just thought to myself, like, why would I want to leave this place? And then that bug, I was like, you know what? Never mind. Because I haven't even been there for as long as I was at the, luxury place in Osaka. And I already saw one. But here goes. All right, this is my kitchen. I don't know if the computer will show it. I got to move my fridge. Can you see there's like a yellow stain on my wall? This little dot right there. That's where I sprayed the bug. And it didn't die. It jumped backwards. Yes, Japan, I mean, it depends on where you're from. So for me, like my standards of warm and cold, you don't want to ask me. But realistically, yes, it can be. It starts getting cold really like around November. It can still be hot, like, I don't know how to say it. Well, Celsius, I think it's like around maybe like 20s or even 30 can go as high up. But I would say it's still normally kind of hot, probably still like around 20 something degrees Celsius during October, September. But it totally depends, because some years it'll already be cold by October. So, yeah. Yeah, like see, most people like hot weather. It's just me. I don't. Most people like that. But for me, I can't handle hot weather. Like, for example, my mom, she loves hot weather. I wish I was like her because my mom, she also don't sweat. But for me, I can't handle any amount of heat. Like even right now, I just left the air conditioning inside of my room, like inside my main living space right there, and that was enough to like make me start feeling hot already just by being inside this area because Japan doesn't have central heating, so I have to leave this door open in order for me to get cool air into this part of my house. Otherwise, during whatever season, like for example, we're approaching summer, this area it feels significantly warmer over here, but over there it's cool because my cool air is on. But like even like during the winter time, this area is like ice cold. And plus your vent system that you have for your stove, excuse mine because I need to clean it, my cooking area here, this this vent area, it leads straight to outside, which is also kind of scary because bugs can come in through here, but thankfully that hasn't happened yet. But the scary part is when like the ambulance or any of those like little musical announcement truck things that are so annoying, including the racist ones from the Yakuza, when those type of sounds or whatever happen outside, it comes through here. And it scares you at first when you're not used to it because you think that you're hearing things. I'm like, why does it sound like somebody's talking inside of my house? Or like you just hear voices and noises and crap. It just scared the crap out of me. Or like motorcycles or whatnot. You can hear it through there too. So yeah, but anyway, I'm old. I have a weak bladder. I need to go to the toilet, people. I'm really kind of done because I don't have a lot to talk about at this point. I think I've pretty much said everything to you. Wait, what was it? It's not really the Yakuza. I don't even know what you would call it. There's these nationalist groups here in Japan where you'll see them drive by with like black trucks. Sometimes they're white, and they'll be like saying like crazy stuff over the announcements, like talking about how they don't want foreigners to be here and complaining about them, etc. All type of crazy stuff. And yeah, nationalistic crap. So, but normally the announcements that you hear aren't that. It's normally stuff trying to get you to vote a certain way. So telling you that somebody is running for office and you should vote for that person, which is so stupid because it's like, how does that sway somebody's political opinion? Like, imagine if they did this in the US. If, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, imagine if every day, literally every day, not just once in a while, every single day, there were paid vehicles that drove down the street that just said, hey, vote for Trump. Hey, vote for Biden. Like, and then like not just saying it one time, but continuously in a really big, loud, obnoxious voice with an annoying jingle playing. That's what you hear here. It's not just them talking. And I feel so sorry for people that have children because all I could think is, man, if I had a baby, and imagine like putting your baby down for a nap and you got to hear that bullshit outside as soon as they lay down, I'd be pissed off. And I'm surprised they allow it in Japan because I would think they would complain about that because they do complain about noisy. They will make noise complaints. So I'm surprised that because even when I lived in Sakura House, that share house, the police got called in that place pretty frequently considering the time I was there. But you get used to it. You get used to it, to be honest. You hear it all the time. But it just freaked me out because I didn't expect to hear it in my kitchen space. I'm like, why does it sound like it's right next to me? Like it sounds like a truck was driving up the side of the building. But what they value public. Yeah, I would think that, but apparently not. And then like even for those trucks, like it feels so awkward like when you see them outside because like for me, I'm a foreigner myself, so it's like, oh, hi guys. But all right, anyway, yeah, I'm old. I need to go to the toilet, y'all. Yeah, I'll be back. Wait, I didn't go to the bathroom, but I was just thinking to myself, I was like, wait, hold on. Hey, yeah, it's a black truck. Yeah, like that's exactly how I feel because it's so weird. And keep in mind, like their problem with foreigners, they're not normally talking about us per se, but I know that I'm still a part of that group. But yeah, it feels so uncomfortable. I've seen crazy people get in the train too. I just figured I'd show y'all my dirty bathroom because I never show this part of my house. But See, this is the other struggle too. This place, because this is for rich people, and I'm not one of them, nobody here uses like the outside area to dry their stuff. So there's like not even a setup for you to hang your stuff to dry outside. It's assumed that you have a 2-in-1 washer and dryer, which I don't. I have a regular washing machine here. But I do have the little dryer system like for my bathroom. So like I literally have to hang my clothes in here to dry them and just turn the heat on for them. But yeah, I need to clean my shower area because it's getting a little bit messy. That ain't none of your business. So anything else I want to talk about? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. But okay, I don't think y'all want to watch me pee. Or maybe some of the Japanese people do. But I'm just fine. Let me stop making racial jokes. All right, I gotta keep my bladder in check. I'll be back, people. All right. Are you teaching again now? No, I'm not. Oh, that was the other story I wanted to tell y'all that I didn't get to. Oh, damn, we're finna make this 6-hour video. I need to get off of here, though, because I'm supposed to have a date later. It's too cold inside of here now. But I'm not even going to have the strength to stay awake because I hardly got any sleep last night. That's why I shared that meme on Instagram earlier today. I wasn't joking with you all. I really thought about canceling last night and this morning because I have an addiction to SimCity Build It. And I was playing that game all night. And so I stayed up until I think 2 a.m. and then I had to wake up at 4 a.m. to get ready. And then I was like, I don't feel like doing this. So I started watching YouTube, and then I ate a sandwich. And then I was like, they're not going to care. You can put it off for another day. And I was like, no, do it now. Because I know I was supposed to have a date later today. I'm trying to find my light. I know my remote. I know I was supposed to have a date later today. So I was like, okay, I'm already going to have to do my hair and makeup. So where is my remote? Okay. So I might as well do it because I have to get ready anyway. And I'm lazy like that. I wear makeup all the time, but I don't like doing it. So for me, and that's another reason why sometimes I just don't feel like doing YouTube videos because I'm lazy. And that's also why I like doing journals because I got to do my hair and makeup. But I'd be like, when I get ready, I'm like, all right, I'm going to make as many videos as I can today. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. But if I don't feel like doing that, then I'm like, I'll wait till another day when I'm ready. And then when I do get ready, then I'm like, I don't feel like doing the video. So, but oh man, teaching. No, I haven't been working since February. My last day of work was the end of February. I think it was the second week before, and I haven't been teaching since then. So I've been surviving solely off of Patreon, YouTube memberships, YouTube ad revenue, and of course also OnlyFans. But I haven't even used OnlyFans in a month. I haven't posted anything, and there are some. I love you guys. There are people that love me so much. They're still paying for me, even although I'm not posting them. But I'm going to. I'll be back. But anyway, I tried to start teaching again because I honestly could have used the money. I got lucky. I paid off everything. I was behind on my rent for like 2 months and I got everything caught up. But now my new issue is my student loans. But I'm good on that for now because I think they like pushed everything back until like August or whatever. But I was freaking out before because I thought I was going to have until May and I owe a lot. So anyway, I don't have the strength for that, even though I was going to talk about it. Long story short, I tried to go in for this job and it just went horribly. Like I got the job, but I couldn't accept the job. So y'all want to hear that story? And do y'all want to wait for another day? Because it's lengthy. And it's probably boring too, but no, I'm not teaching to answer your question. I don't know. Okay. I gotta eat talk then, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm hungry. But let me get a bite first, and then I'll talk. Y'all so nosy. This sandwich nasty as hell. This is the nastiest sandwich I ever bought. And I opened it upside down, being stupid. But okay. I told everybody on Patreon that I needed money because I was behind on my rent. And to explain why I was Patreon. Long story short, I was living inside of a hotel for nearly a week in Tokyo. And you can imagine that's expensive. Then I moved into a share house. So I used all my money that I had saved up. This is before OnlyFans too. And now all my money was like gone because I was expecting to have gotten a job that I got the job, but I couldn't go through with it because they wanted to do a reference check. And you watch my channel, y'all know what happened with me in my last job. I know that like I could have used somebody else because they even told me, oh, you don't have to use, that job. But, and then I'm thinking to myself like, yeah, I get it. But if I don't use it, then you're going to know in the back of your mind, what happened at your last job? Now it's going to make you nosy and curious. I'd rather do myself a favor and not move forward with the job because I know that even if I do get it, you're going to know stuff about me that I don't want you to know and are things about me that's not true. Because if you do contact my old job, they're going to lie on me, which they did. I used them as a reference before because at first, even after I left, that's before I made that YouTube video about them, I had no idea that they called themselves angry at me, that they were going to do malicious garbage like that. Because unlike any other job I ever left from, my boss actually asked for a private Zoom meeting with me. He talked to me after work hours and he had a whole 1-hour conversation with me. And he was telling me how much he liked me and how I reminded him of his daughter. And he just went on and on. I was like, you're like a daughter to me. I took care of you. I really care about you. I wish you the best. I had this whole conversation with me. And so I'm thinking like, okay, so from my perspective, we left on good terms. Wrong. After that, he started lying and telling everybody I was an alcoholic and that I was a bad teacher. He just said all of this messed up stuff about me. And I had no idea because he didn't tell me he was going to say that, of course. He didn't yell at me or complain about me while we were on the meeting, of course. He waited until after I left. I made a video about this. I'm explaining what happened at my last job. Watch my video where I talked about my experience working at a broad international school. And I really love that job. It was the best job I've ever had here in Japan. And while I'm not going to lie, I did not like my new class. I liked the environment at the school overall. I didn't like my coworkers and I had some problems with management, but I liked my position enough where it overtook that and I didn't care about the other stuff. So anyway, with that job over the summer, that was where I made that other journal video where I was talking about that PC principal, about how that dude, he literally complained about my demo lesson because I did a boys versus girls game and the kids loved it. They didn't complain about it, but he was like, oh, well, I don't like that because, it's teaching kids, gender, whatever, like they should be able to play together, decide. It was just a game where I had these foil balls, basically like paper balls, and I had to put them inside of a container and they're using their imagination. It was an outer space activity. So they're supposed to have been like, what is it? Meteoroids or asteroids, something like that. I forgot what I used it as. And so he was like, oh, I understand it, but I don't want them. I'm like, this is Japan, not the US, and even in America. So then for the second part of the demo lesson, because I had to teach 2 of the same lesson. So one lesson, 2 different groups of kids at the same day, which was stupid. I basically did free labor for them for nothing. With the second group, I took his advice, and I said this inside my other video already. Even without me doing girls versus boys, what do you know? Biology does things on its own. Yep, I went there. Sorry, I'm not going to be politically correct with you. I'm saying how it is. The boys and girls wanted to be on boys and girls teams. And what happened? He purposefully gave me a group of kids where there was one extra girl. And the girl that got put in the boys team, she was not happy. She didn't like it. She wanted to be on the other side. And I couldn't do anything about it. Look, I'm trying to get my damn job. But at the same time, like, you know what? This just goes to show you. You think you know so much. Kids do this on their own. When you put kids together, girls naturally want to sit with girls. Boys naturally want to sit with boys. They're not even thinking about sex. They just feel more comfortable with the same. We ain't finna get into that. Long story short, if y'all want to know all the backstory and detail, you're going to have to watch those videos. It happened too long ago. It was last summer. Go through my journals. I think it's titled like PC Principle, something like that. I explained that job interview, and there's a very long video explaining the backlash and blackmail that I experienced from my last job in Osaka. So anyway, that really messed me up. And then when I moved into this place, I really shouldn't have moved here because I didn't have the money for it at the time. I had a contract and I had a really high salary, as you can see, that allowed me to afford this place. And so I was given the place, but I had to be able to pay, obviously, the move-in fees, which I didn't have the money for. I needed them to be able to wait until November when I start working, and they were not willing to do that. But I wanted this place so bad. It was a newly built place. This place has only been around for 1 year. I'm only the second tenant to be here. It's even bigger than my place that I had in Osaka. And for Tokyo, and for this to be in Shibuya, this is nice. This is one of the most expensive cities in all of Tokyo. In fact, the only place that challenges the price of Shibuya is Aoyama. But anyway, back on subject. Yeah, I was thinking to myself, like, I want this place. And so really, I was initially trying to borrow money from somebody I was dating at the time. But then I had another guy, Chiba Bay, that I was dating. He just paid for it on his own. I didn't even have to ask him. I told him what I was trying to do. He volunteered to do it. So, of course, now I'm responsible for paying my actual rent, though. But where was I? So yeah, that really like screwed me over. And so even although I didn't want to be teaching anymore, I knew that I needed the job because I have bills, etc. And I wasn't planning to quit my last job. If you want to be nosy, know about that Patreon. I'm not going to go through it here. But long story short, something came up where I felt it was the right thing to do to leave my job because I was asked to basically cram in a bunch of work for kids within a short period of time. And I didn't feel like it was morally right to do because the parents are thinking that their kids have learned this stuff and they did not. Whereas really all I did was make it look like it was done on paper for the parents and really for the school. I wasn't willing to do it. So I resigned from that job. But then afterwards, I was like, you know what? Getting tired. I'm becoming stir crazy, just staying at home. I'm not feeling this anymore. I want to go back and work again. I could use the money because, of course, by me not working a regular day job, I'm dealing with significantly less money than I previously had. So, yeah, I ended up applying for not one, but actually 2 different jobs. I'm not going to go through both of those stories because that's way too much. So we can go with the second story because it's longer and there's more detail to tell you. So with that job, this happened, I think last month. So a few weeks ago. And I'm trying to think back on this interview. How was it arranged? I think they just literally, they emailed me telling me where I was going to go for, the job, for the interview. They told me how to even get to the school, which I thought was really nice because I hate whenever companies just assume that you know how to find them because you know the school's name. And so I applied for this job from Gaijin Partner that I also have. And so they got back to me immediately, literally an hour later, they asked me for an interview. And so what happened? Oh, the person that had scheduled the interview, they remembered my application from years ago. And they were like, was it years ago? Yeah, I think it was from either years ago or last year, some time ago. And so they had asked me, I thought you applied here before. And I was saying yeah, I have. But, for whatever reason, I'd never actually interviewed with you, but I did apply. You did offer me an interview. And so they're like, can you come in or whatever? We'd love to have you, blah, blah. And so I scheduled the interview with them. I'm really excited about it. But even the day of, just like with this live stream, I was like, I don't feel like doing this. I want to stay home. I'm tired. I'm hungry. And every time I have something big and important to do, for example, interview, I always have to go do number 2 or 3. And I was like, I need to stay home. I don't feel good. I made it there just in time to be on time. By on time, I mean early. I thought I was going to be late, so I sent them an email apologizing. And I ended up getting there, I think 15 minutes early still. It's this is perfect. So anyway, I got there. And I had trouble finding how do I get to the interview. The school was like, I think 3 or 4 levels. And when I went inside, I'm not going to tell too much detail, but if you live in Tokyo, you could figure out what school this was. They literally had like the whole first floor was like a cafe, and it had the same name as the school. So I was like, I don't know, is this the school or is this another building? But I see kids here and I see foreigners, so I kind of want to ask, but I don't want to be looking stupid and be like, hey, is this a school? And for them to be like, no, you dumb bitch, clearly it's a cafe. So I like decided, okay, let me just walk and ring the doorbell over here. And so I rang the doorbell and they let me in. Nobody came to the door. They just unlocked it for me. They're like, oh, it's unlocked. I go inside and I'm like, okay, so now there's stairs. I didn't know which floor to go to. I walk and I see what looks like an office area, but it's literally like an open office space. So I'm like, that can't be the school. It's an international school, might I add, because I don't do language school jobs. I don't do ALT work. I hate both of those positions. But anyway, I go inside and I look and I'm like, okay, that can't be it. I didn't actually open the door. I just like kind of looked through the window. And so I like get ready to go up the stairs and I kind of hesitate. I'm like, let's keep going. I go up the stairs again. And then I come across somebody that finally speaks to me. She's like, oh, like, hi, like, how are you? Whatever. Like, are you here for the interview? And I'm like, yeah, like, that's me. And so she knew my name and everything. And so I go downstairs with her. And then I see the people that I had passed by on the stairs, people that saw me peeping in through the office. I figured this can't be the school area because they would have seen I'm the person for the interview. Nobody spoke to me. All right, I go inside and she tells me, to just wait a moment and that I'm not going to say the guy's name. I should have given him a name, but then I'm going to get all mixed up. The guy that was interviewing me, we're just going to refer to him as the manager. The manager would be with me soon. So he came to me, y'all. And it reminded me of like a South Park episode or something. The dude had like, I don't know what was, I hate to be like ignorant because I've had things, just be weird off of me for the day too. No shade to him, but it was funny. He was really nice. Oh, look, before I get to him, I'm sorry, I got to backtrack. When I sat down, so it was this white girl that like sat me down there. I don't even remember her name anymore. There was another Black woman and it shocked me. I was like, they have a Black girl and in a management position? What? And she wasn't the manager, but like, probably like one of the, she's not the head teacher, but somebody up there, somebody, whatever. So yeah, she came by and she sat down at the table with me and it was literally like a booth. It did not look like a school. It was literally like booths lined up against the wall. The place probably used to be a restaurant. And then you saw that there were like these chairs on the other end of them. And it looked really like comfy and relaxing, but not like a school. It looked more like a cafe. So she sat down and she was just talking to me and asked if I had any questions and just getting to know me. And so, I'm doing the same thing back. I'm leaving a good impression on her, being nice to her too. And I was just impressed because I'm going to be real with y'all. Black people, you know what I'm talking about. Unfortunately, we can have some issues with each other. It almost feels like we always have to try to compete with each other. So oftentimes when you do like have a Black person, like being the only token Black person, Black girl, whatever, they normally feel like they have to compete with you. She didn't act like that at all. She was really nice to me, really professional. And yeah, I liked her immediately from the start. She liked me too. And then when, I almost said his name, when the manager was ready, he introduced stuff to me. He's, it's really fun. Nice to finally meet you, whatever. It was really nice. And then like she explained that she pretty much answered all my questions and we talked and laughed. And then he explained to me he wanted me to do a demo lesson. And I'm like, you didn't ask me to do a demo lesson. So that's kind of important to know before an interview. And so they didn't want me to bring anything. They had one already planned for me, halfway planned. And so he was like, oh, we're going to have you, with this classroom of kids. And we want you to do a lesson on, he didn't even know what subject, y'all. So we had to think about it. He was like, how about math? Because I think they're doing like colors or whatever. And so they literally had to find supplies for me to do the demo lesson with because they had nothing laid out for this lesson for me to do. They didn't even know what grade they wanted me to teach, nothing. And so I'm like, okay. Then when he finally gets everything figured out, okay, they're doing this for math. We know that for certain. And he gets the materials for me to use. It's missing pieces. It's not an interactive activity. Mind you, I had a class that had like 2 and 3-year-olds. So you want to have things that are hands-on and fun. They had these like penguins that had like a colorful scarf and a colorful hat. And then they had a plate of fish that, were color coordinated. So like it was a blue plate with blue fish that had Velcro stickers that you like stick onto it or whatever. And then you also had like a penguin that had on a blue hat and a blue scarf. And so you're supposed to like teach them 2 different things, colors and color sorting or whatever. So sorting by color and sorting by, was it shape or whatever? Yeah, sorting by color, sorting by shape or something like that. So anyway, he was really trying to walk me through, and I could tell that they were used to dealing with people that were brand new to teaching. And so I was trying not to seem like an asshole, like a smart ass, like, look, I've been doing this shit for years, I know. And so instead I was kind of listening. But then when I realized that he was like, constant sense, oh, it's okay, I got it, I understand. And so I said it nicely. And so I was like, oh, really? Great. And so he even told me, he was really nice. He even expressed to me what their expectations are for the lesson. So he told me what they were looking for. They really want you to do like, demonstrations, show the kids what to do, then have the kids do it. And, really make sure that you are both verbally telling them, showing them, giving them an example, and then having the kids do it, not being too fast with it. So I was like, okay, thanks for letting me know what you're looking for. So I'm not just going up there looking stupid, but I kind of already figured this. I know that they're young kids. So anyway, I go into the room and I meet, the person that is currently teaching the class, who was the head teacher. And she's the one who actually tried to schedule the interview with me, like I think a year or maybe whatever ago. And so she didn't bring it up. She was really nice to me. She never met me in person anyway. All they had was my profile picture to go based off of. But she was nice. And when I like bought myself inside the room, she was so particular. She was trying to have me like put stuff in a certain area where they grab their things from. And I'm like, okay, like that's not what I want to do, but whatever, fine, I'll put it there. And she immediately wanted me to go from there to being inside the general room where all the kids are waiting to start their activity, to start their day at. Because they had like one classroom where all the kids come in to start off the day. And then after they're done with their morning circle time, they all split up. So this is where all the stuff starts happening. So when I go inside the room, I was shocked. Before I even got inside there. So back when I was like, being introduced to the head teacher, whatever, I saw another Black person. It was a Black man. And mind you, both of these Black people, for the white and Asian people, I know you probably don't understand, why does this matter? It does matter as a Black person, trust me. And so there was a Black guy that came in. It was a tall, dark-skinned Black guy. He was actually cute. And so he spoke to me, and so he joked with me because my hoodie that I was wearing, they told me to wear casual clothes, I had on a blue hoodie. And he was telling me that, that he liked my hoodie because we were wearing the same color. We were matching each other. It was like a teal-like color. So, yeah, we joked about that. So I went inside the room, and the kids, no crying, not scared of me. And I'm used to that for two reasons. One, being a foreigner. Two, being Black. And then three, the fact that you're a new teacher inside the room, they don't know who you are. They gravitated towards me. I came inside the classroom and I just sat down on the floor, and it did me a huge favor because I was thinking like, crap, now I got to kiss ass to try to make a good impression. I got to go and be like, hi, what's your name? Are you Tuttle? Oh, how are you? 3? Ooh. I don't have to do any of that shit. My Black ass just sat there, and the kids came up to me and they wanted to tell me their age and their name, and they wanted me to play with their toys. And then of course I had to do some improvising myself too. Some of the kids were quiet and shy, but it made it really easy for me because even when I spoke to them, they actually spoke back. You deal with kids, sometimes you talk to them and they don't like speak at all. And I'm like, look, I'm trying to do an interview. First impressions, lasting impressions. They blame you for how the kids act when it's like, I can't make a kid that's not talkative suddenly become outgoing. So I try. But what was I gonna say? So yeah, like when the kids like started coming up to me, talking to me, I noticed, oh my God, there was a biracial girl. She was half Black, half Japanese. And y'all, I swear, my ovaries melted. I was thinking to myself, like, if I wasn't a teacher, I would kidnap you. But I was like, okay, let me stop. It's getting creepy. She was so outgoing and so talkative. And she walked up to me, and so like she was telling me she was making me donuts. So she gave me a tray of like random like Legos or whatever. Told me it was donuts. Like we were eating them, and I was making sound effects, and it was so easy to win them over because apparently the teachers inside this school don't play with the kids. I was the only one. Of course, I'm kissing ass, but I normally play with my kids anyway. Even when I have the job, I did it at abroad. But anyway, yeah, they really loved it. So like when they gave me like their play food, I pretended like I was eating it, and like I made like belching noises and everything. I thought it was hilarious. And so then they kept coming up to me and kept giving me toys, and like even the shy kids started doing it too. And so it looked really good. So in the middle while we're doing that, the manager, oh, that's what I forgot to mention. See, this is why I can't do these type of story times live. The part that made me laugh when he came over was something was wrong with his eye. I don't know if he had a sty or what type of infection, but his eye was like swollen and pink, and it was like bugged out. Like it reminded me of how like Jeff Bezos looks. Like, you got those like crooked eyes. I was like, two things crossed my mind. One, I was like, I kind of don't want to shake your hand because I feel like I need to wash mine afterwards. And then secondly, I'm trying not to be immature and laugh. So like I'm trying my best not to make eye contact with him. But then I'm thinking to myself, like, we all know those moments where you've had like embarrassing stuff going on in your face. Like, for example, I think to myself, have you ever had a pimple like on the tip of your nose? And I have a big nose as it is already. I had a huge pimple on my nose before when I was a teenager. It looked like a fucking like horn. Like you could just press like back, like that type of thing, like a clown horn. So I was thinking to myself the whole time. You look like Jeff Bezos. So anyway, while I'm sitting there playing with the kids, he comes back in with a Japanese woman who's apparently the owner of the school. So I think he was like referring to as being the principal or whatever. And mind you, on my way here, I read a bunch of bad reviews about this school. So let me tell you this part at this point. All of the reviews were saying that the head teacher is psychotic and that she has no filter and that she's gone off and cursed people out in front of the parents and that she's even fired people in front of all the staff and all the parents. And that because she's so crazy and neurotic or whatever, how do you say the way, just out there, the manager, the white guy that was talking to me, him and other staff members literally will have to call staff that got fired back and ask them to come back into work. And they told me that they have the summer camp that takes place. And during that summer camp, you have to work nonstop 7 days a week, no extra money, no break. And so, of course, you're on camp, a camping trip, but there's no other parents there. So all of the teachers are required to come, even if it's not for your class, just to have more supervision over the kids, which makes sense. But it's like Saturday and Sunday, and I don't get additional off days during the week. Because if they give you, normally in Japan, you have to work on at least one Saturday every year because things like sports day, etc., depending on the school you work at. So for example, at my school, we didn't have a Saturday that we came into work, did we? I think there might have been one Saturday, maybe. But normally, like at international schools, like my jobs that I've had, they'll have it on a weekday. But normally the parents want it on Saturday because they have to work weekdays and it's hard for everybody to come. So, but what was I about to say? Yeah, so like, I don't know what to think about the dentist. I just read a comment. Not Daddy Jeff Bezos. Yeah, like he did. But Jeff Bezos ain't got no pink eye, but y'all know what I mean. Like his eyes are kind of like frogged and like, we ain't gonna talk about that. South Park did him bogus. If y'all do a Google search and look up Jeff Bezos South Park, they wrong for that. That's all I gotta say. But back on subject. So yeah, like I already read all the bad reviews. I've read about how crazy the school environment was and about how they lie to you about the pay. And that was the main thing that made me upset because I told my patrons, the main reason why I went for this job was the salary was high, very high. And when I looked at the reviews on Glassdoor, they said that salary is false. They do that to get teachers to apply to them. And I was like, damn, it worked on me. And they said that your starting salary is only going to be $2,700, which that's a good salary for some teachers here. But me, I've already been paid almost 500,000 yen a month from one job. Why would I accept a job that's going to pay me 2,700? Why? Like, no. The fuck? So anyway, I was saying like, what? I could probably negotiate the salary, but I was like, it's a mandatory start salary and I have to work my way up. They're saying 500,000 is the cap. I'm thinking this is our starting playing field. No, I'm not doing that. So I went for the interview anyway, because I already signed up for it and I didn't even read these reviews until I was already on my way there. I normally do this research ahead of time, but they scheduled the interview with me so fast. I literally had just applied for the job. So anyway, yeah, that Japanese woman comes in while I'm in the middle playing with the kids. And so she's talking to me in English, of course. And so she's like, oh, like, hi, like, are you Ren? No, of course I'm not. I'm just some random black hoe that came into your school. Which that was scary too to think of because like these schools have no real security. Like I just walked into their school and nobody really tried to stop me until like I got all the way up to the top floor. She only said hi to me, really. I could have ran off somebody's kid. And this happened at my other job too, but I ain't gonna talk about that part. But back on subject. So yeah, she introduced herself to me and like, that was pretty much it. And then it was just awkward because like, okay, like I'm not trying to be rude, but you're just staring at me. Like, do you have any questions for me? Are you going to show me something? Like, can you stop staring at me, bitch? Like, I want to work for your company. Stop looking at me. Like, either say something to me or get the fuck out of my face. So of course, I'm not saying this to her, but I'm thinking in my mind, like, you're making it awkward for me. And so she thought that she misspoke. And so she asked, the Jeff Bezos dude, she was like, did I say something wrong? And I was like, no, look, I understood what you said. I was like, nice to meet you. So I just felt weird. I was like, I don't want to seem like a bitch, like I don't like her, but I don't know what else to say. Like you just said, hi, nice to meet me. Nice to meet you. Okay. You asked me where I was. I tell you who I am. Is this the part where I tell you like why I deserve this job or something? Like, so whatever. She eventually leaves out the room and none of the staff is talking to me. And so I'm thinking like, okay, like, I don't know. They kind of did a little fake greet to me, but like, they're not really like, oh, where are you from? And like trying to get to know me. So one part of me kind of liked that because I hate when people try to like act phony and just be trying to get nosy information from you. But then the other part made me feel like they felt jealous and threatened by me too. And so I was trying to, I was like, fuck it, I'm going to speak to them. So I spoke to them on my own. And the girl, she was a white girl. She was really nice to me. And I guess she just didn't think to speak to me. So anyway, what was I going to say? Yeah, she ended up being the person that was going to lead the circle time. Y'all, it was the absolute worst circle time I have ever seen. And I have seen some bad circle times. And I'm sorry for the white people here. I swear, I'm not trying to say nothing about y'all, but I got to keep it real. Girl, please don't ever, 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 ever try to make your own choreography for shit. She used some old 70s song, which I love 70s music, and in my opinion, it's better than the 80s people always try to brag and rave about. She used some old 70s song with some weird offbeat moves that were way too complicated and dangerous for a room full of kids that were between the ages of 1 to 5. We're in a small packed room and the teachers are there too. And everybody's just dancing, moving all over the room and doing these, choreographed whatever moves. And I'm like, you're asking for somebody to get hit, stepped on, injured in some type of way. And these kids can't even memorize it because they've been doing this for a minute, apparently, because the school year has started a few months ago. I didn't see a single kid doing the stuff right. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, I mean, at least it seems a little bit fun, but this is not appropriate for children. And it had nothing to do with school. And that was the only song that they did. And then after that, we split up into our groups. It was time to go. And so the girl that was like the head teacher that was going to have to interview me, she's the one teaching the class they were trying to give to me. She was leading the class. I watched and observed everything. It was fine. And then when I did my demo lesson, I have to mention to you guys, they had everything scripted out with how I was going to do it. And so they didn't give me really any creativity, which kind of made me happy, but then kind of didn't. So for example, they told me they wanted it to be a color sorting activity, but I could choose how I was going to do it. But they also told me that they had a song for me to use. And I was like, I normally turn down jobs that require singing. I sing on my own because I want to. But when you ask me like to do singing, like, oh, you have to do this, or we want you to do, I don't even like jobs that have the lesson planned out for you, because for me, as a normal teacher, that should be your right and your creativity. When you're lazy and you don't want to be a teacher, that's great, but that's not me. I went to school for this shit. And so for me, I want to have total control over how my lessons are done. And if you're not going to give it to me, I'd rather work for another company. And that's exactly what I got from the school. And they said it online too, inside Glassdoor. But anyway, yeah. So here I am. I am inside the room and thinking to myself, like, I'm not about to do this. And then it got worse. When it came time for me to do my lesson, my brain just like went splat. I forgot everything that I had planned out for how I was going to have the kids do the activity. Because at first I had told the head teacher that I wanted her to assist me with something, because I was going to have her like hold one of the paper plates. So this way the students would get involved and, she would demonstrate with me. And then I would ask a student, what color do they have, and to put it on the right plate. And so I was going to have, it was like 3 different colors, like red, blue, green, or whatever. And so I would use 3 students to hold them, 3 students to, put their stickers or whatever, the little Velcro fish thingy on the plate, to feed the penguin based off of what color it was. That's racist. But anyway, back on subject, I changed my mind literally at the start of my demo lesson, like in my head mentally. And I thought to myself, I want to instead, I'll hold the plate and I'll pass out all of the rainbow colored fish to the kids and ask them if anybody has this color. And if they can tell me what the color is, and only people that have, for example, only people with the red fish, I need you to feed, the red penguin, the red fish or whatever, because he only likes red fish. So I did really interactive and kid-like, and I used little stupid crazy voices, etc. And they loved it. But yeah, I had to sing that little stupid, that I See Something Blue song. Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it so much. I could still hear it in my head. And I was mad at myself because I've never used the song myself, but I've worked with people that use that song. And I'm not a singer. So anyway, what happened? Yeah, after I was done singing the song, I had to get to the lesson part. And so while I was singing the song, all of the admin staff came in and they were all watching me do my demo lesson. Everybody's taking notes and looking at me, and it's just dead silent. And I was surprised at how good and well-mannered the kids were. They were just sitting there patiently waiting, weren't fidgeting, etc. And so I did my like demonstrating, etc. for them. Like I showed the kids how to do, and I purposefully act like I didn't know my colors. Oh, why can't I put the green fish on the blue plate? Why? Like, but this is my favorite color type thing. I did all of that stuff and they loved it. But I was, of course, being hard on myself. And because I was freaking out so much, I accidentally used 4 colors instead of 3. And I can't do math, y'all. I'm not a teacher anymore. I forgot. I think it was like 12 kids in the room or whatever. So because I added an extra color, I had 3 extra fish, which threw me off. So anyway, passed out all the fish, and I had the kids, feed the penguin based off of what color he was. And so I would ask them when they would come up to tell me what color do they have, and for them to choose, like, where does the plate go? And so, of course, there might be a student who that made a mistake that didn't know, oh, okay, my fish is blue. I can't get up just because my friend got up, or her red fish. I don't have that color type thing. So anyway, yeah, after that, everything seemed kind of okay. They started getting ready for lunch and like breaking down our tables. And there was this other assistant teacher, 2 assistant teachers inside the room. And there's a lot of detail to this, you guys. It's too much, way too much detail for me to get into for this video. She seemed funky towards me. It's like, I didn't even speak to you, but she didn't speak to me at all. I had to talk to her. And when I tried to help her, she seemed irritated because like I saw she was putting the tables down. And for me, it's like, I know that the assistant teachers, they normally have to work longer hours than you and they get paid less than you. And so I thought, okay, I want to help you to make your job easier. But instead, she seemed bitter, like, oh, I don't want another new bitch, working here, whatever type of thing. So I'm like, leave your space. So we get ready to go to the park. And when they're getting ready to go outside, what happened? Oh, I go down with them. So I'm helping them get ready, helping them put their hats and everything on, their park hats. And when we get down to the first floor, I remember, oh crap, I put my shoes inside of my backpack because when I first came to the school, I wasn't sure, where the entrance was for the actual school area. And when I did find somebody to tell me, show me where the entrance was, I just decided to keep my shoes with me and put them inside my backpack and change it to my inside shoes there. So I had to go back up there and grab my outside shoes. And while I was up there, the Filipina assistant teacher, whatever there, she was grabbing the stuff for park. And she purposefully got on the elevator without me. This bitch, she literally dipped. She grabbed all of the park supplies and literally rushed to the elevator and tapped on it to make sure it closed before I can get on. I'm like, okay, well, excuse you, ho. I was going to take the stairs anyway, but I figured you were going to be nice and funny. Be like, oh, like, Ren, I'm waiting on you, Ren. Like, there's still room. Nope, she didn't, none of that shit. She was happy to be at the bottom. And I'm thinking, like, you're purposely putting forward a horrible first impression, because if I get this job, I'm going to be your boss, bitch, which means you're gonna have to work with me, for me, under me. Why would you do that to yourself? Even if you didn't like me, like, just pretend like you do, because you're gonna have to work with me and you don't have another job choice. I'm just keeping it real. So anyway, back on subject. I ignore that. We go to the park and they're practicing for a sports day, and it was done very sloppily, of course. So anyway, they're outside, and this is where things get dumb and confusing for the kids. They tell the kids they can remove their masks because of the new COVID, whatever rules, which I kind of understand that, but to me, I feel this way. If we're going to have them remove their masks outside, it needs to stay off inside too, because it just becomes confusing. They don't understand where they should wear their mask and where they should not. Plus, when they go home with their mom and dad, their parents are going to want them to wear their masks still as of the making of this video. And so it was confusing the kids. Some of them were throwing their masks like on the ground, on the floor, whatever. And I felt like even when I was out there, she was trying not to involve me. So it's just me and her next to each other. She knows what they're doing for sports day. She doesn't speak to me, doesn't whatever. I'm like, I don't really care. I was surprised. The other teachers, like for the older grades of kids, like the second, third, whatever grade teachers, when they came by, even although like I just knew that they had the perfect opportunity to ignore me because I'm not working in their area, they spoke to me when they passed by with their kids. Like, oh, like, hi, like, are you the new teacher, Rin? Whatever. They spoke to me. And so that made me feel good. But anyway, when it came time to leave there, I did the same thing, tried to volunteer to help with stuff, which I did help her in that situation. She did thank me. She had like some sort of like cart or something that she left behind, and I picked it up for her and I put it away for her. She thanked me for that. And then like I volunteered to hold, it was another staff member. I think it was the Japanese girl. She might have been Filipina too. I have no idea of this girl because I couldn't tell by looking at her. But she asked for me she didn't ask me to do anything. I asked her if I could hold her bag. She was like holding another kid's hand or whatever in the line. And so like I held the bag with the equipment for sports day. And when we were on our way back to the actual school, it made me really happy. I've never been told this. I've applied for a million jobs and I've worked a million different jobs. She told me that she hopes that I get the job and that she really likes me and she wants to work with me and she really liked my lessons. She went on and like just kept praising me. Like, I was thinking if I didn't know any better, she was talking to me like she was the manager. And mind you, at this point, it wasn't the end of the day, so I hadn't spoken to anybody yet. So anyway, when we came back inside, they were now getting ready for lunch. My job was just to help them wash their hands and, line up. And then they went back into their classrooms and, got their utensils and little bibs and crap on, etc. So yeah, in the middle of that, I was asked to leave out of the room and come and have a meeting with the admin staff. So the principal, Bezos, and the black girl, whatever, they were all there sitting at a table, and they gave me a really, really, really great evaluation. So they were telling me how much they loved my lesson, and they were super impressed. So she was like, "Oh, you have such a beautiful voice. You can sing." And I was like, "Are you tone deaf?" I cannot sing. And so I'm just like, okay, well, maybe a little bit. My voice is not awful. I'm a kindergarten teacher. You got to know how to sing. Comes with the job. But I'm like, I'm not a singer. But yeah, they were patting my back and talking about how good of a singer I was, and how good the lesson was, and how good of a job I did demonstrating, and blah, blah, blah. And so I was even honest with them, and I admit that, it kind of didn't go as I planned, because I accidentally used the extra color, despite what I had initially planned out, and how I had to, play it off and put the fish down myself and explain where they went. But yeah, they really loved my demo lesson. They were like, "Oh, the kids were so engaged," and I didn't feel that way at all. I guess I was just judging myself too harshly, because the whole time I was doing it, I was thinking to myself, like, this did not go as planned. So anyway, while I'm sitting there talking to them, and mind you, this is in the open office space. So every teacher that's walking in and out of the hallway, and now it's lunchtime, y'all. So despite the teacher, except for the teacher inside that room that I was in, that I just left from, all of the other staff was out in this open office space area while they're talking to me. So I have no privacy. In the middle of this, the owner of the school, the principal, she starts playing 20 questions with me. So she's like, "Oh, so you have a modeling visa. So can you show me your pictures? Can you show me your website?" I'm interviewing for a teaching job. You asked me what my visa was. And first of all, even though Patreon already knows my situation with that, why would I share that? Not only with you, but with everybody inside of this room. That's TMI. That's none of their business. Secondly, the problem that I had was that it went beyond that. After I told her, like, "No, I don't have anything to show you right now," I didn't even bother going into detail about, well, I have a modeling visa, but I haven't done anything yet, but they're my visa sponsor. I didn't bother explaining any of that shit. And I only answered that because they asked me what was my visa status. And of course, they wanted to know, "Oh, so you do modeling work?" And then when I explained that, I know they didn't really believe me. But I was thinking to myself, like, it's not my job to try to prove, to prove myself. I know what is and what isn't. I literally have a picture of my visa on Instagram, but they don't know about all of that stuff, of course. I didn't bother to try to whatever. So anyway, I could tell that they were kind of listening like, "Sure, you're a model and I'm a billionaire." But anyway, back on subject. So while we're talking, this girl literally pulls up my school while I'm in the middle in front of everybody. And she's like, "I've never heard of this school before. It's in Tokyo. It's an American school." So she's literally on Lakeland's website, and she's showing me what she's looking at, and everybody is seeing her, including the other black girl who isn't really a manager, might I add, too. So I'm like, why are you sharing all of my business with everybody? There's no privacy, no confidentiality here. And I haven't even accepted or been offered a job yet. This is too much. And then if that's not enough, then she tried to pick apart where I was living. So when she asked me, about that, then she's like, "Oh, so where do you live?" So I told her, "Oh, I live in Shibuya-ku." She was like, "Shibuya-ku? Like, you live in Shibuya City?" And so I was like, "Yeah." And so she was like, "Oh, you live in a share house?" Backhanded, condescending. "No, ma'am. I live in Shibuya and I don't live inside of a share house." "Oh, is your company paying for it?" "No, I pay for my own rent." "Oh, do you have a roommate?" No. She literally went down the whole list. "Do you have a roommate? Are you married? Do you live with your boyfriend?" In front of everybody. And I'm like, am I the only person with a brain realizing how insulting and ignorant this is? Wow. So anyway, then we go off of that topic. And then she's like, "Oh, well, okay, well, I'm wondering, like, why do you want to, work here, whatever?" And I'm like, "There's nothing special about your school. Your salary is high. That's why I want to work here." But apparently that's misleading according to Glassdoor. So I can't say any of that shit. I'm answering all the little phony fake ass questions. Eventually she's done. She wraps everything up. And, that ends that part of it. And then the black girl's there. She comes in and she like starts showing me the curriculum and whatnot. And there were some things that I liked about it. But the biggest problem that I had was they want you to be a double teacher, which is basically a cheap way of exploiting English teachers. They wanted you to be an international school homeroom teacher. So you teach all the subjects in the daytime, and then in the afternoon and evening, they have you teaching an after school program for elementary age kids. I've done that shit before. No, I do not like those jobs. And so of course I'm having to pretend like I'm okay with it, because I'm like, shoot, you up this to 600,000 yen, you got a fucking deal. So I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, I don't want to do this, but it's close to the train station. The pay is going to be good, or it could be good. Potentially, I might be able to negotiate it because I've negotiated my salary for as much as 1,000 more than what they were offering before. And so I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe I can do it with this job. As I was talking to the black girl, she started asking me like, how did I feel about the school, and if I was thinking about working there. And she asked if I had any other interviews, and so I stupidly told her because I figure skin folk, I can be a little honest with her. I didn't go into detail about anything. Well, I didn't know that she was going to tell them what I said to her. So she literally went back and told the managers there that I had other interviews lined up. And so it kind of made them freak out and feel like, oh crap, we want to keep Ren, so let's give her an offer. And so they told me that they really wanted me to work there, but they wanted to do some background checks, wanted to do reference check. And so I was thinking to myself, like, oh no, that is not going to go good. And so I will be honest with you, generally speaking, normally two things. One, jobs in Japan don't normally do reference checks. So I normally don't even apply to jobs that require them. Because generally speaking, if a job needs a reference check in Japan, it generally says a lot about the company that you're working at. Companies that have high turnover rates are super concerned about what you were like at your last employer because they're afraid of you quitting. That's really what it comes down to. And I know if they contact my last job, that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be, oh yeah, she quit. And I'm not going to tell you, I finished my entire contract. I honored the entire contract. I just didn't renew my contract with them. And it wasn't really because I didn't want to. I did technically choose to quit that contract, but it's like it was the beginning of the year. It literally just started. I finished my last contract, but that's not going to be accounted for. It's going to just seem like I quit my job, that I was this horrible, bad teacher. Interesting. I'm so awful of a teacher that my graduating kids, the kids that I taught, their parents are still friends with me online to this day. They still talk to me. And I've been trying to arrange a day to hang out with me and go out to eat. So that's another story. But yeah, I was thinking to myself, okay, I have two options. Either one, I can pray and hope to God that they put in a good word for me. Two, I can use another employer as my reference. Or three, I can use my school or somewhere else as a job reference. But I'm like, why am I going through all of this for this job when I'm a native English speaker? I'm an American. I'm young. I have a bachelor's in education. I'm not desperate for a job. If I ever really need a job, I can just go and apply for another. I'm not going through all of this bullshit for you. So that's exactly what I did. So I didn't tell them that. But as soon as I found out they were like really keen on doing it like right now, because they didn't want to waste any time. They wanted me to start tomorrow. I'm not even kidding me, y'all. They wanted me to start the next day. And so I told them, like, you know what? This is moving too fast. And I did have another job interview after that one too. So I used that as my excuse. Like, you know what? I need some time to think about it. I don't want y'all contacting my job because I don't want to have to, go through 20 different people, which I wouldn't want that realistically anyway. And so they were like, oh, okay. Well, when do you think you know? They seem really disappointed. And I'm like, I should be worried about you because the fact that you need a teacher, the year just started. It's only 1 month in. Your teacher already quit on you. And two, the fact that you're so desperate for me to start right now without even waiting a minute to decide and look at other applicants, I should be worried about working for your company. So don't get me wrong. I understand the purpose and reference checks, but I also understand that's not a common thing to do here in Japan. Just like how you have jobs here in Japan, it'll be like, 3 months probation pay, where they'll pay you 2,500 or 2,000, 200,000 a year, or whatever, not a year, a month. And then they'll up your salary to whatever they offer. That's racist and prejudice, type of crap, because they don't do that with Japanese people. They only do it with you as a foreigner. And the excuse is, well, so many foreigners quit or whatever. So because other foreigners quit, instead of you saying, maybe my company is a trash place to work for, now you stereotype and judge us because now foreigners are the bad people for quitting. And this is why I was telling you all that. Y'all think I'm the only person that switches jobs here. I live where I live in this luxury apartment. I have the experience that I have because I did not stay stupid like how a lot of people do here and work the exact same job endlessly. Because if I stay with the first company that hired me, they weren't even paying me 200,000 yen a month. That's less than 2,000 US dollars a month. And that was for full-time work. I was getting paid pennies. My first full-time job here, they offered me 250,000 yen. And that was breaking the bank for them. They didn't even want to give me that. But I've been so used to getting paid less than that. I was really happy. It was my first real salary. And then I realized, I could get paid more than that. This is trash. Then I got 2,000, 270,000. Then I got 300,000. Then I got 350,000. Then I got 400,000. Like your requirements, you gain more experience when you switch these jobs. I got IB certification. These companies are playing, y'all. Like they have you working the same job and have you think, like, oh, you got to stay loyal to your employer. You want to look bad, etc. Forget about even references and things like that. You are aware that when you leave those jobs, there's other people you can use as a reference. It doesn't have to be your previous employer. So even for the jobs that do request them, for me, I don't even bother with them because I know that I have so many options. If you're asking for stuff that I don't want to give you, I just move on to another employer. Because to me, I'd rather do that than have to lie to you, have my friend or something, my manager, or use my school because then naturally what's going to happen inside your mind? You're going to think, she wants to be a teacher, but she's afraid of us contacting her last job. Why would you accept just my school as the reference? You're going to want to know what my employer had to say about me. So even if you do choose to hire me, I know you're going to be nosy and snoop. I'm not going through that crap. Plus, it's also going to do is pat my job on the back. Abroad, they're going to be happy knowing, oh, damn, this bitch is out of a job. They're going to be thinking that, they have the opportunity to screw me over again, which is really funny because, like I said, I didn't do that to them. I spoke highly of the school, even on YouTube. When I first stopped working there, I was sad. And then it turns out they backstabbed me and talked shit about me both behind my back and right in front of my face. And it made me even angrier because as a Black person, our community in Japan is already small. Literally, all of the Black people were feeding into that shit. So both my coworkers and the owner of the owner of that I had to put the name down. I'm just gonna be real. The New Orleans restaurant. They were gossiping and trying to find out what happened. Why wasn't I working there? And even although they already knew the answer, the fake answer they've been told by the school, they were so fake and phony. They spoke to me directly to my face and pretended like they were worried about me and concerned and wanted to know what was going on. And then I found out later, oh, this is why everybody's asking me if I'm still working there. My school, my last job, they've been gossiping and talking shit about me to the parents. And now instead of you doing the right thing as you're supposed to be a Christian to begin with and realize, oh, this is gossip, I don't know what really happened, I'm a fucking business owner, maybe I shouldn't, stir the pot and add stuff, try to feed into drama like I'm a fucking bitch. Nope. He literally came to my fucking front door. And I hate to say this because happened now, 2-3 years ago, but it really hurt me because I was a huge supporter of his business when this pandemic first happened. I was ordering food from him almost every single day. And I was spending a lot of money, even when he was fucking up my order and both overcharging me because he forgot to add up things properly, which made me think things were a certain price. And then I found out later I had been undercharged. And instead of taking accountability, he just explained a mistake had taken place. Instead of saying, like, oh, I'm sorry. He kind of made it seem like it was my fault. It's like, you're the one supposed to be doing the math and tallying up how much I owed. I shouldn't be paying a different amount each time. He hand delivered my food to me and came to my door, pretend like he cared about I was so angry. And I was so hurt because I was thinking to myself, this is the reason why I took down, because something else happened to me before. I forgot what happened. I think I took down my review. I left him a really nice review on Google. I had tons of pictures of all of his food. And I had the top rated comment on there. I helped his business a lot. And with that said, I was thinking to myself, now you have his food is good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to bullshit on you. But there were a lot of people that were complaining about his food. Oh, it's overpriced. It don't taste good. It's whatever. And those are the, pictures that you saw giving it 1 and 2 stars, whatever. People bullshitting him. And so I loved it. Is it overpriced? Yeah, but everything is here in Japan. I give you 5 stars for your restaurant. Do you a favor. And then you backstab me by gossiping and shit behind my back. Wow. And as a fellow Black person, you should know better than to believe that bullshit from that Islamic school. But anyway, and that's the part that made it even funnier. The school was Islamic. So for them to be gossiping, so much to be said. Let me eat my sandwich before I start getting stale. My nasty Parmesan, bacon, and mushroom sandwich, which it sounded good to me at first, but it's not really disgusting, but it ain't worth the money that I spent. So anyway, what happened? I told them I was going to need time. I excused myself early. Ooh, I thought my sandwich fell. I excused myself early. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry for chewing in your ear. And the manager of the school, he literally walked me down on the elevator. It was telling me how much they liked me and how warm my personality was and how, I was a good singer and just all this other stuff. It was asking me again, so when can we get started with, the reference process or whatever? And so I was just like, I told him the same thing again. Like, I need some time. I, want to know for sure that I want to be here. And they're like, yo, yeah, like, he really just kept trying to pressure me. And I wanted to say, like, I'm not going to work here. God damn it. So literally, like 5 minutes out the door, I didn't even walk back to the train station. I immediately sent them a text message. Not a text message, an email. And I was like, texting my phone, the email. Thank you for the offer, the opportunity, but I am, I would like to pursue another opportunity, whatever. Like, I'm done. And I know he's not stupid. He probably pieced together. There must have been something bad that happened in her last job, because he was so desperate. Even before I left, he told me, he's like, if you don't want to use your job, you can use, your school, whatever. I was like, why am I doing all of this for a shitty ass international school? It's going off. They haven't even told me the salary offer yet. Why am I having you contact my last job? I don't even know how much I'm going to get paid yet. There's no offer on the table even. Why am I doing all this for you? There's nothing special about your company at all. I have experience, I have qualifications, and I have other options. And plus, I also felt insulted because the whole time I was sitting there talking to them, they might as well have just told me that I was lying to them, because they didn't believe my visa. They didn't believe where I lived. And I forgot to mention it too, but I deal with that with Japanese people too. Anytime that which I don't voluntarily say, oh, I live in Shibuya. Literally, people ask you that. And so I don't mind telling you what city I live in. I'm not going to lie and shame myself for it. You don't need to know exactly where I live. But yeah, they was like, oh, does your company pay for it? You live with your boyfriend? Anything to take away from the fact, because it's just impossible. I couldn't possibly be paying for this place. And then the other dumb thing too, like for any girls that are thinking this, you cannot get a nice apartment because you have a boyfriend that has money, or somebody gives you money. Chiba Bay, for example. You have to have an actual legalized contract and proof that you work for that employer. I'm talking like check stubs, contracts, everything. You cannot just say, I want a nice apartment. My mom gave me $5,000, so I'm going to get that. It doesn't work that way. No company is going to pay for you to stay in a damn luxury apartment. Even hosts don't get that. They stay inside of shitty apartments and live shoulder to shoulder with each other. But anyway, it hurt me so bad because I wanted that job. The location was great. The kids seemed great. But the more I thought about it, I was like, I was not going to like the after school activities. I wasn't going to like their lesson plans, because they literally like were showing me the books, that Black Girl, and they had everything like already decided for you. There was no creativity left up to you. Like everything was decided already. They just made it seem like you had some creativity and options or whatever. So you wonder, like, why does this matter? To me, it's like it takes away a part of being a teacher. And then if that wasn't enough, there was no privacy for your room. You didn't really have your own private classroom. They had mandatory rules. What had to be up on the wall. They literally had their like office space out in the hallway next to where the classrooms are, which to me, I couldn't tell if I saw it as being a cheap thing or a lack of trust. And both of those things were turnoffs to me. So yeah, and then I also didn't like the fact that the principal was so ghetto and nosy. And then when I paired that together, what I read about her and the head teacher, the more I thought it was like, this probably isn't going to be a good place to work for. And realistically, even if I did like let them use my school or another job that I do have, down that I could put down as a good reference for myself, I would not want to work with somebody like that. Because there's two things that would cross my mind. All it takes for you to get mad at me, if you to go off on me, and two, the salary is too low. Like why am I doing that? Like, why? I already said this already, but like seriously, I really don't get that. Like, why people don't understand it. I get it, they have their set prices because they're used to dealing with people that have no experience. But for me, the ball is in my court, in my favor. And if anything, I did them a favor because I could have lied and, did whatever and went around things. Because realistically, I hurt myself. This is TMI for you all, but I'll just keep it real with you. I don't bother with updating my resume. I've been using the same resume for years, which is why abroad is still even on there. I did not include the job that I just recently did here in Tokyo. Why? For two reasons. One, it's unnecessary. And two, I'm also aware that I didn't stay there for a very long time. But again, nobody's checking your stuff. So I can just lie about it. But I don't bother to do that. I just simply rule out jobs that require it. Because even if I know, like, for example, I can use my very first teaching job that I had, and I can use the second job that I have from that. They both have been references for me since then. But generally speaking, unless your salary is really high, and even then, I turned down that one job with the PC principal in Tokyo when I first came here. Unless you have a really, really, really like prestigious company, really, really, really high salary, I'm not going to go for that because it's unnecessary. And I know why you're asking for it. They're trying to combat their, deal with their turnover rate. And it's like the problem is not foreigners quitting the job. The problem is your company being trashed to work for. Look at your reviews on Glassdoor.
Don't get me wrong, of course, more people are going to leave bad reviews because that's what bitter people do. When you have a bad experience that's factually proven, you're more likely to tell, 10, 20 other people versus a good one. Look at my YouTube channel. So, yes, you see what I'm saying? But at the same time, there's a difference between, just the few people that were angry, had a bad experience, and then when all of your reviews are nothing but bad, then you should start thinking, especially when they're all saying the exact same thing about their experience working it. Everybody telling that, the manager has a hothead, they're crazy, they're ghetto, they're unprofessional. Maybe you should start looking internally. What's going on with the management of my school? Any company, including this one, because this one is one of them, that is constantly hiring every single year, every single season, you have at least one teacher quitting, you're not a good school. The best schools to work for, they never have more than a couple of people quit at the end of the year. They don't deal with teachers quitting their job all throughout the year and randomly moving and getting that type of stuff. Does not happen. And as much as I love to shit on abroad because they did me bogus after I left, that's a prime example. When I was working there, literally, none of the teachers left. Everybody stayed until the end of the school year. Now, at the end of the year, a lot of people left for various reasons. Like one person, they allegedly had a sick kid and wanted to stay home with their wife or whatever. I don't know whether that's true or not. But even if it is, how is staying at home gonna? Y'all still got bills to pay. Y'all not rich, but all right, whatever. I understand. Spend time with your kid. They might die. I totally understand that. Even though he was a bitch, that was a dude that got mad at me because I said that I was confused by one of my students. It was a little boy. His parents were dressing him like a girl. And it's not for that LGBT stuff like in the US. It's not that. It was literally them just doing it for whatever reason. I have no idea why. It wasn't for political reasons. That's just what they were choosing to dress him as. And it was confusing for me as a teacher because I was calling him she and her, referring to him as that. And one of my assistant teachers laughed at me and was like, such and such, that's a boy. And I was like, a boy? Really? They cutting off the circulation to his testicles. They had him wearing girls' bikinis with sparkles and shit on it. And I'm thinking I'm sorry. There's a difference between letting your kid wear what they want to wear. And then it runs to the field of, I'm starting to feel like you're a P-word person. And you might be getting a little bit of a sexual thrill out of this because it's one thing to let your son wear pink. It's another thing to let your son wear a bikini with frills and sparkles and tight clothing and stuff. Now I'm starting to wonder, I ain't finna go there. All I gotta say is, yeah. But it's such a natural speak. But you would think that, but the sad thing is, I do horrible in real speaking situations. This is just me at home. I was a hot mess. Anytime I've had to do assemblies before. I've had to do graduation. And I literally start shaking so much. I feel like I'm 11 years old. How old was I? No, I feel like I'm 12 years old again. And I'm meeting Justin Bieber or something like that. I'm about to faint. I do not do good in public speaking situations. And I know you'll never believe me because really? But no, I really don't. I really don't. So I'm just crazy. But I was so hurt because I needed that money. I wanted that job so bad. That's my Uber Eats money. Speaking of which, y'all, my feelings were so hurt. I have been ordering from this Mexican place almost daily for lunch, y'all. I don't know how I'm not 200 pounds yet. They closed. I was so hurt. I forgot the name of Frioles. Frioles. I can't say that word. I should know it. Y'all know what I mean. Frioles. Frioles. Oh my God. I feel like that that TikTok video with that guy. Have you all seen that? Where he's upset because he's serving these white people. And they keep saying all the Mexican words on the Mexican. Oh my God. Oh my God. Excuse me, people. He keeps saying all the Spanish words wrong. They're inside of a Mexican restaurant. But y'all get what I mean. And so he finally gets angry at them and talks about how he's going to knock them out or whatever. And I was like, you know what? I felt that. Because even for myself, I hate whenever I hear people say, oh, my sandwich. I hate whenever I hear people say Spanish words completely butchered. If people say guacamole or guac, guacamole or I just hate that. And I'm not even a Spanish speaker, but for me, it irritates me. I can't say even when you put it there, for example, another word that I have trouble saying is McDonald's in Japanese. I can't say McDonald's or deodorant. And those are katakana words, but it requires me to fake an accent that I cannot do because I know how to say them properly in English. but frijoles. But that's the closest I'm gonna get. So thank you for trying to help me out. It is delicious, and it's so funny because I hated Mexican food growing up, but as an adult, I want to slap the younger me. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's delicious. It is the best food in Japan. Like, there's a really good place in Osaka, and I was actually sad about moving here because I'm like, crap, I'm gonna miss that place. But no, Tokyo, I should have already known that because there's more people here. Tokyo has even better Mexican food. And I was so hurt because they closed down, and I looked them up, and I was like, y'all owe my fat ass. I have a $10 credit with them on Uber Eats because I ordered so much damn food. I can't even do math. What's it? 40? What is 40 times 10 people? Isn't that like 400 or something? Whatever that is, I spent $40 10 times, twice. I had a $10 credit twice and only used one of them. And conveniently, they closed before I could use the second one. I was so pissed off. And so the Karen in me wants to go up to them to get my money for it because they actually have a second location. I was lucky and I found out they had a second location. And I ordered from them on Uber Eats and it didn't taste the same. Like, the food was good still. But like the guacamole, the guacamole was awful. It was really chunky, and it wasn't like, it has like that perfect amount of salt inside of it. It didn't have none of that to it. I was mad, and I was like, man, like, I wish the other place was still open. But I'm probably gonna go up there and eat in person because I've never been there. I've only ordered them from the app. But yeah, my heart was broken. I was like, I need that restaurant because they were my go-to for lunch. I would always like just order it like as soon as open at 11 o'clock, I would get the exact same order. I would get, a steak. I would get a steak burrito, and then I would get chips and guac, and it was so good. But I love Chipotle. In fact, they remind me of Chipotle. In fact, their food is even bigger. They give you an even bigger serving. They give you more chips, and they give you an even bigger burrito. But their guacamole is really, really good. Like, it tastes like how that does. In fact, it tastes better than that. But yeah, I love Chipotle in the U.S. So. Yeah, and I know, of course, for anybody says, I know that these are not real Mexican food items. Like, if you were to go to Mexico, I understand, but I like the fake versions of food too. Like, for example, I like Chinese food in Japan and even in the US now too. But I don't think I would like legitimate, because even in the US, I used to not like Chinese food until I got older. But yeah, as an adult, I like more things. But yeah, I oftentimes found that I like it's made to be that way. They purposely make the food to have a taste that's to the liking of the people that live there, because otherwise, things that you like in your culture, people might not like. Like, for example, Pizza Hut and Domino's here. It sounds so gross, but it actually doesn't taste bad. They serve pizza that has mayonnaise and corn on it. I'm not gonna lie, it's gross. I don't do it, but I've had it before, and it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I get why they like it. It's just not my thing. It's made for their taste, though. So yeah, the flavors of things are different and weird. Like, even like things like candy, like Kit Kats, etc. Which that makes no sense because they would make so much more money if they sold that stuff publicly and commonly in the U.S. But yeah, I don't get it. I'm sometimes away from Mexico. It still doesn't consider real Mexican food. So yeah. What state do you live in? Are you in Texas? I'm eating and I'm already thinking about my next meal. I feel like I'm forgetting to talk about something that I wanted to say. Oh. Well, I won't get into all of the stuff because we ain't got time for it. Good night. We don't have time for it, but what was I gonna say? I really, really, really hate it when people ask me what type of guy do I like. Because I've talked about this before. I got asked this recently yesterday, but this guy had a twist to the question. When I told him that I didn't have a type, he told me, he was like, well, what type of guy have you met? I was like, no, that's a good question, but it made me mad. I'm thinking, like, just move on from the topic. I don't have a type, because the only reason why you're asking is you're trying to chameleon your way into my panties. You're trying to figure out, how can I be a guy that you like so I can act like that guy? Because no matter what answer I say, you're going to pretend like you're that person. Short hair suits you more than any. I sadly agree with that because I wouldn't have agreed with that previously, but I was saying that inside my last video, well, 2 videos ago. I kind of feel like I like my hair being short for some reason. Like I would never say that any other time, but for starters, it's easier to do, and I feel like it looks better on me for some strange reason. Do you like ramen or sushi? Oh, easy question. Definitely ramen. But I feel like it's one of those things. I don't know where you live, but it's one of those things where if you try it in Japan, it will completely change your perspective of it. Because for me in the US, I was like, why would anybody want ramen? Like it's poor people's food. But the way that ramen is made here, especially even in major cities in the US, you can find similar versions of how Japanese style ramen is done. Completely different from what I think of when I thought of ramen in the US. Because for me, ramen was, the little cheap, what do they call those, maruchan or whatever packets where it's like 20 cents each and you got the chicken flavor, whatever, which for Japanese people, that stuff tastes sweet and is disgusting. But I mean, we were raised on that stuff. But the ramen here, it depends on where you go because there are also some really awful ramen places here. But I said it before, but Sujita is my favorite ramen place here. Best one. In fact, I'm thinking about going there. I haven't been there in a long time. So, yeah. Is that it, you guys? I have like a whole list of stuff, but I'm like, I don't know, wait for another video. I'm also getting tired too. It's been almost 4 hours. But yeah. I was just thinking about another guy that I was talking to just the other day who I thought smart to ask him, and it turned out he was divorced and had a 4-year-old and a newborn baby. And I'm like, sir, no, thank you. It's always the guys, like, whenever a guy is like really thirsty to meet you, like even if it's not to have sex with, like just to meet you, it's always some underlying reason, like some dude with a ton of baggage, or of course that's the reason why they just want to have sex with you. But I hate that, like the fact that you have to ask these questions to do all of this investigating and detailed questions. Because if I ask, oh, are you married? No, I'm not married. Are you divorced? Yeah, I'm divorced. Do you have kids? I don't have any kids living with me. Do you have children at all? Well, yeah, but they live with their mom. I was like, damn, like, just tell me the stuff up front. Shit. And I wish people would just put inside their profile because then it allows people to decide if they want to talk to you or not. Because I would rather you just never contact me than to feel good knowing that, well, if I didn't have children, I could have got this person. What does that do for you? Just like the guys, which I had a guy like this yesterday too, who messaged me. He messaged me a long time ago, but like he recently got back in contact with me. And like he messaged me on the app Meet Me. And while I was talking to him, I just cut to the chase. I was like, how tall are you? And he was like, LOL, why? Like, why are you asking? I'm short. I think he said like 5'6" or whatever, 5'7". I don't know how tall 170 centimeters is. But I was thinking to myself, just answer the damn question. And then, of course, he immediately, before I could even reply, asked me how tall am I? And I'm like, my height is actually on my profile. And so is my weight, ho. But secondly, not really my weight, but my body type. And so I'm thinking, like, secondly, I don't like people do those little fake ass questions. You're asking me a question because you feel offended that I asked you, but stop being stupid here. It's an important question to ask. You wouldn't want to date me if I was 6'5". Okay, well, I don't want to date a man that's 2'2". If you were using your brain to just asking a fake question just to ask it, my height is already on my profile. And just like men like women that are beautiful, and you wouldn't want to talk to a girl that has no profile picture, well, for me, run a dating site. I don't want to talk to you when I can't see how tall you are. I'm saving you time. Because otherwise, if I meet you in person and I don't know your height and I can't see your picture and I don't know shit about you, what's going to happen? In my mind, I'm going to be thinking, this nigga ugly as fuck. He's short as fuck. Ain't no way I'm finna marry this hoe. And I'm finna use you for a free meal. And that's the nice way of having it done. Because see, most girls, you not tall, or at least the average man, like how they want you to be, they just gonna dip from the date. They're gonna be like, oh, my cat's gotta go. Or, oh, I forgot my doctor's appointment. I have a pap smear. They're gonna say anything to you to get out of that date. I literally, I can't remember where it came from. I remember like years ago when I was a teenager, I read an article, I think it was from Cosmo, and it was talking about bad dates. And I can't remember if it was the girl or the guy. I think it was the guy. A guy was saying that he was waiting for his date to meet him at a cafe, and that his date literally passed by the cafe and like saw him there waiting and left. Like she didn't even go inside the cafe. She just left. And it was because he was short. And I'm assuming that the guy was possibly sitting down. I don't know if he was just waving in the window like, hey, like it's me, I'm here. And I just think to myself, I know it sucks because you can't help your height, but it's like, we all know why these things matter. As a girl, even if you're not an attractive person, you understand why a man wants to see what you look like. Okay, well, likewise for me, just tell me how tall you are. Because at least, I'm spitting food on myself. At least if I know how tall you are, I can decide on my own. Because I've told you guys before, I've dated short men. I fucked a couple of them too, now I think about it. Let me go back on subject. It's like, by you not telling me, now my expectations are going to be higher for you. And then if you don't meet them, now I'm going to feel more disappointed and cheated. I feel catfished because it doesn't cross my mind. Why would I immediately think, maybe this man is 2'2"? I'm at least going to expect you to be an average height man because from my experience, I assume if you're short, you're going to disclose that to me. You're going to tell me. Likewise, if I were a 400-pound bitch, I'm not going to show up to the date and not tell you that beforehand, because for me, I would rather have you leave the date because I'm 300 pounds than for me to show up to the date and I, just edited the crap out of my body, edit the crap out of, my face, just everything, and have you thinking that I'm the skinny, slender girl, because now I feel more embarrassed and hurt that you met me. And it wasn't that I wasn't ugly. You were just like, damn, bitch, could you be any bigger? Like, shit, that's going to hurt me a lot more. I would much rather have you decide that you don't want me beforehand than for me to get all dressed up and made up and literally feel like, a pig with makeup on. Like, no thanks. I would rather be rejected beforehand because I'm not, I don't match your requirements. I don't get why men don't just do, look, some men are smart, but then I hate that too. I came across another crazy profile on Tinder where the guy, I have a paid membership, so I don't even send out likes. I just match for anybody that likes me. I just swipe right on everybody. I go look at my matches, and anybody that already gave me a like, I just like them back, unless their profile is like crazy from their picture. But then after I match them, I only read the bios of people that send me a message, because otherwise I consistently have over 10,000 matches every single day. It's stuck at 999. Like, it doesn't go away. 9999. It doesn't go away. It stays there. So even if I swipe, left or right, it won't go down to 998. It just stays there. It's stuck that way. I'm not saying to brag. I'm just saying I don't have time for this shit. So for me, I save myself a ton of time, but it's swiping around everybody. And this way, now I know that only the people that sent me a message, there's a possibility we could possibly have a date. And before I reply to the message that you sent me, then only then I read your bio. Because what good does it do to read a bio of a man who, because mind you, I'm in Japan, I'm reading kanji, so for the most part, I'm going to copy and paste the shit into Google Translate. I'm not doing all of that crap for 10,000 people every single day. That's ridiculous. I will never go through all my messages that way. Even doing it this way, I don't go through them all. So for me, it's like it saves you time and energy. I only have to read the people that are actually talking to me. So this, he hates women that care about height and that he's 170 centimeters or whatever. So he's not a good choice for someone that likes tall men, and that if you like tall guys to not, match with him, to stay away from him, whatever. And then I know he called us trying to be funny, but it's like, sir, this is a dating site. You seem like you're psychotic. He ended it off by saying that he's going to curse you if you unmatch from him. And he said that he hates women that unmatches quickly, and he hates women that cares about height, whatever. And that if you unmatch from him without saying anything, he's gonna, curse you, whatever. I'm like, well, I guess you have to go ahead and try and curse me, because I'm unmatching your crazy ass now. I'm not spending 2 more seconds. I wish I read your bio before I had replied, because I just simply thought, okay, he has a profile picture. He just said hi. Oh, fine, fuck it. I'm feeling in a good mood. I'll just reply back. But yeah. Wild cats that catch out there. So I was thinking of adopting once I get there. You do not want to do that. Japan does not. They do have shelters, but they're not really a common thing here. Japan has more pet shops, but not as many as I think other countries, like, for example, in Europe and in the US. I don't think they have nearly as many in comparison to those places. They have a lot of street cats in comparison to where I'm from, and possibly maybe even where you're from too, but they don't have a lot of shelters. They have a lot of pet stores with overpriced cats. And they do not treat their pets well or outdoor animals well here. And the reason why I don't suggest getting a pet, but you can do whatever you want to. I mean, I hope these pets do get a home. Somebody has to do it. So if it's going to be you, then please be my guest. But the downside to having them is it is very, very, very hard to find a place that accepts pets, and even harder to find a place that accepts pets and foreigners. It's really crazy. There's actually a saying here in Japan amongst foreigners. It's easier to find a place that will allow a pet than it is to find a place that will allow a foreigner. I'm not even kidding you. It's like 19 30s or 40s here, like Jim Crow era, redlining US style. It's not supposed to be legal for them to choose to deny you a place based on your race, but it happens all the time. Not just race and nationality. It's not just a Black issue. It doesn't matter. If you are not Japanese, you need to find a place that accepts foreigners. And most places do not want foreigners living there. And they give all the excuses under the sun, but it all comes down to prejudice. If you're not going to rent to me because some other foreigner that was also a foreigner rent or didn't do whatever, okay, so you mean to tell me that the millions of Japanese people that pay their rent and or they get sued for these things, they can't come into the same situation that I do? I understand it, but it doesn't change the fact that it is what it is. Because that same excuse is used even in the US. So it's crazy that it's legal here and nobody sees a problem with it. So anyway, long story short, I only have mixed feelings because if you get a pet, you're making it hard to move anywhere else because most places are not going to accept pets. And normally the places that do accept pets, the rent is very high. So you normally have to constantly stay with them. Like, for example, myself, I only moved into my last place that I had in Osaka because they allowed pets. And sadly, I never got to bring my cats there because otherwise that place was overpriced. It was a nice place. It was brand new and I was the first tenant, but I definitely could have gone, buy them cheaper rent or whatever. So yep, which sucks. They'll take our taxes. Our tax dollars are good enough. And they force us to pay pension and health insurance. They don't mind doing that. But nope, they do not want you to live inside of their houses. And even restaurants here. There are places here that don't allow you to come. I talked about this before, but I literally went out with another friend. And a lot of people think it's just a Black thing, but it's not. This girl, she's a white girl. And she went to places by herself too. I can't confirm those because I wasn't there with her. But that place always stuck out to me. We were in Roppongi at that. And we went to some sort of like smoothie bar or whatever. And they told us, this is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. She was the one who walked in on my behalf, might I add. They told her that they were too busy to serve us. The place was empty. She asked if there was a wait. No, we don't serve foreigners or whatever. And I'm just thinking like, wow. You will literally see signs in busy places like even in Harajuku, etc. It's not as common as it used to be, but these places do exist that do not allow foreigners to enter. It's very common to see with bars. So yeah. And again, like we have to pay tax, we do everything else, but we're not good enough for that. And yeah, it sucks. It's trash, but I don't like telling people to not get a pet. I do want to, I won't say I do want to. I've thought about, I don't want to be a hypocrite. I think I would like for people, I obviously want people to adopt it. I don't control Japan. I'm just giving you my own 2 cents. I'm just saying if you do choose to get one, be very careful. Is what I'm trying to say. And if you want to adopt a pet, I suggest there's a group on Facebook. I forgot what it's called, like JC something or whatever. There's literally communities and groups of people here in Japan, which I thought about volunteering for it. And if you're in Japan or planning to come here, you all might want to do this too. You can actually volunteer to help foster cats and kittens with this organization or whatever. It's run by foreigners. They have places set up all over Japan, like the same company. So even when I was living in the Kansai area, they have a high concentration there. They have people working here in the Tokyo area, and you can adopt pets through them too. So, and then these cats actually need a real home instead of the ones that have been bred inside of the pet shops or whatever, where they're charging you hundreds or thousands of dollars, etc. So places, but the reality is the pets are there. So telling people not to buy a pet from a pet store, it's going to get euthanized though. So I get what you're saying. You're like, oh, I don't want to feed into that, because if I buy the pet, then they're going to keep breeding. But then it's like, you're forgetting about the pets that are already living. It's a hard situation. It's like, damn, I don't want to support this, but if I don't buy that kitten, they're going to put it down though. So yeah. I feel like a lot of people here also don't know how to take care of their pets too. So I wish more foreigners had pets, because a lot of Japanese people, like, I feel like they get a pet and then they just abuse it. There's really sad stories you can read inside those groups that I was talking about, that JC or J something. You'll find it if you just look through the forums for groups here in Japan on Facebook. I literally had to, like, I think I muted their post because I got really bothered. They had a post that somebody shared where their neighbor had a cat that they had living on their balcony. And this is how it is in Japan. So like, it's not like a big balcony where, like, you saw mine. I don't have like no patio furniture and stuff sitting out there. And I have more space than what some people do, even on my balcony. Their cat is living there. No food, no water, no bed, and on a dirty apartment balcony. Not no nice luxury apartment like how I have. Outside in the elements. and they won't let the cat inside. It's stuck up there because it scaled down a concrete wall. It's meowing, and the police won't do anything. The neighbor won't do anything. Nobody cares. And it really made me so angry just seeing that. So you see stuff like that all the time. Japanese people might act like they love cats and Hello Kitty, etc., but they abuse the crap out of their animals, including dogs. I'm not just talking about like beating them, etc. I'm talking about like the way that they care for them, even like they don't care about providing them with good quality care. Like their pets are literally just made to look cute. When it comes to animals outside, people will do cruel things. Like there was a case inside that group too where somebody had threw boiling hot water on a kitten. Just evil stuff to keep pets away from their plants, etc. And it's like, how can you be that evil? So you don't mind bees and stuff that can actually sting you and fuck you over, but God forbid a cat pisses on your flowers outside. That's enough for you to throw boiling hot water on them or something evil like that. Like, okay. So anyway, thanks for saying this for you. Thought Japan was perfect. Don't get me wrong, like as I always say, my disclaimer, everything here ain't awful and bad. There's people that love pets and take good care of them, but even things like cat cafes, I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I mean, of course, I probably will go to another one again someday, but those aren't even all they chalk up to be. They really abuse those cats. Cats are not like dogs, and even dogs, they need space. They're constantly forced to be out and perform in front of everybody. They don't like being pet. Most of the cats inside of those cafes are not friendly. They're overstimulated because they're dealing with so many different scents, so many different people. It's almost worse than being in a shelter in many ways. And so people feel like it's good for them because at least they're not inside of a cage, but it's like cats are territorial. My cat Pumpkin was extremely friendly and acted like a fucking baby. He would come up to me and ask to be held. And he liked being pet. You could rub his stomach and everything. But normal cats do not act like that. And with that said, cats being forced to be inside of a place that's lit up 24/7, strangers coming in 24/7, people that own other pets, which that makes cats feel, defensive. You smell like another cat or dog coming in and trying to pet them. People all up in their face, trying to wave wands and toys at them, constantly being brushed. Cats don't like that type of stuff. It's too much for them. I feel sorry for the pets that are there. So yeah, anyway, mixed feelings. I don't know what to say about that. I don't know what the solution is. I hate to support it, but they exist here. So again, not everybody's bad. Not everything in Japan is bad, but I like talking about the side that people don't share about. Like there's already a million other videos. People are like, look, try a matcha latte. Look, this is Japan. Look, everything's so futuristic. Look, chopsticks. Like everybody says the same stuff, makes the same videos. Nobody talks about real stuff. Everybody just talks about the same couple of things over and over again. So yeah. Have I had any of the actual good kind? Yeah, like for me, like even for me, I was poor, so I didn't know of any places to go to. Living in Chicago, even there's a lot of Japanese people there, but I didn't have. I almost said I didn't have Japanese, that too. But I didn't have ramen until I went to New York for the first time. So that was the first time that I had ramen. And after coming to Japan, I realized even although it was Japanese ramen to me back then, and I think the people working there were actually Japanese, it was definitely not Japanese ramen. Because after coming here, I was like, oh, that was trash. And same thing goes for sushi. I had some good sushi in the US that I thought was good, but after coming to Japan, I'm like, oh, that wasn't good sushi. So yeah, it's definitely worth coming here and experiencing it for yourself, even if you just stay for a minute. So a lot of people think that it's really expensive to come to Japan, but to be honest, like if you were to just do it the same way that I talk about in my video that I have on, I think I made a video like maybe 4 years ago now, talking about how to come to Japan on a budget. Like literally, you could come to Japan for just a few months savings and do pretty much everything. Like staying at a place like Sakura House, your rent is already covered. Like $500 covers the entire month, and that's pretty much all you need to eat off of for the month too, like $300-400. So it's not as expensive as a lot of people think that it is. The hardest part is finding the time to do it. But you could stay here for 90 days just on a tourist visa. Of course, you have to have 90 days worth of money, but even just staying for a few days, totally worth it. It's worth it to try the food. And even like if you were to stay for like language school, etc., a lot of people think, oh, I don't have enough money. But even if you can't afford tuition at a university, language schools are significantly cheaper, like for just $5,000 or $6,000. And it sounds like a lot, but again, if you save for just a few $100s every month or so, it adds up really fast, and you'll have enough money to handle those things. So for anybody watching this that wants to come to Japan, because I am not rich, I was not rich, I am not rich. And you definitely can do it without having like, good credit or anything else like that. All of that stuff is not a need. So easiest ways that people tend to come here is actually as a language school student. So doing that, or even like studying for an ESL certificate, that can be done here. There's other like little ways for you to like just come here and experience it for yourself. But it's also crazy how much cheaper ramen is here too. Because like when I bought ramen in New York, it was like I think $20 or whatever just for the ramen by itself, no added toppings or whatever. That's some expensive ass ramen. Like here, normally a good bowl of ramen will cost you no more than about $15, and that's kind of expensive too. But normally ramen ranges in price. It could be as cheap as $5, and I would say on average it's about 10 to 11 or $12. So, and that's in Japanese money, so it's even less than that in USD. So, yep. I'm like just not seeing like some old comments here because I haven't been looking at it. Where you get this question from? DXC online shop when you're in a bad mood. You've been looking at my payment history? Yes, I do. In fact, I was thinking about that earlier when I was talking about Uber Eats. I spent $500 almost. I think I spent $490 on Uber Eats in May. Just on Uber Eats. That's not including the food that I bought at the convenience store, the grocery store, going out to eat. Yeah, just on fast food. It's unfortunate for me. I have a combination of I shop and buy stuff that I don't need and want, and I buy food. So I do both. Like, for example, I'm not in a good mood. I need to treat myself. I need a $40 pizza just for me. Like, I do dumb things like that. And, or I'll be like, I'm not in a good mood. I'm sad. Let me go out and waste all my money and, go on a clothes shopping spree. I literally have tons of clothes in my closet that I never wear. As you guys can see what I'm wearing right now, I literally rotate between like the same 3 to 5 outfits all the time, and I never wear the other things because for two reasons. One, I can't wear them because if I wear them, I become a whore in Japan. And two, a lot of stuff is like, I personally don't even feel like I look good in it when I actually try it on. Like, it looks kind of strange. Like, I'll wear it for YouTube, maybe for Instagram, but I literally have a box of stuff where I'm like, this is my YouTube clothes, and then these are my clothes for outside in the real world. So, yeah, because y'all be thinking that I go around Japan dressed like a whore. It's like, that's Instagram. I'm dealing with mostly foreigners there. Like, I would never walk outside like that. The police thought this was too much for me to be complaining about somebody molesting me. Well, I shouldn't use that word, whatever. So, God forbid I went outside in a sports bra or something. You think it's worth it to pay $13K for a relaxing example? If I were rich, I would, but as a regular person, absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, I had a whole argument with people on Twitter the other day about old stuff, and I was talking on my phone. I still have an iPhone 7 Plus. It's been almost 10 years. I've had this phone for 6 years, and look at my phone. No scratches. It's not all fucked up. It's still in perfect condition after all these years. In fact, it's really funny because here in Japan, when I have my phone case on it, people think this is the latest phone. Every year they think it's the latest phone. People thought it was a 10. People thought it was an 8. Every phone that came, people, you have the latest iPhone? Oh, your phone is so big. It's like, this phone is old. I just take care of my stuff. But I have a life-proof case. So people really like my phone case. They think that I have, really nice, big, whatever phone or whatever. So for me, it's really weird. I like expensive stuff, but I don't like spending my own money on it normally unless I'm sad. I normally save and use old crap then. So I was like, what's the point of having a Rolex and then not using it? I actually used to have a 10K Rolex. I used to keep it in the locket because he's too afraid to use it. Yeah, like see stuff like that. Like it's not even worth it. Like for me, I bought myself some Christian Louboutin heels, and that's not even close to that level. Those shoes are $770. And I bought my bag. I forgot how much my bag cost. I think it was close to almost $6,000 by the time you had tax due. That was the most expensive thing I ever bought for myself, and I still have it to this day. And it is time for a new bag because the leather finally started like fucking up. But I still wear it every once in a while. And those shoes, they are the most uncomfortable shoes I have ever had in my entire life. God, they are awful. In fact, I stupidly wore them inside of my house to take pictures. And I fucked up my floor with that red shit. It literally left red streaks on my floor from me skidding on the floor. I forgot what I did. I was being a hoe. But I was taking pictures. And so I forgot what I did. I like angled my foot inside some type of way. And the way that I did it, it made me like leave a streak on the floor. And so I thought, okay, can you leave this little like brown rubber mark, whatever type things? It can just wipe off. No, it's permanent. So now when I leave out, I have to replace that shit too. So yeah, it's like, can you show them? I have pictures of them, but let's go and see. I almost never wear them.
They are not comfortable. Don't be looking at my trash. But see, this is my proof that I've been wasting money on Uber Eats. Look at all that McDonald's. And then like even my hunter boots that I have, which those aren't even close to being as expensive. I almost never wear those either. But yeah, those red bottoms, I've had them for the same amount of time. I've had them for like 6 years now, and I never wear them. But beep, beep. And see, like, even like the bottom of it here, like, do you see that? Look at how dirty they get. And so nobody shows that part of it. But these shoes are not comfortable at all. They're very uncomfortable. This stuff is falling. But I almost never change shoes. Like I almost always just wear the same few shoes over and over again. But yep. And so, of course, like I know, like for a normal girl, like, because when I was younger, that's what I thought I was gonna do. I was like, oh my god, I can't wait till I get a job. I'm gonna wear nothing but designer stuff every day. And it's not that I don't like it, because shoot, like if a man offered for me, oh yeah, of course I'm gonna take it. My computer dying. I gotta hook it up. That's my sign to be getting off of here. I've been on here too long. But yes, like of course I'll take up that offer. But like spending my own money, I would have to be like legitimately well off and rich, because otherwise it's like it's not worth it. Because like how it wasn't charging all this time. After all this time, it didn't charge my light. It's so dark. I needed to charge. Oh, I'm stupid. I can just move my charger. But I need to get off here because I'm tired. But anyway, what was I saying? Yes, like to me, it's not worth it, because I made a video about this that I have to edit because I got mad about that and I was on Twitter. But it's like you spent, I almost fell. Y'all wanted to see me fall. You spent all of that money to impress other broken, poor people. And then the whole time that you're out wearing that stuff, you're afraid and paranoid of someone. I'm here in Japan, so I got to worry about it so much. But you're afraid of someone, robbing you. Or in Japan, trust me, you drop a Rolex, that might not come back to you. So, sorry for all the loud noise, people. I'm trying to plug this up. But yeah, I don't. But my thing fell. Okay. I don't see a purpose something like that. Like for me, if I'm gonna buy something expensive, it has to be something that's comfortable and worth it. Like for that type of stuff, those heels, I only wore those, I think maybe 3 times outside. I wore them one for graduation. I wore them to, I think it was the Peak Bar Lounge or whatever, that place that I went to. It's an expensive bar and hotel. What else? Jimbo offered to get you back for designer stuff. You should have taken the opportunity and then ghost them. Yeah, don't remind me. He's not the only person though, because even like the other guy recently that I was dating, I forgot what I used to call him. Oh, HR babe. He didn't offer me no Louis Vuitton bag or something like that, but I probably could have upped it to that. I could have at least gotten Marc Jacobs or something. I thought about it, but I felt too. But it's all saying that I hate. Cause see, even although people are so mean to me and do me so bogus, I still have mercy on F-boys. I just can't do it to me. It's not my personality to purposefully use people. The furthest I can go is I'll get my free meal for you. But I have yet to go that extra step purposefully, knowing that I didn't want the person. So. Why are you encouraging me? Y'all ever been eating something if you get like that weird, like tingly feeling, like where it feels like sour and like it hurts the side of your mouth? Why does that happen? Or am I just crazy? Maybe both. Oh, but yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's like I like expensive stuff, but to me, it's like I get attached to things that I like. Like for example, like, even like this jacket that I'm wearing right now. It's cheap and I got it at Forever 21, but I love it.
Like, do you ever have something like you really like, and so you like it so much and you get so many compliments on it that you don't want to wear other clothes because everybody compliments that thing that you have? And so you feel like, if I wear this other less cute outfit, then the people that didn't see me that day, they won't see how cute I look inside that outfit. So like you want to wear that outfit more. That's how I feel. So for me, it's like, I don't even find it necessary to have like a ton of jewelry, a ton of clothes. Like, I like buying it. Don't get me wrong. If I have the opportunity to shop, I'm going to go shopping. But I don't normally wear the things that I buy. I literally will buy stuff and then like never wear it. Like, for example, even the dresses that I show on Instagram, those are the dresses that I normally go to when I do want to wear one, but I don't normally wear them anymore. Like, I like wearing casual, comfortable clothes. Like, why go through all of that? So plus wearing dresses get me a lot more attention that I don't want. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm pretty much done, y'all. I need to get ready. I need to get back to playing my game from Sim City. But yep. I don't even. Oh, I forgot to text back the Michael Jackson guy. I feel bad for saying that. He's a nice guy. And if y'all see him, y'all probably wouldn't even think of that. Like, how does it look like Michael? But to me, he did. You got to have my imagination. Just like the Jeff Bezos guy. Like, when you look at them, like, you see stuff. So it's still there. What? Are you talking about the guy that me talking about being, how do I say that? About me being a F girl, or I just say F boy to make it easier. Back to the person. Post a picture on page. All of them. So yeah. I don't know. But no, to be honest, I know I did it before for some of them, but my goal, I don't really want to be doxing people because that's not my purpose. And I know as my channel gets bigger, people are going to start using that against me. Oh, she doxing people. She wrong for that, whatever, said and the other. So I try to keep things neutral. Like, for me, I normally only show your picture if you do something bogus and like really wrong to me. So in some of these circumstances, yeah, I guess it is fun to share their picture, but I'm not purposefully like, everybody that I date is not a fuckboy. Some people, it just doesn't work out well. Like, they even might decide that they don't like me. Not everybody likes me. So it's not always a matter of somebody just being a fuckboy and a bad person. I've definitely dated people that just didn't like me. So it's whatever. But yeah, if you did me bogus, then of course I have no problem with doxing you. Like, for example, if you're going to lie to the police on me, like, that's something extreme. So it just amazes me how easy men are. Because like, ever since I updated my profile on Tinder, all this time, men have been calling girls the whore for being willing to have sex that they want to have. And it's like, y'all are so desperate for sex. I don't even have to ask you for food. All I got to do is put inside my profile that my purpose in using the app is to date. And I didn't even say I want to go out for yakiniku. It's not even next to each other. It's listed completely separately inside my profile. They immediately connect the dots. And now they know. I want, like, for example, the Michael Jackson guy, he told me, I shared it on Patreon. I think I did. He said that, he noticed that yakiniku was my favorite restaurant on my profile. And he asked if I had a favorite restaurant. I said I didn't. He was like, well, let's find you a new favorite. And he sent me a whole list of places that were expensive. None of them were cheap to go to. And so that was the closest that I got to being like a legitimate fuck girl. And I was like, ooh, I want to try some expensive shit. I chose the most expensive choice that he gave me from that list. And it was delicious. And now I like it so much. I'm like, shit, I got to find another man to be stupid and take me there too. So, and it's so funny because, again, this drives guys crazy. It's like, how dare a girl use us for food? But you use us for sex. You add to my body count. That's dangerous and risky. The only danger you have from going out to eat with me is having a heart attack. But at least you had a good meal with a bad bitch by your side. So I'll think about the picture for you. I don't know. I'm not going to promise that because I don't want that to become a regular thing because I don't want people to be expecting photos. And I know that people would use this. I mean, my channel is already set up to be canceled. But I'll be honest with y'all. I ain't worried about being canceled. You can't cancel me because I ain't going to cancel myself. I don't give a shit. I say whatever I want to. I speak what's on my mind. And I talk real. I'm not going to be political. I talk about black people, white people, age. I don't give a shit about what you are. Everybody can get it. I don't give two fucks. So if you're sensitive and you don't like me, you can get the fuck off my channel too. So not y'all. But anybody that got a problem with what I have to say. I talked about this inside of a video. I talked about everything in a video, y'all. But hasn't been posted because I have a million videos I need to edit. And I read a comment about me from somebody else that got mad at me for using the term hoes to talk about girls. And I'm like, Like, where is you complaining about me calling men niggas? Like, y'all ain't got no problem with that. And secondly, I saw a tweet that answered what I was trying to say for the longest. I use it as a pronoun. I'm not using it to literally call somebody a whore. But if you are one, then I have OnlyFans. Like, come on. If you want to take offense to it, then fine. Like, bitch, just say that you don't like me. Like, the fuck? So, that's how you enjoy sex. Yeah, that's the dumb thing. It's like, even if I enjoy it, I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, like, to piggyback on what you're saying. I hope you hear what I'm trying to say. Even if I enjoy it, that's not what I was meeting you for. It's not what I asked for. And they never, it don't matter. Even when a guy thinks that he's doing you a favor by trying to please you, they don't make you come. They go down on you for like 2.5 seconds. They bust their nut in 1.5 seconds, roll over, be putting their clothes on, and ready to check out the hotel before they got to pay for the second hour. I've been there, done that. I'm not doing that no more. No. So, I'm trying to decide because, like, I was talking to this guy on Tinder. We were supposed to have a date today. He immediately wanted to plan a date for today. And it made me feel good because, like, again, today's Saturday. It's prime real estate. And he asked if he could see me at 5 o'clock. What time is it right now? Oh, it's perfect time. It's 1 o'clock. It's 12:59. I wanted to say yes, and I did stupidly. But I knew back in the back of my mind, I was like, do you really want to actually show up for that date? Because I was like, I want to choose the restaurant. Because normally I do want the guy to choose, but like, if it ain't going to be an expensive place, I need to choose it then. So I'm probably going to message him and, like, make some rearrangements with that. Because he is cute and he is bilingual and he's tall. But it's like, there has to be something fishy to it. So for me, I got to make sure the meal is worth it. So I'll definitely be sharing that with you. If I do choose to go on that date, I know what's going to happen. I do have a date for tomorrow. Like, I have it lined up where I can have like 2 or 3 dates per a day where I never have to pay for a meal again and just eat yakiniku until, like, I get, I don't know, kidney stones and shit or something. Like, 5 days to get a message. No, not that guy. This is a different guy. But yeah, even with that guy, like I was saying, like, for him, okay, I'm still gonna go for the meal. I ain't saying no to the man's gonna take me anywhere I want to go. I just ain't gonna fuck him. So I talked about that a little bit on Patreon, how, like, I don't trust him anymore because I haven't even messaged him back. He's not the one for today. He was trying to have a date with me next week on next Saturday. But this Saturday, there's a guy from Tinder that's trying to have a date with me today. But for that guy, the Michael Jackson guy for next week, I don't know how I feel. Like, one part of me is like, I want to go and just get the fuck is that? I just want to go and get the I was about to say, why my mouth all watery and shit? Okay. Anyway, yes, like, I want to go just for the food or whatever else we end up doing, because of course we're gonna eat. That's the other thing too, ladies. Never, ever turn down experience dates, because anytime a man, like, says, "Oh, I want to go to a museum," or "Do you want to go to wherever?" the only question you need to ask is, how much time does he have? Are you busy afterwards? When do you have to leave? Questions like that. Because if you say yes to that museum date or something like that, you're automatically going to eat food while you're out too. But if you just say, "Oh, I want to, go out to eat," now he's not going to take you to that museum too. You get what I'm saying? Or like if you say, "Oh, like, I want to do whatever," instead of going driving, ask for both. You're in the car together already. Just say, "Hey, I'm hungry. I want to stop somewhere." Best of both worlds. So I had to learn this the hard way, because I kept thinking to myself, like, why can't we do both? So, yeah. Because some of them, I understand this too, some of them feel like it's too much to have a first date be an all-day thing. But for me, it's like, I don't feel that way. For me, I love to have an all-day date. It lets me know that you're serious about me. We get to know each other better. Yeah, why would I not want that? But I do understand that for some girls, they might feel like that's too much and they want some time to think about things or whatever. But I don't need time for shit, especially when you're paying for everything. Swipe your credit card. But yeah, I'm not a gold digger. But this is the other crazy thing too. See, why do I have to feel bad? I feel like I'm using you for money. But you as a man, you don't have to feel bad. You can do whatever you want to do, and nobody's going to judge you for it. It's totally okay. When would you like to have children? 5 years ago? My eggs are expired. I wish I already had kids. To be honest, like, as of right now, I don't know. Like, I mean, I want to get pregnant tonight, but like at the same time, I literally flip-flop back and forth. Like, for example, days like today, I feel super happy that I'm single. and then I can date whoever I want to, and I can get endless yakiniku. But then, like, at the same time, I'm not going to lie to myself. I know that, like, deep down inside, I'm like, I wish I was a mom, wish I was a wife, wish I had kids, etc. So I want to have children within the next couple of years. I wish I already had children. I'm a lot older than I wanted to be when I first got married. This is not how my schedule went as I wanted it to go, because I ended up wasting a lot of time being stupid and trying to wait on other people's schedule, and it didn't work out. So not happy with that. So don't get me wrong, I'm having my fun now and appreciating the existence of fuckboys because it equals free meals, free experiences for me. But at the same time, I also know that I really want to get married, and I don't care about trying to get revenge or get even with people. I would rather have my own family, own kids, etc., than do all of this petty mess. So, but it is. They created a monster. They have no idea. I wish I knew this years ago. I unlocked the secret to fuckboys. That's all you have to do. Because don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure a lot of these men, if they could see my Instagram, they would reveal that they were a fuckboy. But because they don't have anything to go on my profile, all they see are these innocent, cute little pictures of me. And it's like, oh, what a nice, lovely young lady. I want to get to know you. You don't want to have sex on the first date? Okay. They'll play my game with me. And they think that I'm dumb because it's like, okay, he didn't say anything nasty. But I know you're going to hint to those things after we're done eating. And it's happened a couple of times so far. And when they realize, oh, she's really not going to budge, then they quickly, immediately lose interest and don't talk to me again. Even the ugliest of dudes, which is crazy because, like, you should be grateful that I'm talking to your old, ugly ass. Wow. So, and these are the same people that you're going to see, like, 5-10 years from now. They're going to be on pairs, because you see these profiles on pairs all the time, where it's a guy saying, oh, it might be too late. I'm worried that it might be too late, but I really wanted to find my soulmate, and I was hoping that there's a partner out there for me. And I'm like, what were you doing for the past 20, 30 years? You are old enough to be my father. Why didn't you marry the girl your age? Why didn't you think to be serious, like, even 10 years ago? Now that you're 50, now you want to get married. And then for a lot of these dudes, they don't even want to have children at this point because they're older. They don't know. They're unsure. Well, I know one thing I am sure about. I don't want to be your wife, goddammit. Fuck you. Excuse my language. But I'm thinking, like, no thanks. And that's the crazy thing, too. You see, like, the ugliest dudes with no money, no anything, on a fucking marriage dating app pairs. Why are you on this app when you know you don't want to, when you don't know if you want to get married? The fuck? That would be like joining eHarmony in the US and be like, I don't know if I want to be in a relationship. That is the whole purpose in this app. Why are you here? Just say you're a fuckboy and move on. But I don't even know what's worse, those people or the ones that are really good actors, because I've dated a few of them and I've fallen for their trap. They'll pretend like they want to get married. Their whole bio will talk about how they want to get married, how they're looking for a wife, like this is their personality, and they're not. You'll notice two things. One, they'll have way more matches than the average guy because a lot of girls are falling for that crap. And two, you'll notice after you meet them, those conversations don't take place so much anymore. Now they start talking more about sex. They want you to come to their house. They don't want to spend a lot of money on the date. Then you see their true colors, what they're really looking for. They're using the idea of marriage to lure in desperate women because they know a lot of the women on that app are 25 and up. It's made for getting married. So it's really sad and messed up. But yeah, but the yakiniku thing, it's hard because it's like, damn, I can literally just go on a Tinder any time of day. In fact, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not gonna cap. I literally did this last night to already start working on next week's dates. I can go on that app at any time of day and just get on the app, swipe right for about maybe 5 minutes, and immediately I'm gonna actually record my screen one day for you all and do a live stream of it, showing you all how my Tinder account works. And you will literally see, as I'm swiping them, immediately messages. Oh, you like yakiniku? I like yakiniku too. I would love to go out to yakiniku with a beautiful girl like you. I'm not capping to you. Those are literally the messages that I get. And I've recorded videos of this already for YouTube membership, so that's already there. So maybe I don't need to do that. But anyway, yeah, it's so easy. No effort. All I have to do is make one profile saying, not even, I like yakiniku and expensive handbags. Buy me shit. Nope. All I gotta do. Like, for example, Michael Jackson, that nigga, excuse my language, he's simping for me. I ain't do shit for his ass. He probably a fuckboy, but guess what? He might be playing me, but the joke's on him. because he ain't getting pussy. I'm not even holding a nigga hand. And you wasting hundreds of dollars. If you want to be Chiba Bae, be my guest. The only reason why I stopped talking to Chiba Bae is because Chiba Bae ghosted me himself. He stopped replying back. And then he found me on Tinder and then called himself mad at me and sent me a message trying to accuse me of being the cheater and being a bad person. It's like, why did you have an account there? I made an account there because you were ignoring my messages. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe I should move on. I'm in a new city now. I'm in Tokyo. Okay. And then he acted like I used him for his money. You willingly did that. And I wasn't using you. I was looking forward to spending Thanksgiving together. You fucked everything over. So whatever. Anyway, if men want to be stupid and they want to try to use you and play you for sex, don't get mad when you get used for food. They don't like when the shoe's on the other foot. I'm hearing things. I thought that I heard my phone. But yeah, I'm done, y'all. This can go on forever. All I gotta say is I am being well fed, as you can see. So I see the message in small PP energy. Yeah, for real. Because it's not fair. But now I'm learning, you know what? If men don't want to play fair, I'll make it fair then. In fact, it's still not fair because even although I'm using you, which I wouldn't even call it using you, I'm playing another player back. I'm not using men that legitimately want to have a girlfriend, want to get married. I would never do something like that. These are literally guys who I wanted to talk to seriously, but they sent me messages that were nasty or I talked to them and I thought they were a good person. Then we meet in person and then they reveal, I don't want to have a real relationship with you. I just want to play games with you and waste your time. And I want you to sleep with me after we're done with this meal. Then in that case, it's like, oh, okay. Then let's add on more shit. Well, you want to know what? This is a great steak. I really have a taste for dessert. I want chocolate. Not just any chocolate. Let's go to an expensive, bakery or some shit like that. And then I'm going to ghost you after that. I'll see you later. I'll tell you. I'm not gonna tell the guy, oh, I'm done. Play the same game that they do. Fuck what they mind. Don't just tell them, oh, I'm done talking to you. I hate you, whatever. They're not gonna read all those paragraphs and shit that us foreign girls do. Don't waste your time. Play the same shit that they do with you. And they hate it. They can't stand it. So it's funny. They can dish it out, but they can't take it. So they have come to the right person. I'll take my pictures and my video. I ain't paying for shit. I don't pay taxes. I ain't even pay my transportation no more. Now when I go on dates, I require them to pay my shit back. So, in fact, let me also explain to you guys, that is how I got, what's his name? Michael Jackson paid for a taxi, but the other guy, I asked him if he could reimburse my train fare. He gave me more than what I asked for. So, don't be afraid to ask. I ain't paying for shit. Everything is profit for me. I get my food. I get my transportation. I'm set, and I ain't giving you shit. I ain't even gonna hold your damn hand. Your treat is you get to sit down and eat with me. And yes, I'm so narcissistic, bitchy, whatever. Then don't be a fuck boy. You don't have people playing you. Because what happened with that guy? Did he contact me afterwards? The one with the date that I went on with the big napkin or whatever. He was a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. But did he message me back after that date? Nope. I haven't heard from him since. Now, if I did things the way he probably wanted to do, what would I have done? I would have gone to a hotel, gotten, I can't even say my back blown out, got my back blown out, and then he would have been done with me anyway. So would you rather have a guy use you and waste your time, or do you want to have a free meal and or an experience to come with it? And I will also say, like, when you date guys that have money, it is so hard to go back to broke ones. Like, when you date men that, like, have legitimate money and they spend it on you, oh my God. I dated a factory guy before. Was it last year or whatever? Yeah, I think, was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was last year. Yes. Last year went by so fast. I can't believe all of that was just a year ago. The guys that I dated in the springtime, late spring, so like May, June, was Millie Bay, Fat Factory guy. And I think I called him Factory Guy, whatever. Or Tomo P or whatever I called him, that dude. But yeah, when I dated them, I can never go back to dating somebody that's broke like that. Because when we were going out, don't get me wrong, he was fine, so tall. Damn, the handsome tall guys are always broke. Always. Like shit. They think that because they tall, they can be lazy enough to do anything and girls come to them. Because it does kind of work. But it's like, I can't marry you. Like, you're working a fucking factory job. Like, you make less money than I do as a foreign English teacher. So anyway, and that's, a lowly salary too. But yes, always. It kills me. So yeah, it's like you date a guy like that. When we were going out, he was literally choosing the cheapest places possible to eat it. We were having like hamburg and shit. And this is what I was talking about. Video on that too. You will always see Japanese people's profiles. It'll say like, my favorite food is ramen, sushi, hamburg. And as a foreigner, myself included, you don't get this stuff. You think, oh, okay, they like this food. I like it too. Because for me, I used to put that I like ramen and sushi. I was dumb, y'all. You have to forgive me. I used to say that I liked ramen, sushi, and tempura. So what happened? When people would talk to me, oh, and I was even dumber than that, y'all, because back when I was like 20, 21, in my profile, I would put down my favorite alcoholic drinks. Yes, I was asking to be date raped. And so what happened? That happened. I would stupidly put down exactly what I like, because I was being honest. I'm not trying to use you for money or food. I want a real boyfriend. Why would I lie to you? Why would I withhold information? And so what happened? Were people planning steak dates? No. Pay all that damn money for me? Why would you pay a bunch of money for a marked up, overpriced hoe when you can get her for cheap? And that's exactly what I was being used for. And I was younger back then too. I'm still young and classified as young on the app, but I was even younger, 6 years younger. I was 20 years old. I was literally bait in front of sharks. Dumb bitch got all the cheapest foods, cheapest drinks in her profile. Doesn't know where she wants to go. She's new to Japan. So what happened? I got taken to cheap, old, dirty bars, cheap, old, dirty sushi places, ramen places. And immediately afterwards, asking me to help them pay the bill, asking me to go to a hotel. I didn't see the correlation between the two. I didn't see a problem with it. And then I realized, oh, they are purposefully trying to choose something cheap because that's what I'm worth to them. They don't want to spend more than what they have to. Why am I spending even $20 on you when I can get away with paying $5? I can meet like 3 other girls or 4 other girls if I do that with everybody. What makes you think you're worth 30 or 40? And now for the men that refuse or play dumb and they don't read my profile and they don't know what I want to do and they don't know where to go and they ask me like, can you go out for drinks? I just unmatch them and save myself time. Or I never reply to them or I just say no. Because why would I do that? My time is valuable. There's literally a waiting list to fuck me. why would I push you to the top of that list when you have nothing to offer? And most of these men aren't even attractive. And I will also say, I will be honest, I feel like the longer I stay in Japan, the less attractive I find Japanese men. And I don't mean in a racist way. I just mean like for real. Like I feel like I'm so used to them being fuckboys, or like even when they're handsome, I'm not impressed by them. In fact, when I talk to guys that are equally handsome, I treat them like they don't look like shit because I know that their personalities are going to be trash. I don't purposefully act mean to them, but I don't fan and fawn over them and compliment them and be like, oh my God, you're so handsome. Oh my God, can I squeeze your biceps? I don't do that shit. I'm literally talking to a guy right now he's a chiropractor and a personal trainer, allegedly. And he's handsome and he's tall and he's muscular. And he acted like he was so shocked that he matched me. He's like, oh my God, I'm surprised I was able to match such a beautiful girl. And I'm really happy to talk to you. And he got even happier because I replied to his message. He was shocked that I replied so fast. But I already know how this goes. I've dealt with this a million times. You get used to talking to handsome people. And I'm so busy thinking of the old 300-pound me, the old ugly me, that in my mind, I feel like I'm out of his league. Other way around. He's out of my league. And really, it's like, no, he's viewing me that way. And so for me, I feel like I should be thanking him for talking to me. And I should be like at his knees and, down on my knees and, begging him to go on a date with me and begging him to fuck me or some shit. And then it's like, why would I do that? You're boosting his ego for no reason. He might not even like you seriously. And I hate when I see girls do that all the time. Act like they've never had any attention from a man before. And this is why it's so important to work on your self-esteem before you start dating. Because if you go out there dating like how I did, people will take advantage of you. Men are not dumb. They're like sharks. They can smell your blood, your period too. But you know what I mean? Like they can see and smell weakness. They know. Like they're like dogs. They're literally dogs. Like how dogs can tell when somebody's afraid of them and they take advantage of that. They can tell when you don't know what you're doing, basically. And they take advantage of you. So yeah, anyway, I will say, as I already said before, I do feel a little bit guilty because I shouldn't be doing this. But then it's like, why would I feel guilty? What is there to feel guilty for? Because I'm not doing anything like how the men are. Because see, I'm not fucking people to, you add up their body count or to, get child support or some shit. And I'm also not fucking people to get money from them either, might I also add. I don't even date everybody that slides into my DMs, even the attractive people that do. I don't, because I have too much pride. I know that you think that because you're handsome and you're tall, I'm going to be, begging for your dick. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not phased by it. I'm not going to be looking at my phone and checking, see if you reply. I will leave your shit on red. I don't give two fucks. Are you handsome? I'm cute too. So, the fuck? I'm not desperate. I don't give a shit. Plus, okay, you're cute, but are you going to spend cute money on me? If not, then why the fuck do I care? I don't care about making other bitches jealous because they look at me like, oh my God, your boyfriend's 6'2". I wish that was my man. Okay, well, what you don't know is a 6'2" nigga finna play my black ass, so why do I care? It don't make a difference. We look cute in Instagram photos, and for the people looking at us at the restaurant wishing that they had my man. But who cares when that bill comes and he asking me for the change and embarrassing me? And when he's asking me to go to a hotel and he leaves before I can even finish fixing my hair and shit. So, and yes, those are personal experiences, might I also add. No. So, not worth it. I don't feel bad. Because the only way that you even made it to going on a date with me to begin with, you had to win me over with your words. I have very strict requirements for you to even get my Line account. I don't just give that stuff out freely. So for you to have made it to a date with me, you said the right words, did the right things, everything down to a T. Because anything that seems off, you say anything inappropriate about me, you make me question what your purpose is for using the app. I'm done talking to you. There's no further conversation. I'm done. So for you to have passed all of that, that means that you misled me. So why should I feel bad about you wasting money buying a girl food that ain't gonna fuck you? You shouldn't be looking for girls to fuck you anyway, especially not on pairs. Like, at least on Tinder, I can give you a slight pass, but that's not the purpose in that app either. And F the purpose of the app, my profile specifically says, I am not here to do that type of crap. You can read it. And if you don't like that, you're not cool with that, then okay, good for you. Bye. That's good. Girl, stop trying to encourage me to do that. You trying to have me in jail. Hell no. That's the part of disrespecting yourself. I would never want to be somebody's mistress. So I'll play a nigga for money. I ain't fucking with no married man. Hell no. Because to me, that's the same difference. I'm doing you a favor. You get to have the best of both worlds instead of having to choose one. I'm not doing that because to me, my sandwich. I keep forgetting I can't stand. I'm sorry. I have my sandwiches sitting here and I have it like standing up in a plastic wrapper. I keep forgetting to lay it down. But anyway, I would never want to do that. And the reason why is I feel like you're doing the man a favor. You're giving him the best of both worlds. You're playing yourself because I feel like you're cursing yourself too. And then like even beyond that, I can't enjoy myself with somebody that, has to leave at a certain time. You got to be done and you can't take pictures together. And just knowing I wouldn't want somebody to do that to me. So I would never do that. Nope. It's not fulfilling. I would rather be in control. And I want to be the fuck girl. I'm not helping and assisting a man that's playing me. Especially when you consider the fact most of these men, they're not like how the sugar daddies are on TV and whatnot, where they're going to be pampering you and buying you shit. I'm getting taken care of by fuck boys that want a serial date, but that aren't married. For example, Chiba Bay. I don't know about this Michael Jackson guy. I haven't been to his place, but I lived with Chiba Bay. And I told you guys on Patreon, I was afraid that he might have been married, but no, I was living with him. He has no wife. There's no other girl in the picture. He wasn't secretive with his phone. There was nobody else involved. He just stupidly, I don't know. He like wasting his money. I don't get it. So, and trust me, if y'all saw the pictures of his place, he ain't had no woman in his life, not physically. So, yeah, I don't know how that man wasn't dying of cancer. That's all I got to say to that. But anyway, for me, I want to be in control. I feel like if I'm playing mistress for you, well, the title sounds funny. Nope, I don't want to benefit you for shit. I want you to be benefiting me. No. Because if I'm playing mistress for you, I feel like it's no different than dating an F-boy with high expectations thinking he's going to become your boyfriend. It's better than dating a broke dude. I don't even date broke dudes anymore. Like, even the guys where it doesn't amount to anything. Like, for example, the two guys I was talking about just now on Instagram, which I can't say for certain for either of them. I just haven't talked to them. I don't know. But I'm just using my brain and going based off of my history of dating. I don't think either of these people are going to go anywhere. But then again, even with Michael Jackson, my ex-fiance, Ryota, not Shogo, Ryota, he actually dated me similar to how this guy is with the Michael Jackson guy. even with our first date, he didn't message me back immediately afterwards, and he didn't plan another date for like another week. We didn't talk immediately afterwards. And even although that was the case, he spent more money on me consistently over time than any other man ever had. He was, my fiance, like at a point. So I feel like it depends. I'm not gonna go down that route. Please stop telling me about your life. Don't tell me. I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to get into that. We have different views, girl. I'm not going in. All I gotta say is I know what I want for my life. I'm not doing that, and I think you shouldn't do that too. So it catches up with you. It does. That's not my goal. My goal for myself is I will go on a date with you if I believe it's a real relationship. But I don't want to knowingly, even with a fuck boy. Like, I made that one exception for that guy on Patreon that I just talked about recently. But even then, before now, I don't normally, actually, I won't say I'll never do it. I don't normally date people knowing that I don't want to be their girlfriend. Like, if I go on a date with you, it's because I did like you. You might not have been the cutest guy, but you had money, which is something I do want you to have. And you seem like a nice person, because even with the guys that have money, like for example, in Paris, a lot of the guys that like have a lot of money, they will literally like give you a like because they know that you're going to like them back. And then they'll never talk to you. They just want to see their likes go up. And for me, it's like, I have 500 plus likes. Like, I'm not worried about my likes at this point. And 2, why do I care? And 3, as a girl, you get punished for being liked too much on the app, because if you have too many likes, then people think that you're a whore. They use you and they feel, not they use you, but how can I put it? When they talk to you, they question like, you have so many matches. Like, have you met anybody? Really? You haven't met any? Because everybody acts like you. They're all going to be fuck boys. That's why. So for them, it's like, okay, out of 500 people on a marriage app, you can't find one. Yes, I know. I know I can't. You're right. Because the only options that I have to realistically marry right now is the broke niggas, the ones that have no money, that are fat, short, and ugly. Every bad trait that a man can have. They're the nice, sweet ones that are like, I really want to get married soon. I want to have a baby. And then you look at their profile and all of their groups is like Apex Legends, Otakus Anonymous, all sorts of all of this bullshit. And I'm like, if you're going to be broke and fat and ugly, like the least you can do is write a decent profile for yourself. But nope, their whole profile, most of them, it'll be 99%. I like anime, video games. I want to play games. And then like after that, they'll say, I'm looking for a girlfriend. If even that, because a lot of them don't even say that. It literally would just say what they like to do. Like, they like video games, anime, I'm an otaku, I'm a nerd, I'm whatever. And it's like, okay, this is a marriage app, not a best friends app. I wish I could show you. I have too many screenshots. I can't find this stuff. I've literally taken bogus pictures of men that have given me, let me see if I can go through my Paris likes, that have given me likes. And their picture would be them like downing like a fucking, like literally like with food in their mouth like that. And I'm like, dude, I'm fat. I'm not as big as you are. And I wouldn't even take a picture like that. You look like you swallowed me like Kirby. Why would you take a picture? They will find the most unflattering way to take a picture of themselves. And they'll make it their profile picture. And I guess I think it's funny or cute, but it's not. Anime and video. And the thing that sucks too, it's like, I love anime and video games. I don't watch or play the stuff like I used to. And I would want my partner, if I could choose, to like these things too. Because I would like to do them together. I used to play video games with Ryota. But it's like, okay, you find a partner that likes these things, and then you realize, oh, now I see why these things are stigmatized in Japan. These people don't wash their ass. They don't wash their hands. They don't brush their teeth. They don't have a social life. They're literally complete losers. And I'm like, oh, okay, now I get it. Because for me, I have balance in my life. Yes, I like anime and video games, but I go and hang out with my friends too. And I talk to people. And I don't, date my fleshlight or vibrator or whatever, like how these guys do. It's like, okay, now I see why you're single. And if that's not enough, it's like, you spend all this time playing video games and anime and shit. Has it ever crossed your mind that, maybe I could work on a skill and get a higher paying job? Because these dudes will be having jobs where they're getting paid like $20K a year. Complete trash. But let me see if I can find some examples of what I was talking about. And then I need to go because I really need to be getting ready. I've been on here way too long. So, but even like the cute people, and then even people like me that are too young, like 19, 18. I'm sorry, I'm not robbing no damn crib. I would never date anybody under the age of, the youngest age I would date And really pushing it for me will be 23. And to me, that's too young. But I'm definitely not dating no 19-year-old. There's lots of ugly people I'm scrolling through, but I'm trying to find like one of the like nasty, sloppy ones. But anyway, just to show you, these are all people that I could have equally matched back with, but I don't. They've already liked me. I just don't find a need for it. Their salary is too low, age is too young, like blonde hair. I know you're a bum. You're 19, so you didn't even graduate from university. Like all of these people, like you know for a fact that they are a waste of time because either their salary is low, their bio is trash. There's always something to it. So, and this can go on forever, like wearing shades. And then like even for some of these people, like they'll have a lot of money, but then you look at their likes and it's like, okay, you have all of those likes. And then I look at your profile and it's not just the fact that you have a lot of likes, because then I would sound hypocritical too. So that was a mistake. Then I would sound hypocritical too. But then like you look and you see, and it's like, okay, your bio is busy thanking girls for the fact that you have so many likes, and you're telling people that your reply is going to be slow. This is a marriage app. Like, people don't think. But yeah, this goes on forever. I'm just showing you that I am picky. I do not just like people because I want to get free food. These are all people that could have been suckers for free meals. And this is pairs, not even Tinder. I'm showing you all this because I use Tinder on my computer and not my phone, which is another good trick for fuck girls. But yep, you have all these mass photos, people using, photos of things like their car, etc. And then they'd be like, oh, I don't want people to use me for money. No gold diggers, all type of crap like that. But people that don't have pictures, anything you could think of. This will go on forever. All I'm trying to say is there's tons of people here. So, and it does no good because no matter it doesn't matter what you put inside of your profile. A lot of the guys are on this app. They're using it for two reasons. One, they just want to boost their ego and see they have the option to marry whoever they want to. Or two, they also use it just to waste time and be a fuckboy. Like they date girls for the purpose of having sex. And they know that because you're on the app to get married, they can convince you and make you willing to do things you otherwise probably wouldn't do because you think this is a serious dating app. So your guard is going to be down a little bit. Because most of these profiles, unlike Tinder, it's actually pretty rare to see somebody write that they're on the app for play purposes. They won't normally say that. But on Tinder, of course, see it all the time. But on Pairs, it's very rare to see it written there. But when you talk to the guys, you have to be really, really careful. You will see what their intentions are upon speaking to them more. Then you see oh, okay, he's, trying to use me for sex. Because they rarely say it directly. For example, I told you guys about the men telling you how they want to get married soon and they really want to have beautiful mixed babies, or you saying crazy things like that. Yeah, people like that, they're fuck boys. And so they're hiding behind the I want to get married to you thing. And it makes you drop your guard naturally, especially as a woman. So, and girls play on the app too. So don't get me wrong. There are girls doing worse than what I say. Like how I was saying, that guy, I believe what he was saying about that story, but it doesn't stop him from being a fuck boy too. If he was telling the truth, and I do believe it happens to other people, if not him, he had a good salary. In fact, I had two guys that told me a similar story. And he was telling me about how, he had dated girls that were asked him, to buy expensive handbag or whatever on their first or second date. And one girl was even planning the dates herself and just confirming that he was available and then dipping after the meal each time. I've never done things like that. So, yeah. All right. I am done. I need to get ready. I don't know where I'm going to go. And honestly, I don't really want to say exactly either because now I'm in Tokyo. I know there's more people here. And now the foreigners coming into the country. I got to protect my privacy a little bit more. But let's say I'll probably go out somewhere in Tokyo. Might go out tonight. I don't know when or what time. But I'm supposed to have a date today. I don't know if he's even going to go through with it because I just started talking to him yesterday. He immediately tried to plan one for today. So, yeah, I don't trust him. But he does speak English to make me more trusting. And, of course, I'm not going to have sex with him. But I get my free meal. But, yeah, it looks like it's going to rain today, which really sucks because, my hair has not been loving this crap. I really want to relax it so bad. But and I bring something else. I'm going to wait. And I have a whole video I'm going to make on that. But I got into a whole argument with this girl on in my comment section. I just deleted it because I was like, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. We're going to make a YouTube video. And I'm going to read it off there. She got mad at me because I had said that, black hair on average is not long. And I told her that, it's genetics. And I didn't tell her. I really said it inside my video. But she tried to argue with me about it. I usually plan the dates too. Yeah, she tried to argue with me about it. And I'm thinking like, girl, if that were the case, if all you need to do is focus on retention, there would be a lot more Black women with long hair. And I'm sorry for the non-Black people here. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable, but just keeping it real. Ask any Black person besides these hoes that claim to be, I'm a licensed beautician. Bitch, you're not a dermatologist. You're not a scientist either. Anybody can get that shit. And plus, on top of that, the fact that you're so rude and disrespectful, why would anybody want to use you to get their hair done or for advice when you're this rude and ignorant online? You in my fucking comment section. And all I said was that I disagreed with you. If that makes you mad and get all angry and shit and go off on somebody, you got more serious problems to worry about up here, bitch. I'm not just talking about your bald head. So it amazed me how defensive hoes be getting over shit like this. Is why I use the term hoe. I hate whenever it's a Black bitch too, but excuse my language. I'm saying it how it is. Okay, damn. But she pissed me off so much, and I'm like, I hate whenever I see girls trying to sell their little hair growth products, etc., because that shit does not work. It's genetics. Hair growth products do not work. They look like they work because they use people that have naturally long hair, like myself. If you sell me your hair growth shit, well, yeah, sure. Because I stopped relaxing my hair and I'm using oils and waters and creams and shit, it's going to retain my length, obviously. But another girl that's been natural her whole life and takes much better care of her hair than how I do, uses much more expensive products, uses bonnets, doesn't wear cotton clothes, does all this type of crap, she will still be bald-headed. Why? Because genetics. I literally, just to argue back with this bitch, I made an entire fucking list of credible sources to argue this whole whatever shit. I have a whole YouTube video because I'm petty and I'm gonna make about that shit. Because like I said, I don't argue people's side of my comment section no more. You say dumb shit to me, you get a YouTube video made about you. Because why would I argue with you for free when I can make money and people will watch me complain about your bitch ass? So, and then I hate that people feel like they're experts. I'm sorry, ho, but you knowing how to do hair does not make you a fucking scientist. Anybody can go to beauty school. It's genetics. That's the reason why I'm not bald-headed right now, because I'm still not taking care of my hair. I've been straightening my hair every single day. I'm bald-headed, but not as bald as some other girls are. There are people that, in fact, my oldest sister, Talisa, hoe ass. She's been natural for longer than I have. This is how long her hair is. It's always been that. And it's healthy as fuck. It's just the way that her hair is. Everybody's growth cycle is different. For some people, your hair stops growing at that 2-year mark, others 6 years. And yes, retention does play a role, but again, it's genetics mainly. White people have the same issue. Do y'all not know that white women want to grow long hair too? It's based on genetics. You can get your hair to grow longer by taking better care of it, but that just means that genetically, your hair was supposed to have been long. You just weren't taking care of it to keep it that way. 2 different Black women with 2 different hair types, even the same hair type. Just 2 different Black women, same hair type. It's going to be based on genetics, whether your hair will be long or short. And if it had nothing to do with genetics, then please explain why most, not all, most biracial Black people normally have really long hair for a Black person. Explain that then if genetics don't play a role in it. So shut the fuck up. I hate all these little beauty school hoes and shit. We trying to talk to you like they doctors and whatnot, which not to mention even doctors can tell you. They don't know for certain how, if they had cures for this stuff to make your hair grow magically, they'd be selling it in a doctor's office. It wouldn't be over-the-counter shit you can just buy yourself. It's huge. Think about it. If they can't put a cure for cancer, you think they're going to just have it for free for everybody? No. They know how to help people with diabetes, and insulin costs hundreds of dollars and shit. I hate when people argue dumb shit. And then on top of it, I'm thinking like, bitch, I'm Black. I'm speaking from personal, I'm bald-headed too. And I'm telling you from personal experience because my hair used to be long. Even with my hair had a cutoff length. I wanted my hair to be waist length as a child, and it was never going to get to that. My hair always stopped at my bra strap. Bra strap. That was as long as my hair was going to grow. And that was with me not taking care of my hair. But even when I started taking care of it, I noticed, yeah, it got longer than it was and was breaking off, but it wasn't going to go past that point. It genetically was just designed to be. My mom's hair is long. My mom don't take care of her hair for shit. Well, technically you could say she does because she wears the same hairstyle, but she don't buy me that fancy shit for her hair. She don't do no satin pillowcase bonnet type shit. My mom uses water. That's what she put inside of her hair. Y'all spending hundreds of dollars on these creams and potions and shit. So Yeah, but I hate when people like get defensive over stuff instead of saying like, okay, I don't know or I disagree. Instead, it becomes, well, I went to beauty school and I have a license. Bitch, I can get that license too. The fuck? And I have a degree to go with it, you dumb asshole. But yeah, I'm sorry. Anyway, you just plan the dates too. You know, I have mixed feelings about it. I'm sorry to change the subject, y'all. I have mixed feelings. And then I gotta go. Y'all keep me on here. In one sense, I prefer if the other person plans it because I want to see what they think I'm worth. And that lets me know how I want to treat you on the date. Because if I tell you, take me to this expensive place, well, now, of course, I can determine whether you're willing to pay for it or not. But I want to see what you want to think of and do on your own. So, yeah. But then on the other end, in one sense, I feel like some guys don't mean any harm. They're just stupid and they don't understand that they should be trying to choose a nice place for a date. So, in another sense, I kind of feel like, it wouldn't hurt for me to plan it myself. So, yeah. Yeah, but thank you. Fine. Somebody said yourself, yes, it's genetics, right? So, again, retention is a real thing, but your hair growing every month doesn't mean that your hair isn't going to naturally break off every month, too. And that is a part of genetics. I don't understand why that has to be argued. So, and then she got mad at me because I was saying that I have been natural before this whole natural hair movement. I'm thinking, like, nobody ever said that you weren't natural, but let's stop being dumb. She's sending me a whole message. She was like, she left a really long comment and she went off me. She was like, you ain't nothing special. You're not the only person with natural hair, whatever. And it's like, I didn't say any of that shit. This isn't a beautician channel, ho. It's not what I was getting at. I used myself as an example to say I have been natural for 22 years. I never had a relaxer as a child. And I didn't wear my hair in fancy hairstyles. I didn't even have weave, no braids, none of that shit. I wore my hair in pigtails 99% of the time. And when it wasn't in pigtails, I had it in braids. And I mean regular braids, no extra hair added. My mom didn't mess in my head every day. I never went to a hair salon, none of that shit. I had friends whose parents are spending hundreds of dollars on a monthly basis to get their hair done professionally, even with it being natural. And it just wasn't long. It's just genetics. It's also why you can have two girls with 4 type hair. And one girl will have really long, 4C hair. And another one will have really short 4C hair. There is nothing you can do to make your hair get as long as that other girl's unless genetically your hair was meant to be that long. And normally, if you're both natural, there's not going to be any difference when you do all that retention, change, whatever type of stuff. The only girls that see a difference are people that had relaxed hair and or that were not doing anything to take care of their hair. Then you see a drastic difference. But you see how easy it is to mislead people? Because I could use myself. If I wanted to market you all a hair growth magical peel or magical whatever, I could use my own bald head. Look at my old videos showing you all what happened to my hair after I damaged it. And then look at me now. I could tell you it was thanks to using Dr. Miracles, whatever. But I could say whatever I want to. And I'm proof. I'm a real person. Look, this is my hair, is it not? But what I'm not telling you is, if you look back a little bit further, you can see how long my hair used to be before all of this shit. Of course, my hair can grow back to that length because genetically, my parents gave me long hair. And naturally, some people have genetically short hair. Not all white people or Asian people have long hair either. Their hair has a point where it cuts off. So you mean to tell me they're not retaining their length too? Shut the fuck up, ho. I hate whatever. It's always one of them little beautician hoes. I see them arguing on Twitter all the time about dumb shit too. Just say that you don't know stuff. Going to beauty school don't make you a doctor. You're not an expert. You're not a dermatologist, bitch. So, and it's so unprofessional because it's like, if I wanted to get advice from you, or wanted to get my hair done from you, now you made me not want to use you because of how rude and condescending you are. I didn't even say shit like that to you. All I said was I completely disagree. And I gave the example of bodies. And I told her, I was like, it's just like bodies. Women have different shaped bodies. It does not matter how much you eat or how much you exercise. You cannot change what you have been genetically given by God himself. So, for example, there are women who will make blogs and tell you, if you do 50 push-ups a day and 100 squats a day, you'll get a fat ass and, you'll get, this, that, and the other. And it's like, push-ups and squats are not going to drastically change your body. It's totally based off of genetics. Yes, doing push-ups can make your breasts sit up a little bit, just like how squats can make your butt sit up a little bit. But you're not going to look like you got a BBL done unless your body was naturally curvaceous like that. It's all genetics. This is the same reason why some girls can gain weight and your breasts get bigger, like myself. Whereas with other girls, they gain weight. You don't get any fat inside your breasts. And the reason being is, you can look this up, don't take my word for it. Breasts are not the same from women to women. Some women have more muscular breasts. And so for them, they're the ones who you normally see, as we used to call them, Teddy Graham bitches, where they're really fat girls, but their breasts are really small. You could be like a girl wearing like a size 20 and you wearing like a B cup or A cup bra or some shit. Fat doesn't go there. Different people gain weight differently. So lying to people and saying, well, the only reason why you don't have a big butt is because you don't do enough squats. No, that's just your body. Same thing goes with hair. Your hair isn't breaking off because you don't take care of it. There are people with less hair than me that have much healthier hair than I ever will. It's because that's the way that their hair is just genetically made up. So, those creams always like, yeah, they are. Like, they're good for taking care of your hair, but not for growing your hair. And yeah, of course, retaining length, but let's not pretend like there isn't a limit to how much of a retention rate, whatever you want to call it, that you can even do for that. So I'm done. I'm also done with this live stream too. I need to go. I am tired. I need to finish playing SimCity Build It. If y'all play that game, I need to send me a message because I need some active people on there. I'm wasting my life. I need to get a regular job because I'm tired of being at home. But now I'm like, I got so spoiled staying at home. I feel like I'm too good for a job. I'm like, why would I want to go back and work for somebody? But then like when I think about the holidays, I'm like, I don't have that much money to like waste and do dumb shit. I mean, I know I just wasted $500, but you know what I mean? Like, I would have thousands of dollars to waste if I work in a regular job. Like even now, I'm like, I have to force myself to like make YouTube videos. I'm being real. I have to force myself to make content for OnlyFans. Sometimes I just feel tired of doing this, and I'm like, I wish I like had a regular job. Which sounds so reverse and backwards because I know people wish that they were in my position. But I wish I had a regular job so that I wouldn't have to feel like I'm relying on this. Because I'm not at the point where I can just sit back and I just make money doing nothing forever. I only did that for a month. But yes, like I know that by having a regular job, obviously I have more money to save, more money to do more stuff with. And I also need this when I have to start paying student loans again too, because I literally just like put $500 aside for that for August. But I really want to like knock that bill out of the way because I hate just even seeing that bill come up in my email, so I have to pay that. So yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. But all right. If y'all ain't got nothing else you want to talk about, I think I'm done. Because now I only got like 4 hours. And y'all owe me a thank you. And I was thinking about you, Renee. Because I was like, I know if I don't do the live stream, you're going to message me and ask me what happened. And as soon as I get on here, you were complaining about me being late. Just as I thought you would. But I made it, okay? Yeah. I'm amazed at how long I could talk. Because it's crazy. When I'm recording my videos, like even the longer ones that are like 1 or 2 hours long, I hate recording them. Like I literally have to like find the like time to do it and then just force myself to keep talking. But it's weird how like without even trying, like I just wasted 5 hours of everybody's day. So mystery bag. What are you talking about? Thank you. Oh, thank you. You know, I made the play. I'm sorry. I had to like literally like read your name a couple times out of my mind. This shows how much of a hoe I am. When I saw your name, I was initially thinking that your name said pay to play. I'm telling on myself. But anyway, in Japan next video. You mean like one of those like lucky bag things, like where you have like a bag with just random crap inside of it? I don't know if they sell those around the year. Those are normal something you can find like around the New Year season, I think. So, yeah. I'm a whore. I'm sorry. I don't know where I would buy one of those from. Yeah, those are seasonal. So I couldn't do that now, but that'd be an idea to do in the wintertime, which I thought about that. But it's actually kind of weird because like I feel like after I've come here to Japan, I literally do not watch other J vloggers like at all. I feel like I've lost my like curiosity for Japan, because like now when I look at videos, it's like I don't want to watch them, like, even when they're recommended. And then like when I try to think of things I want to talk about, I'm like, I don't know what to show. Like I don't know what people want to look at. But all right, yeah, like I would like to do a mystery bag thing. I have to do it around the winter time though. I gotta buy some real food. This sandwich is depressing. But all right. Thank you all for staying here. Y'all crazy for the people that have been here for 5 hours. But thank you for supporting me and for the love and the kindness. And even if you disagree with me, for at least being respectful, always appreciate it. But I don't know when I'm gonna post my next video. I actually have a few videos that are waiting right now. I think I have a couple that have already been like edited on YouTube, but I haven't published them. I kind of want to space them out and wait, because I've recorded some videos that are pretty, and coming from me, pretty, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. Not really politically correct. So I kind of feel like they should be scrapped. But then the other part of me is like, girl, get your money. You wasted, 3 hours doing that. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah. Anyway, teaching is not off the table for me. I don't want to be a teacher anymore, not for somebody else. But I need a full-time job, really. But I kind of don't want to work anymore. You don't understand. When you spend 4 months not working, it's hard to go back. So, especially when you don't need the money, it's more like a want. So, I'm going to need that money when August come around. I get those student loan bills. But yeah, that's all. Thank you. And I guess goodbye then. I'll finish off my nasty sandwich. And hopefully when one of you all come to Japan, now that the doors have been open, somebody can get that roach off of my balcony for me. I'm not even joking with you all. I'm seriously debating and thinking about like going on a date with somebody and asking them to come to my house just to remove the roach. But I'm gonna have to ask them not to touch it with their hands, because after my landlord did that, that really grossed me out. I was like, why would you do that? So I'm done. And I got to figure out how to get that stain off my wall, because at least like the red marks on the floor, I know it's from my shoes. But just thinking that stain is there, not from the bug itself, because the bug jumped off before I could even spray it. Just a reminder that I missed the bug. Anyway, if you're my landlord watching this, you didn't see shit. Those red marks came from the Japanese hole before me. I don't know what happened to the wall. Somebody pissed at it. That's all. I ain't do that. But all right, y'all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for engaging with me here and entertaining me too and making me laugh and smile. And yeah, thank you for being subscribed to me. And in case you don't know, I never look back and watch any of my live streams. I don't know why, but like I hate looking at myself in a live stream format. Like I feel like so, I don't know, weird. And that says a lot, because y'all seen videos of me with my hair on top of my head looking all crazy, and there's crazier videos to see coming up soon. So at least I got on makeup and stuff here. But yeah, this is my first stream with my real hair. No, I did it with my real hair last time too, with my curly hair. But now it's straight, and I like my hair better straight. I feel like it suits me better. But all right, people, I'm old. I need a nap. I need to figure out who's going to buy me yakiniku tonight. The most important part, because somebody got to buy me dinner. I ain't paying for shit. I already wasted $4.40. This is and I opened it up the wrong way, a bacon, mushroom, and Parmesan cheese sandwich. And I thought that it sounded good, but it tastes like cancer. It literally tastes like sewage bread and dookie water. It's disgusting. I mean, it's not really disgusting, but it ain't good. It's like, ew, like it tastes soggy. But all right, I'm done, y'all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me. Love you guys. And I don't know when I'm going to upload another video. I know I lied to y'all. I was like, oh, I'm going to come back. Now, like, the black in me is starting to feel lazy. And I'm like, we want to follow a CPT schedule. I upload a video when I feel like it. But I'm like, I don't want to do that. I need money. Because, like, I love it whenever I upload a video, because then, like, I see, like, my ad revenue goes up. And then normally, after uploading a video, I normally get, like, at least one new person on Patreon for every one person that leaves Patreon. So, yeah. Which I'm so mad. I've gotten so close to having 100, but I just can't get there yet. So, all right, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me calm down. All right. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And I will talk to you guys soon. Thank you for joining my stream. And as always, if you guys have any questions or ideas, things you want me to talk about, send me an email, leave me a comment. Just don't be nasty and don't try to tell me that Black women are not mostly naturally bald-headed, including myself. So, sorry. Goodbye, you guys. Have a good weekend, and I will update you soon. If you're not following me on Instagram, please do that because I do updates there if you're wondering what's going on with me. So, yeah. Bye.